The global championship was crazy.
Couldn't believe how big the arena was and the atmosphere, the pyrotechnics and graphics and lighting. It was like I was at a concert.
Meeting all the players was really cool as well, and meeting your fans from other regions, as well as like playing in front of this huge crowd and just seeing like them cheer you on and stuff like that was really fun as well.
You could tell the different fans cheering for the different players.
It's like the top of what Fortnite players are like want to qualify to or play in.
Honestly, in Fortnite, I've never seen anything like it.
I think the highlight moment was Levin's speech before the last game.
I ain't starting this game until we tear the roof off this building. For your arena, are you ready?
He was going crazy. Everyone was going mental and Levin was there just giving it down the mic. It was so good.
My personal highlight from the global championship was winning the lower bracket with the deal.
Player who already has a spot versus a player who needs a big win. Rolls goes down, Vidal takes him out.
On top of that, to be honest, I just got goosebumps. Vidal's solo clutch to put us on the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I just couldn't believe my own eyes.
It was obviously Dukas when he clutched 1v2, I think.
Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. Two of NA's finest directly above him.
What?
Massive shot though onto second. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
I was watching it and I felt like I did this.
The most exciting for me at the global championship was winning a game in lower bracket, when me and Pink were almost not qualifying and then just qualifying out of nowhere.
And it's now a 2v2. That's gone, and Pingu at the bottom. Fall damage is real on the Vico, but he gets the trade at the bare minimum, and Pink and Vico take the game.
That was probably my most happy point.
The thing that's so special about playing on LAN is like the atmosphere is completely different, especially if you have a crowd like watching you. It's almost like you're playing a different game again. And that's why some people perform well at LAN, some people don't. There's a lot more pressure and everybody's watching. That's why I love playing at LAN.
It's just really nice winning a game on LAN. It's just a better feeling than winning like games online. Once you take your headphones off, you just hear a huge crowd cheering on for you and stuff like that. It's just like, it can give you goosebumps. And
not going to the global championship is not an option.
Just hypes up players, motivates everyone. It's just like a chance for like a life-changing opportunity.
I always want to be in the global championships. I want to come back for 2024 and qualify again. It's a super sick event. You get to hang out with all the people from the scene, and you also get to compete in the biggest tournament of the year. Of course, I want to be there.
just said I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the FNCS semi-finals. At the end of today's action, we'll know which 50 duos will have qualified for next weekend's grand finals, and I, for one, cannot wait. I'm Frankie, and I am joined yet again by the wonderful Levin and Mini Miner. They might be sick of me, but they are contractually obliged to be here, so thank you for joining me, boys. Levin, tell me how you're feeling about the action today.
How could I be sick of you, Frankie? We don't get enough of Frankie, it feels like. I am very excited for the day. It's been an interesting weekend. Today's obviously a bit of a different pace, right? The eliminations and the victory royals are obviously very important, but, you know, it is more about the consistency. But with so few games, right, it almost feels the same, right? It feels like one elimination might be enough to really get you in there.
The Mini Miner.
It is. I mean, yeah, we've seen this sort of format before, you know, just inconsistency-wise qualifying through, but not in this number of games. For these teams in the upper bracket as well, we got two chances, right? So we talked about it all weekend. You want to be in this position, and for those teams that are, they're in a good enough spot because, of course, we have the lower bracket later on this evening as well. But I'm sure all of these teams, they want to get their homework done early. They want to make sure it's done right now because they want to book their ticket to the grand finals, I'm sure.
Let's take a look at the lobby list for today's upper bracket, because we're going to see 3 games in the upper bracket before our final 3 games of the day will be played out in the lower bracket. 25 duos are going to qualify after these first 3 games. Any names sticking out for you there as a team you think we're going to see next weekend, Mini Miner?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams on here that just big names in the European region, of course. You see Robman and Axforce there in the bottom right of the screen, a team that I'm particularly excited to see how well they do. Art Skill as well up there on the top of the list. There's some big names that, of course, have qualified through the lower bracket yesterday, so we're seeing some different names as well.
I'm surprised you didn't say, Volko and Vortexes. A couple of days ago, you were saying they were going to win a game and qualify straight through. What happened to them?
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I kind of cursed them. I spoke very highly of them, and you picked up on that. You're like, you know, you've been speaking about them a lot this season, but I just don't want to harm their chances here, I think. I don't know what to say.
I think they've been lying in his pockets,
I just want to leave
Frankie.
them.
That's what's been happening.
Actually, you have made some accurate predictions so far this weekend,
Yes.
Mini Miner. More on that in a bit, because actually there's one duo that we saw big performances from yesterday, especially in Offspawn fights versus Vico and Pink. It's Kiro and Good Duo 11.
Yeah, these guys, you know, they were really in the midst of a very heated battle. And, you know, sometimes when you're in that kind of a scuffle, when the team you're sort of facing against bests you and they qualify through, it puts a bit of extra pressure on you, right, Minnie?
Yeah, it does, and it's really, really difficult for these guys to make out their consistency, but it seems like they were doing pretty well at that yesterday. This is a duo that I don't think the victory format actually suited them too well. They were quite consistent across the day. In fact, they're our most consistent duo across both 2 days. They placed top 15 in 8 out of the 10 games across those 2 games. So for me, this is a duo that no doubt will make it into the grand finals. And I'm going to make a bold prediction yet again. I'm going to say they will finish in the top 5.
Okay.
I like the way that you're thinking, and given that they were so consistent yesterday, I think that one's going to track. Levin, I'm guessing you agree.
I hear it. They were super consistent. They've been one of the most consistent teams so far in this process without being able to, you know, clinch that win. So, yeah, I think top 5 would be a relatively safe bet for them.
But who is going to be joining them in the top 5, do we think? Let's have another look at the lobby list and check out some of the contenders, because, of course, we've got some duos joining from the lower bracket. But let's focus on the players that nearly made it through yesterday, Levin.
Yeah, I think one of the ones that really sort of piqued my interest are Pings and Mixer. They're a team that in a couple of those games, I mean, they looked very, very, you know, good to qualify. You would have thought they would have won a game. And it's weird. They're the kind of team where everything's on the plate for them, you know, set up nicely. It's, you know, a lovely spread, and they just can't finish their dinner, it feels like, right? You know, they were landing at the yacht here. You know, you talk very highly of the yacht POI all season to me, Mini, and they were doing a great job of it. You know, they were getting surge really well. They had some interesting strats, and every end game they looked set up for success. But in the final moments, it'd always be just one little mistake that would just cause them to miss out on winning the game. I remember one game in particular, they were on height, literally, it just should have been a win, had medkits, everything. Pings drops into the zone to try to get up some more loot, and then he gets pumped in the side of the head and they lose the game, right? Like, it's these small little things at the very, very end that were really the hurdle for them.
It's a weird one, this team, because I feel like, yeah, they're trying to be consistent. They're trying to play themselves out very, very well. And it seems like they are at their best when they're on height, but they're also the team that have had the most 0-point games across the weekend. So it seems like when they do get to endgame, they're trying their best to make things happen. Even, they're one of only 5 teams that haven't actually taken a Storm tick or a Storm Surge tick yet. So it seems like they're just so meticulous about how their mid-game works, which is really impressive because you mentioned it. They landed at the yacht yesterday. They're going back towards that South Classy Courts area today, which is a drop spot they know well, and a drop spot has worked very, very well for them. In fact, the last time we saw them actually landing here, they got second in a Duo Cash Cup final, so I'm sure their confidence is going to be really, really high, and hopefully we can see them perform today.
Well, I think we should be feeling very confident on the desk because yesterday in the pre-show, we talked about 3 duos we thought would pick up a victory royale. Janice and Flixie, Venno and Tayson, and also Vexy and Pachawa, right? And all 3 of them got victory royales and booked their spot in the grand finals. And at one point, I also said, if we could have had a 4th, I would have said Vico and Pink. And what happened in game number 5? Those boys booked their spot. So I feel like we've got the right to feel slightly smug now and all do the face that Levin is pulling. But what about our casters? Like, did you guys also correct accurately? I think you did yesterday, didn't you, to Carter and Jacob?
Look, Frankie, we definitely did. I think we actually have a little bit too much power in terms of our kind of prediction synergy here, Jacob. Malabuka Merstash day 1 ended up making history with 3 reboots and an 11 Eliv VR. Then Perhara Vexy right after that securing the VR. But day 3 now, I don't know who to predict, Jacob.
Yeah, it's been a pretty volatile weekend so far, but today the name of the game is consistency, and that is going to be key. So I'm going to go ahead and pick it for us. I'm going to go ahead and say I think Seti and Cammy, the consistency kings, they're going to be able to pull it out today, whether they get a VR or not, and qualify to the grand finals.
Look, I'm on the same boat, Jacob. Cammy Seti, I love the consistency from the duo, but we'll just have to see if they can make it happen. But before that, let's head right back to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll be hearing from you shortly. Can we talk about the lower bracket teams yesterday, though, who have done so well that they've managed to sort back into the upper bracket? Because there are some really big names here. And when you look at that number 1 spot, Mini Miner, that's a particular shocker. Swizzy and Putrick.
Yeah, I mean, what's quite funny is these are actually technically our reigning online FNCS champions, right? All the way back in Chapter 4, Season 3, which when I thought about that, yeah, it's just kind of weird how that was our sort of reigning online champs. We haven't had an online FNCS since then, of course. So this is a team that haven't quite been able to find the same success that they found back then, though. I remember back in those days, they had a really well thought out strategy. They were using all those unlimited rifts and, of course, those mythics back then. They're landing now at Ritzy Riviera. They're contested by 1 team, and it just seems like they're unable to try and find that same consistency, that same well thought out game plan. So I think maybe this is where it's all starting to click. I mean, yesterday they got their only victory royales of the entire season so far. 11. I think this is really a moment where they need to start making things happen for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they definitely don't have a strat as strong as when they once won an FNCS, right? And if they weren't to make it through today, they wouldn't even be the first team to win an FNCS and not qualify for the next one they play together. Cough, cough, Queasy and Venno. But I do expect them to make it through today because when you look at the list of players competing, they are certainly some of the stronger ones. And of course, even though this, season hasn't maybe clicked the way you would have expected for them, they have still shown yesterday that they can be a threat, they can be a force. And yeah, I mean, these two have pride, and so I'm sure, with the amount of experience they've had, how long they've been competing, not making it through to grands would be an embarrassment for them that I don't think they'll want to go through.
Also, little theory, by the time they won their major last year and qualified for global championships, some of the biggest names in Europe had already qualified, and those big names have already qualified for grand finals. So maybe this is where Swizzy and Putrick just stand their ground and assert their dominance, because their rivals aren't going to be in the lobby today. But these guys all are, Levin. So talk to me about these names, because again, there's at least 3 individuals there that I'm looking at. Hen is one of them, but cast your eyes to that 13th spot.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most supported duo in all of Fortnite right now. Mongraal and Mr. Savage. Everybody is gonna have their eyes on them to see if they can finally make it through, and Mongraal's big return can end in a grand final opportunity.
You know what, though? I think, myself included, a lot of people would have been surprised as to the fact they made it this far, right? It's like, this is great from them so far, but they, of course, want to make it all the way. Mr. Savage, at the moment, we have to talk about how well he's currently playing, doing such a great job at leading Mongraal, and even Mongraal actually having a live coach in Bloodhex in his ear going throughout these games, so just making sure that he's not going to make any big mistakes, of course. We have seen a couple of plays from him that haven't quite worked out, so it's just ensuring that they're together as a team, and they're playing very, very well. I watched their last game as well to qualify yesterday from Mr. Savage's POV. Oh my goodness, that was so clutch and a really, really great moment. So hopefully they can continue that today, because Levin, they are uncontested.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they get someone landing on them. It is Mongraal at the end of the day. If you are, a player in this lobby and you want to make yourself, the biggest anti-hero in the whole of Fortnite, you could land on them and make a name for yourself. But I will say, You mentioned, how good Mr. Savage has been doing. If they are able to qualify, I think I'd give Savage the FNCS MVP already, because this has been a carry job of sorts that I've not seen in a long time. Yes, Mongraal is one of the greatest players to play Fortnite, but he's been gone for like 2 years. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like he's been here and he's been sort of playing. For them to have made it this far, like you say, Minnie, it is so impressive. And yeah, a large part of that is down to how impressive Savage has been. But they're ready. They've been preparing. I saw them earlier today. They were putting in some practice. They have a couple, sneaky strats they were practicing. I never thought I'd see Mongraal in custom lobbies, practicing sneaky strats for an FNCS. Things are changing, things are here, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's great to see. And I mean, their drop spot as well, if they do end up having it uncontested, it seems like they're developing that really, really well. A lot of their problems, it seems like, this season have been off spawn when trying to get that consistency. Today, they need to make it all happen, because, of course, they only have 3 games in the upper bracket.
There were 30 spots up for grabs in yesterday's lower bracket matches. So the 30 duos will be playing in those 3 games in the upper bracket. If they don't get through those, they will get to play again in the lower bracket. And just scraping through is a very interesting duo, FaZe and King Levin. This is a duo from Argentina who decided to leave South America behind for the hotly contested shores of Europe. And they're just about sticking in it, but maybe it's taken them a while to adapt.
Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of King and Phaser, right? I think everybody is very familiar with King, historic player. He's given us some of the best memories we have in competitive Fortnite history. And like anybody else has, experienced when moving from another region to EU, it has not been easy, Minimana. They have had their struggles. Some people would say they've been hot and cold, right? And in many ways, it's conflicting, because you watch them a lot of the time and the talent's there. I don't necessarily think they're struggling to keep up with the EU talent, but I do think they are struggling to fit in with the rhythm of some of these games.
Yeah, hot and cold is the exact way I'd use to describe this team. Because remember, week number 1, I mean, myself, I thought, I'm not really expecting too much from this duo. They came 33rd in round 4 of week 1 qualifiers. Then week number 2, they didn't even make it out of open qualifiers. So this is just like, what's going on with this team? And I think it's all down to the fact that they're not quite able to nail their mid games at the moment. The problem that they're having is that both players aren't making it into end game more often than not. Even yesterday, to qualify to today, we saw that Phaser actually went down at 33rd place, which is outside of their placement points in the final game. King had to solo clutch them into the very moment they're in today. So if they can sort those issues out today, hopefully they'll be able to find a little bit more success, because that seems to be their main problem. If you're not consistent today, it's not going to look good.
I have got my fingers crossed for these boys, because they made a very brave leap, and I really love it when that kind of decision pays off. Now, we'll talk you guys at home through the format for today, because you're going to see 6 games of Fortnite. We've got 3 games in the upper bracket from which 25 duos are going to qualify. Then we're going to get a short break, but don't worry, we'll be back before you know it with the lower bracket. So that's got our surviving teams from the lower bracket yesterday and our remaining teams who did not qualify through the lower bracket. They'll be competing for the final 15 spots. The last 10 places have actually already been booked. They've been booked by our Victory Royale winners from the upper bracket across the past 2 days. And if you missed any of that action, check it out because it was absolutely electrifying. Some of the plays that we saw, we've never seen the likes of it in FNCS before, so you really don't want to miss out. Levin, any final predictions though before we head to the casters?
Final predictions. Ooh, it's a tough one. I'd like to see a big pop-off game from Savage and Mongrel. That would be a special moment for us this season.
And all you need is that one big game, right? We talk about it being maybe a consistency format, making sure you don't go down or spawn. But if you can have one massive victory round, you're almost guaranteed to be in that top 25.
Well, good luck to all of our competitors playing today. And good luck to our fantastic casters, Takata and Jacob PR, as we head into game number 1.
Thank you so much, Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. And what a way to set the stage of what we're about to see. They said it 3 games, and consistency is going to be key. But Takata, how hard is consistency going to be? I want that answer right after this because we're getting right into the game.
Consistency is going to be difficult, Jacob. But look, Minnie Levin said it. All it takes is one big match. There's only 3 games that are going to be played out today in the upper bracket. And if you don't make it through after those 3 games, you have another shot in lowers. But one big game, Jacob, is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we saw Sato and Andalex have a big game yesterday. Unfortunately enough, the situation was wildly different. It was win and you're in. Those big games only allowed them to advance to the upper bracket round 3, in which we're seeing here. And you got Aqua and Noah Riley on the other side of this split drop. And this is where it's going to get interesting because immediately you see them all making the conscientious decision to just loot up as much as possible before that possible engagement.
Look, even thinking back in the regular finals format, which is 6 matches long, being contested makes it extremely difficult to stay consistent. But hitting those sniper shots could be what it takes. What I'm getting at is having an uncontested drop spot is going to give you a huge advantage in terms of getting those points consistently if you're able to constantly get to the end game. But you know, if you're contested, one big game is going to mean 2 quick eliminations off the start to help you with that damage.
Noah was feeling confident there after his snipe. See him and Aqua slowly but surely moving up, but they answer back. I believe it was Andalex with a nice snipe, and they go flying through the sky, but Sato with a bad bounce on the crash pad. He goes flying right into the hands of Noah and Aqua. He goes down very, very early on, and that leaves already at the start of the game Andalex with a huge decision. Do I try to be a hero? Do I try to play hide and seek to try to get my teammates reboot card?
Miss comms. I believe Sato here ended up using the Flowberry crash pad combination while Andalex did not have the Flowberry activated. And that is what caused that engagement to come to a conclusion. Now left as a solo. It's going to make things much more difficult.
Yeah, and it's difficult for Noah and Aqua, even though they did get the elimination. All of their loot, because it was contested, taken away, and you can already see they have to go forward looking for those shields in which they lost long ago. But Takata, King, and Phaser, I know you had a lot to say about them before the show.
I got a smile on my face right now, Jacob. We were talking about them. 33rd first week qualifiers, did an amazing job, but complete opposite in the following week. So I'm curious now where they put up in a consistency format to see what they can do. But just time will tell.
Yeah, high hopes for them coming all the way over from the Brazil region, competing on one of the most stacked regions we have in Fortnite EU. That's a challenge right there, and honestly, I give them all the credit in the world because it's not only about Fortnite, but just living somewhere else in general. But we got this double agents, Mongrel and Savage, 009, 008, just trying to rotate on out. It did look like they were feeling confident to take that early game fight, but with the third parties looming around every single corner, they know it's not necessarily safe and it's a risk, so they're just going to disengage, get more loot, and you can already see they need the loot.
5 builds, 008. have to make sure here that they're kitted, especially when they're going to go for those tags up close and personal. You do see that Reaper Snifle in hand. So if they can land one big shot, that could be enough.
A lot of teams, we saw this yesterday, slowly but surely floating around some of these positions, but the third party can instantly get third party on the minimap. It shows if they're going to go in onto Clownski, they figure they have an advantage that they're going to try to take advantage of. Rolls is too far split, but that third party just puts a whole thorn in the side. Mahi's forced to play defensive. He boxes up. His teammates reunite, and that plan to get aggressive just got turned on its side. And various tarps, I was looking at these guys, and he's one of those ones that are flying under the radar. And we've seen some new qualifiers, their first FNCS Grand Finals yesterday, and here's a chance with a couple players in the lobby today to get there first.
Be careful though. It's Pixel up in the bush. Gets a surprise attack on to the duo rotating out. And it looks like right now the fiesta has commenced. 3-4 duos in the same area as Mahi Topco quickly realize the danger and start to disengage.
Gotta be careful, even though the zone doesn't pull too far off from when they're typically at. There's a lot of teams on this side, which means a possibility, potential, expending a lot of heals and resources just to make it there. As Doe and Aqua finally find Andalex. They knew eventually he was going to go back for that reboot card, and this is their moment to strike. It's not only for the elimination points, but for Surge and the loot that he maybe was able to gather along his way. But he's going over towards Snooty Steps, hoping a contested drop is going to be enough to hide his position, but they're hot on his heels. They don't want to let this elimination get away, and they don't want to let it take too much longer. As you see them continuously going up and over, but the Frenzy not doing too much damage. It's just whittling away little by little until eventually Pixie and Wok steal that elimination out of the hands of Noah and Aqua.
Andalex now planning what is going to be the change for the second match in the early game to be able to come out on the other end. It isn't the end, even with 3 matches to be played out. But we'll take a look here. Forecast Tower, and it looks like it might not even be contested.
Now, Gears and Chari looks like it's freebie for them. Not so much the loot they're after, but just the ability to see every single zone as it appears, to be able to kind of predict your rotations, really set out a plan for the future. And you're seeing a lot of teams this time around, compared to yesterday, uncontested yet again. Back-to-back forecasts going over to a team that didn't really have to fight for it, which is great for their game. So I want to see how they continue to use that uncontested advantage.
A lot of players in this current meta have been making use of the bushes instead of having, you know, to kind of build your 1x1, 2x2, especially if you have a sniper rifle in hand to kind of look for those tags, or even just with an AR as teams are rotating. Conserve materials, you could even surprise duos, but it's happened so much that now every time you pass a bush, you're gonna make sure in the back of your head you know that there's a possibility that there's a duo crouched up in there. As we take a look at Seti now alongside Cammy, one of our picks today to take it home. We know how consistent they've been in the past.
Yeah, and watching back some of their games, day 1 a little bit slow. They picked up the pace. Day 2, they made it rather far into those games. Cammy had a ton of heals, just eventually went down at the wrong time in back-to-back games that kind of slowed their run, especially when it was looking so good. Same thing for Mixon and Pings. They had high ground at the end of one of those games, and that's the thing. It was the trend of yesterday with high ground teams winning most of those games. It was losing it at the wrong moment, but Scrolls seems like he's under pressure. It's going to be an easy elimination for Mixon. Pings and him off to a good start with 2 total eliminations in the early game.
Good way to start it off by the Reckless Railways. This is where King and Phaser also drop. I believe you can see some arrows a bit more north. The good news in a POI like this, there's so much loot that you don't necessarily have to take the engagement if you want to give up the NPC. However, it does give you that extra loot needed to get that one big pop-off game that could qualify you to the grand finals.
So everyone's kind of trying to do here, play that slow and steady type of game. As the day progressed, for day 1 and 2, you saw the aggression ramp up over time each and every game. But now it's Robound and Axe Force that are creeping into the distance, and Mongrel and Savage. A couple of shots being fired over in that direction, but nothing really to feel confident about. So they're going to quickly disengage, continue to farm up. They're barely on the edge of zone right now, and this is the part of the game, Takata, where weapon caches start to appear.
Forecast towers have been captured. The caches beginning to start here. And for Mongrel and Savage, they might have just got themselves into an engagement here, but this is not a healthy one. So many duos up above, down below. It's like a little sandwich that's been made, as now Rabob is looking to find an angle.
And we got Doxy and Cade down there. They're kind of sandwiched onto Axe Force. That's why Roban has to be able to alleviate some of this pressure, and he does so perfectly while maintaining his position to disengage. Axe Force finds the safety, and they leave that mess behind. That's something in a lobby like this you don't want to take part of. You got Yapko on the backside along with his duo, box to box with Savage and Mongrel, and it's underneath the bridge as well. So you're not really going to find Surge other than the players that are next to you.
It's a very difficult place to have an engagement like this. You can see already, though, Diox looks like is going to be the one that's going to be able to secure this first cache. I believe there is two, though, which is why there's so many players around here. You can see Mongrel Savage is going to be the duo that's taking the other cache. So for these two duos, they will be getting a bit of extra loot.
Yeah, if you guys are at home wondering who is who, who's this 008, who's this 009, they're secret agents trying to go undercover and sneak out a huge consistent day. 009 is going to be Mongrel, 008 is going to be Savage. But they're still not straying too far off from their position. And there's no real reason to if they have that early game surge. But you can see them toying with the idea, looking in front, looking behind. They're trying to continue to move forward underneath the bridge, and that's going to be their path to safety.
You can see at the bottom right on the mini-map how many duos are in this surrounding area. It's good for getting that damage and tags, but at the same time, one mistake, getting cracked, could cost you the match.
And since they're already in zone, everybody realistically on this position, because you can throw in Howley and Frizzy in that same grouping, is you're so far deep in zone already compared to everybody else outside of the zone. You really don't have to make too many moves, and unless you're kind of forced to with Storm Surge. And that's why it's important with a lot of teams to plan your game properly. Moneymaker and Fnayan back to the upper bracket side of things, had a hiccup on day one, but they've earned the right to be here with their placement in that lower bracket. They're just trying to go ahead and really execute in their game plan. They're just full of so much skill, but they're also, Moneymaker specifically, one of the youngest competitors we have in Fortnite competitive. So sometimes it comes with age, comes with experience, and a snipe shot like that is something I feel like a duo like this, if they want to get aggressive, they can take advantage of.
Back on track to making a bit of money here if you can continue landing those sniper shots, but all they're looking for now is positioning damage and waiting here as the fourth zone will appear in just 7 seconds. The players will be able to see what's next. What are the next steps here? But for Putasai Snazy, the next steps are to come out on top in this battle.
Yeah, just judging by the loot right now, they weren't necessarily able to get their cash and could possibly fighting over. That's Nebs and iDrop on the other side. And you're seeing the Smart Pistol come out more and more and more for teams trying to deal with that surge. Shoots so quick, it locks on, especially in this meta with the grapple blades, the crash pads. With a high position, that'll definitely help you handle that problem. Cash is going to be found, and that's going to be able to kind of pick up and bolster their loadout overall. And it's not typically until maybe the 7th, 8th zones to where you see that Smart Pistol switched out for some sort of AR or SMG.
There's a different vibe here, Jacob. 86 players up still. 44 duos. There has not been a lot of engagements right off the spawn. You can see how stacked this game is going to get. As now Rift Island for Ski in hand.
Yeah, uncontested like we've seen most of the day so far throughout the past two. There's no real reason to go up there, especially with so many rifts down below. You don't get points, and there's no reboot van up there. But Skay and Hen just kind of capturing it, trying to see what more they can add to their loadout. Depending on what AR they like, that can be a huge boost. You see the Thunderburst getting dropped as well. A couple switches out, a couple upgrades coming out from Hen. He likes what he sees. He's going to keep his position on the high ground due to the elevation, due to the launch pads up there. That's going to allow him a free rotation to the zone when it does pull far away.
Not only launch pads, there are rifts that appear below the rift island, where you'll see duos kind of box up around and wait for the right moment to use them and help them rotate right onto zone. DKS Vox, though, they do have the flow berries in inventory. Duo partner might have the crash pads to get a little combo. And so far, it looks like they have secured a cache earlier on, so they're just picking up the extra loot and now do have to continue towards zone.
And we saw DKS and Vox in week 1 start off FNCS on fire. But unfortunate circumstances, they kind of slipped up, fell down. Now they need top 25 here to advance directly to the grand finals. They're going to find a lot of loot along the way, kind of refresh some of those resources and continue moving forward. With the 200 damage above the threshold, that's not necessarily a worry for them for now. And to kind of point out, you talked about a different feel in these lobbies. Throughout the past 2 days, it wasn't typically until Zone 6 Storm Surge started to activate. And now here, since it is so stacked, it's in on Zone 4. And that's like foreshadowing what we're going to see today throughout this lobby.
Cold-blooded players right now, realizing that they need to get damage. Nobody is getting eliminated. Everybody's boxed up beside each other. Mongrel has been cracked already. Looks like they got into a fight. They were 49 below. We've seen them struggle with Surge before, and they cannot make the same mistake again.
Yep, now they have to go. We've seen Savage clutch up big. There goes a first 50 tag. They're barely going to get over, but he's not done just yet. Axe Force on the run. Shots continuing to land as well, but not much, which is why they're still on the chase. They fall below. They go right back up. They're playing teeter-totter with Storm Surge, trying to find the damage. Roban's going to be found, but it's a decision Savage might regret, but at the same time, it was a sacrifice, because look how far up above Surge they are now, and I said sacrifice for a reason, because Mongrel goes down.
Savage now left as a solo. Last 2 Shieldfish have been popped. No more consumables to work with. 4 crash pads is the only mobility he has. But Savage must scavenge as many points as possible in this match, as it's all about consistency.
He's gonna have to find some sort of scraps, either through elimination or an elimination that somebody was able to grab, because needs the HP, needs the extra shields. Luckily, though, the risk that he took early on, 101 above the damage threshold, which is no cause for concern now, but you see him immediately dropping down that Storm Surge leaderboard, so he knows some sort of damage is having to come through, and it has to be quickly, because he has no heals to keep healing if Storm Surge starts taking him down.
Double pickaxe comes through. Howley, Frizzy, be careful. Savage as he quickly escapes the scenario, although the pressure is still on. Zone's closing. 20 seconds until it reaches its end. And now the engagement comes back once again, but Savage is going to be the one coming out on top. Floppers need to be popped.
That was a huge find and a huge elimination. And he has so many heals. It's still 1 tick on the zone. If this pulls away from fencing fields, we have a small chance. But a chance indeed for a Mongrel reboot back into the game. If Malibuca did it on day 1, why not Savage here?
Look, we saw history be made during these semifinals, and you said it, Jacob. I want to see it happen once again.
Still going to take some time to make that a possibility. Cammy getting elimination while all this is going down. Glad to see him and Seti beginning to heat up here in this game, but there's still 12 teams that need to go down before placement points even exist in this lobby.
Has some flow berries now. This will grant that mobility boost, which will help Savage get into zone. The issue is so many duos boxed up already, waiting for players to wander on in slowly. The good news, though, it is 6 zone. He is able to stay in zone quite a bit, using bandages, using these floppers, and ideally, and kind of take his time to possibly even pick up Mongrel here from the reboot van, and then get more of an edge rotate into Storm, where hopefully not as many duos are looking back on them.
Yeah, and he is keeping track. You saw the med kits, you saw the flow berries, you saw a lot of that loot. That's exactly where they're gonna drop. That's exactly their plan to get back into this game. This could be the moment for Savage and Mongrel that they look back if they get a top placement and said, thank you so much. And Levin, Mini, Frankie, they all broke it down. This has been a phenomenal season for Savage himself, but can he keep it up?
Shots come through on Mongrel as he gets rebooted, now forced to quickly loot up. scavenge what was left behind from the eliminations, and hopefully get a bit of those bandages or floppers from Savage. But as the zone starts pulling, Diox is smelling the fear alongside Cade as they hunt this newly rebooted duo.
Yeah, they have to be wondering how strong they actually are, because they were on the front side of zone. They were the ones making the rotation as that 50-50 opened up. So they have to know that these players are weak. So interesting enough, not going to get aggressive, but they're going to continue to follow in their trail. Of course, they have to get to zone themselves. So for Savage and Mongrel, even though you got back into the game, the work has just begun.
Huge 7th zone for them. Actually kind of assisting them with the pull, as now we can even see back to King and Phaser also below, only 24, but with the crack from King, the pressure is now on.
It's just one of those tough situations. Storm Surge doing so much damage, and now shots coming in, so you took a lot of HP and shield getting drained just like that, and they're still getting ticked away. Luckily, they do have the med kits, but it can only last for so long. They're hoping to out heal it, or maybe let an opportunity come to them, but they're so far away from everybody else that has to get near them. I don't think it's going to be a possibility. Phaser goes down. King stuck. 50 HP. He does have a med kit, but time is running out.
2 more ticks is all King can take. Will those tags be enough to keep him above 78? 1 tick and 2 HP. Has 4 med kits, but their opponents are pushing now. 1 shot from Annie duo in the surrounding area would be enough to eliminate King, but it looks like he might just have time to pop this med kit.
That was Seti and Cammy just went sliding down the mountain right behind them. See a replay. Savage and Mongrel. Relvis just trying to hide in the attic, trying to find some safety, but they sniffed him out, sent him back down to the lobby. Back on board with King, who's a solo, and you see him not really able to use the full effective of that med kit. Spots some loot in the distance. He's hoping it's shields. He saw the rarity, so I don't think he's gonna find what he's looking for, but at least it's a chance for him to move closer to zone.
So many materials, it's just lacking those shields, and that damage is gonna be the issue here. As King gets closer and closer to the zone, he kind of looks for that opportunity to take some shots, but King, look to your right, grapples onto an opponent, makes it closer to zone, still up and running, as now Mongrel and Savage have been taken out.
Unfortunate with how well they've been doing up into this game, but we move on to the next. No placement points being awarded for now, so very, very crucial for King to be able to stay alive, but he can't take another tick. Medkit's gonna be started. Did he get it off in time? No, he did not. Just a few seconds shy. They get eliminated out of the lobby, but there's still 2 more games left. So if you saw your favorite player go down, there's still a chance.
They have more opportunities, but for the players in this match now, laser focus is what we need from them. Pixie and Walks, already 2 elims on the board. It's bumped them up 110 above the Storm Surge threshold. Cammy and Seti right beside them. 8th zone has pulled towards the southwest. It's on the closer side to a lot of these duos, but you can see how quickly the Storm Surge can change. Already 28 below.
Yeah, closer side doesn't always mean the best side, especially with more than half the lobby is positioned there as well. Pixie and Walk staggering themselves, letting a couple of teams behind them before the Flowberry Fizz comes out, and this is how they're going to make their quick rotations on over. The extra distance due to the Flowberry Fizz is going to make this one look easy, but while all that is happening, they fall 28 below the damage threshold, so they're going to use this chance, now that they're at the front side of zone, to look back and try to get some shots onto any suspecting players.
Good job from Pixie to elevate himself there, giving himself more vision onto the players that are rotating back in towards them now. Cammy and Seti, though, choosing to stay on the borderline of zone here. And with just 1 second left, we'll see with that first moving pulse.
It was far away. Count on one hand how many teams got that front side of the zone, as Pixie still getting damaged out by Storm Surge. Luckily he has the medallion, but he gets tagged back. And that is it. The damage, the peak, the risk he took is the same reason why he goes down to Storm Surge, because you do not get knocked, you just get eliminated. So Wax is going to be left by himself. I will say the blessing out of all of that is the amount of heals he was able to get from Pixie going down.
1 tick from Storm Surge combined with the sniper shot from his opponent is what Pixie led him to his demise. As now Walks has to clutch it out as a solo. He does have full materials, legendary, mythic loadout, 3 med kits, everything except for damage to make it happen.
And we got Hen and Vasquez on the high ground trying to hold on to it, and they are reinforced with metal and brick, double connected, 192 above the damage threshold. If the trend continues from yesterday, we might be looking at a Hen and Vasquez win.
I mean, they have the height, they have the med kits, but are they going to be able to close it out? Cade with 5 eliminations, Diox with 2, total of 7 for the duo. They are looking strong.
Yeah, they found the mythic hammer pump, the medallion as well, and then all those max. You see him at 150. He is maxed up right now, and this is a chance for them if they just want to look up. They could threaten for that high ground, but for now, they're slow and steady, moving towards the front side of zone. Blaha uses his teammate Yapko with very little build, so he's trying to recycle, maneuver in and out of every single one of the builds that were left behind for him. But this is where push comes to shove. With so many teams pushing in from the backside of zone, he has to hurry.
Butrick, I'm seeing solo after solo. Everybody has been losing their duo in these final moments. So much chaos from the storm surge that popped so early on. Everybody has ran out of materials, ran out of loot, and now it's all about these impacts.
Yep. We saw the early eliminations for Noah, along with his former teammate Aqua, who went down. You see him trying to slide to the front side, running out of builds fast, especially if he becomes the target. He uses what little he has to try to create a little bit more of a safety net in a full box, but he still has to continue to move forward in zone.
Pixel healing off. Ski Hand still up above, uncontested in the clouds as Cade and Diox continue their wrath. 8 eliminations now for the duo, going for double digits.
Yeah, they have the 3 med kits, but I feel like multiple teams feel like this game is going to go down to a heal off. Looking to the backside, Noah gets spotted out, shots being sprayed through. Lazen gets targeted as well. Nice opportunity for Cade and Diox to pick up more eliminations in the end game. Seti goes down, Lazen gets finished off along with Putrick to the zone. Everybody is dropping like flies.
10 elims for the duo, but now Cammy left alone. Seti has been knocked out. He has just 1 build to work with, but the 3 medkits. Does he choose to take the heal off early, or does he continue with the fight?
He had a couple blunders yesterday, not even being able to make it into this point of the game. So the first medkit's going to be used to stagger himself behind, try to bypass everybody else that's moving forward. But with the zone going up the mountain, it's going to cause a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions for Cade and Diox as they're trying to work their way up.
Ski Hen still up above, but now the contestation, it could be coming through. Diox grapples up. Cade still looking for an opportunity as medkits are being popped.
Stagger himself one more. You got to be careful with the storm that you are taking. Storm sickness has shut down heal off victories before as Cade continues to move through. An elimination right before his very eyes, but him and his teammate Diox dropped to just very little HP. Win condition possibly going out the window, especially with Hen and Vasquez having the high ground.
Advantage. 200 effective HP and shield for the duo up above. Diox, Cade down below, barely any HP or shield to work with. This is gonna come down to a brawl.
Hen has to be careful though, even though he does have 3 medkits. He's getting very, very close to Cade and Diox at the bottom, but Vasquez is gonna drop down. The first shot's gonna hit, but it's gonna be a common trade. Hen still trying to stay with zone. This is very, very risky because one well-placed shot will take him down, but with Vasquez playing disruptor, that's where the heal off is going to begin for them.
Medkits look to come through, but Cade is the one that's going to go down, disrupt it. Ski eliminated Hen. 2 more medkits, and he takes it, playing it safe, securing the VR, no risk needed.
The disruption was there and at the perfect time, stopping the heal off possibility, and it was looking shaky. It was looking scary there a little bit for Hen and Vasquez when they dropped down to try to defend and get those eliminations, but he made the smart play. He ran away, played his heals, and took the game. Welcome to the FNCS Grand Finals.
That was just game 1, 3 matches to be played out, Jacob. It's all about consistency and making it to these late games, but this was the most stacked match that we've seen throughout all the semifinals. It is a completely different realm today.
Yep, you got to go ahead and give credit though. Diox and Cade, the name of the game is going to be consistency, and you got to imagine the amount of points them and Hen and Vasquez, the eventual winners of that match, have picked up to try to solidify that spot. You got to think it's all but guaranteed, right, Takata?
You gotta think. Look, normally I'd be saying they won the match, they're going to the grand finals, but it's consistency, so we have to take a look at that leaderboard. And for that, we're gonna go back to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie.
Thank you very much, guys. What a way to start the day. Great to see Hen and Ski on top, quite literally, because they're following the trend of what we've seen so far this weekend, which is the team that reigns supreme on height tends to take the victory royale, even though the boys sensibly did drop to the grass right in those final moments, Levin.
Yeah, it was interesting. It felt like a bit of a throwback, especially for Hen, man. I feel like that's the kind of way we used to see him win games way back when he was, winning FNCSs with Queasy, and then he definitely a blast on the pass for him. But they got dicey towards the end, right? The sort of final drop down that we're talking about, they both sort of swapped places on from low to high. It wasn't, by their own will. Vasquez sort of got dropped down, and I was thinking, oh my goodness, is Cade gonna really pick him off here? But Hen did the smart thing. He decided to, go in the zone, play his med kits, and they solidified a win.
Yeah, and that just shows how much development that Hen has had as a player. I think, maybe Hen a couple of chapters ago would have tried to take those eliminations, try to be the hero there, but what he did was really, really smart, went back into that storm, and it was a weird endgame for me, that. I felt like it was very, very smooth sailing for that team all the way up on top. They had one elimination up until that very last moment. It seemed like nobody wanted to go for height. They really reinforced themselves well with all that metal, and nobody else was looking up. I think everyone else is right. Okay, we're in the placement points right now. Let's try and ride out this as much as possible and not try and go for height. So it looks like high ground might be a little bit of an option for some of our teams today.
It feels a bit like all of the duos are a bit reticent to fight as well. Even early game, they were just so not even thinking about getting tagged, to the point where Storm Surge kicked in as Zone 4 and started whooping some behind. Let's check out the leaderboard and find out what happened to our other duos. Do remember that Hen and Ski, they haven't got their spot in the grand finals yet. There's no golden tickets tonight. Diox and Cade, their rivals in that final moment with a whopping 15 eliminations, have actually found themselves in the #1 spot, 11.
Yeah, to be fair, there is no golden ticket, but I think, for Diox and Cade, it's probably as good as it gets, right? I'd be surprised if this 116 points is not enough to, keep them in that top 25. I'll be real, you look at the way that game sort of wrapped up, you're talking many about, people not necessarily playing for height. I think the zone pools had a big, sort of matter to do with that, especially with how Hen and Vasquez were very dominant up there, right? The sort of last move in zone sort of pulled back. That's why we've been seeing a lot of height takes happen, over the past 2 days. And I think with their top and zone pulling back, a lot of people are looking out there and they're like, yeah, let's not even bother with this one. There's not much room for us. Cade and Diox, though, I'm a big fan of these guys. They're so electric, right? Some of these limbs here from Cade, he's really popping off. And at the end, even the one to take out Vasquez was very gutsy. I don't know if I necessarily say it was the best play I've seen on the play I would have made, had I been playing. But it definitely paid off, to some extent, right? Getting an extra limb. This one here, right? I was like, oh my goodness, this is risky. He's only got a couple HP. But these guys, that's what they do. They're fearless, and they will continue to be a threat in this kind of lobby.
Yeah, really nice fundamentals throughout that mid and low ground layers. They just seem to be looking and taking some easy pickings on players down below. Of course, they didn't get the win. There's just a little bit of a lack of preparation maybe for that heal off, because realistically, we all expected it to go there. They just kind of let that go by them and thought, right, let's just go for more limbs. I want to get more. Was it 15 there they got in the end? So I think in the future games, realistically, they don't necessarily need to get too many points. But for grand finals, I want to see that duo just tile it back just a little bit. Try and think about, okay, let's get some more limbs, but let's make sure we have those meds. Let's set up for success just to make sure we can close out with a win. But if they can do that every game, then, well, I mean, who am I to talk, right?
I wonder if we can see the leaderboard again. And what do you mean, who are you to talk? You are literally an analyst in FNCS. We value your opinion incredibly highly, Mini Miner.
Speak for yourself, Frankie.
Sethy and Cammy, thank you. I'm sure we're going to be talking about them a lot over the next couple of games. But if we go on to the next page, I'm really curious to find out how far Savage managed to get himself and his duo Mongrel, because he had to hold on for so long as a solo, and actually was so impressive that he survived so long. And that, to be honest, is thanks to Robin, because he managed to vine Robin behind the stairs, take him down and take all his refreshes. But unfortunately, it's not quite enough to get him and his partner Mongrel into the top 20, unfortunately, Mini Miner.
Yeah, not quite enough. I don't think they had any placement points in that last game, so it would have been only elimination points that would have got them there. And it was a rough one for them. We saw a nice favorable zone pullback, so I was almost getting flashbacks of Malabuka rebooting Mustache in endgame and then going on and, of course, clutching up the win, but it wasn't quite to be. I think this is a duo, though, that can keep up that sort of endgame consistency. They're uncontested as well, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show. So 2 more games for this team. If they can get there again, hopefully they can find a bit more success, but not the best start for our fan favorites, if you like, here.
I think one of the casters had said, yeah, maybe we can see him do a Malabuka now, Mr. Savage. You know, what's it gonna take for that to happen? And it's like he's good, but he's not quite like the best player in the world, you know. So yeah, that's probably the difference maker here, you know. But no, Savage is very good, and he did good to keep them as running in that game as long as he did. Hopefully, though, you know, less scrappy games from them, and less scrappy games from King and Phaser as well. Right, they were struggling on Surge. Can we see them start to find some rhythm?
The shade you were throwing this evening. First you came from Mongrel, now you're coming from Mr. Savage. Levin, I brought you up to be better than this. Let's head into game number 2 though and continue the upper bracket action with Jacob PR and Takata. Now keep it coming, Levin, I love it.
Look, I cannot wait for Levin to get proven wrong when Mr. Savage and Mongrel take home a VR today. No, I'm calling it. I think I might even change my prediction, Jacob. We said Cammy and Seti are going to be qualifying through consistency, but I want to see a VR as well from Savage and Mongrel.
Nope. Yeah, I'm not on that boat. I'm here to go 3 for 3, and I'm keeping Seti and Cammy as my pick. Let's see if either one of us can be right in this game, because game 2 starts right now.
Almost halfway through the upper bracket. Feels so weird to say it, as there's only 3 matches that will be played out today. The good news is there is opportunity once again in the lower bracket for the bottom 25 duos that do not make it out of this upper bracket to the grand finals. And it looks like Sato and Alex are not going to be going for the quick engagement off the start.
Nah, it's too risky, especially when it's consistency and you went down early in game 1, weren't really able to garner any points. And it's not the same scenario as yesterday where we saw a team at the very bottom of the leaderboard win and advance to the grand finals on NA's side of things, and clearly similar on EU. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what type of game they have here to pick themselves back up, because we've already seen a Victory Royale move players so far up the point threshold in terms of estimations that you got to imagine there's some players that are smooth sailing the rest of the day.
Axe falls for Bob. In the yacht now. It's not a time for a vacation. You're in game 2 of your last chance here in the upper bracket to make grand finals. Last chance, last day, I would say. As Astral, Art Skill, also going for a safer drop here. Seeing what they can do.
Just kind of split looting it. Free shields towards the top. That's going to allow them to say all those bigs, Flowberry Fizz, and minis. So, interesting decision for them to land so far away from a lot of other material, a lot of other loot, but it's about part of their game plan, and there's a launch pad not too far away from them, so they continue moving forward. And I think that sound you just made is perfect for the moment as we tune into Blaha. He just looks like has literally only scraps, a Nemesis AR, a shield fish, missing HP and shield overall, but he's hoping with the team that disengaged away from him is going to buy him enough time that he can not only loot up but get his teammate back into it.
The players doing anything they can to stay up, even if it's surviving with a gray AR, no teammate, and just trying to make something happen. 49 duos still up, 93 players. You can see the pressure that is on for everybody competing here today, and it's just going to make it that much more difficult to get to the late game.
Yeah, Misha and Teeny, they're a team that it comes and goes, it finds its strides. They landed here yesterday, Grand Glacier. Contested throughout the day, whether it was Vena or Tayson or some of those other teams that moved away when they eventually got that win. So they're no strangers to this off-spawn fight. They already have 1 elimination, so that made it that much easier for them as they continue to look for a solo. You and I know, and everybody else at home knows, that solo disengaged. You can see him on the mini-map, but better safe than sorry for Misha and Teeny.
For Astral, though, you can see now the engagement has came through. Art Skill, Astral are going to be up on top, but it looks like they just want to get these elims. It could even be worth it in a lobby this stacked to just go for an engagement, because if you end up getting these elims, it's going to help you significantly with the damage that you have to do. So all you have to do is win that 1-2v2.
Just win right now. It is 2 full duos here. 1 more on the outskirts. And then we talked about that solo not too long ago that's still trying to survive there on the edge. Astral and Art Skill are separated, but they're no strangers to aggression. Putting up a ton of eliminations in game 1. It's almost Robound and Axe Force that I feel like have to be careful in this fight, which is saying a lot, because it's usually me saying the opposite as Astro goes in, gets the piece control, quick defense and disengage coming out of Axe Force and Robound. This is not the best place to fight. Some of those walls are going to be unbreakable, and already you're seeing it start off. Artskill doing the right thing, keeping his position on the high ground, but with the separation that they have, all it takes is 1 second, one decision being made by Axe Force and Robound to try to pull rush into the box, and that could be it.
Almost got the roof through the vents now down below. Axe Force is stuck. The engagement commences as now both players taking shards, but Artskill is going to be the one that gets knocked down. Astral now forced into a 1 versus 2 situation, but Rabob and Axe Force do not have a lot of HP to work with.
This is exactly what I was scared of. I thought it was going to happen the other way around, but they try to jump into the box. Artskill just gets trapped, and 2v1, not enough damage coming out of Astral. So he's forced to disengage, play on the back foot. Flowberry Fizz is going to get the shields. The HP is going to get granted as well with a couple of med kits on the low ground. So I thought this was a tough spot to be in before, and it got even harder for Astral.
Good news is he does have 175 effective HP, but is it going to be enough to eliminate both players? He gets one more to go, unable to secure it. Rabob not safe yet as another duo has entered.
That's Voco and Vortexers. I saw them on the side, but I didn't think they were going to disrupt the fight on the boat. Over towards the yacht. Now Roban's by himself. They already got one team down and out. They got his teammate eliminated, and now they're just completely pushing forward. And the more he moves down low to the low ground, he's either going to get cut off by the vault or cut off by Vortexers right above him.
You can see the launch pad as well has been boxed up, thinking ahead. But this situation for Avon is not the one that you want to be in.
He was hot on the heels, chasing, making him expend so many materials to get out of here. But he did a quick cut back to the other side. Vault's there, trapping him off. Exit. Tries to go around to try to find some safety, but they pre-coned it on the other side, and finally is able to find some sort of escape. Of Voco and Vortexers, it's set up as a short pad, so he's still on the yacht. It's like a scary movie where you're stuck at sea. Roban can't escape.
He keeps running. Will he be able to make it out as Vortexers now is gonna end his marathon and secure those extra 2 little eliminations?
That was such great awareness from Voco and Vortexers to kind of block off the pad on one side early on. They saw that the other one was blocked off due to the earlier fight, and they knew he wasn't able to escape that whole time, so they stayed aggressive, and it paid off. They get 2 eliminations out of that exchange on a couple different players. That's going to give them 8 points to start this game off.
Building up to see if they can find any duos close by, get a few extra tags, but let's see what's happening out of the ocean. As Seti is being chased by Noah and his duo partner, trying to swim away. I'm not sure how that ended up. It looks like Seti still is on the run, now with only 24 HP. Does have some minis, does have a couple med kits, but it's going to be so difficult, Jacob.
Yeah, this is not what you want to have happen from one of the more consistent teams throughout the last couple of years. They started this one in 6th place with 60 points, which it's actually a good amount of confidence that you're building, but with Cammy going down, with 45 teams still alive, it's going to cause some disturbance here, but Seti doing a good job escaping. There's not too many teams around. He's going to be able to refarm where he needs it, but you can see a lot of his material is going to be stacked up already. So for Seti, it's just about buying time. There's a ton of time on that reboot card, so eventually, we've seen him before and we'll see it again. He's going to go back, trying to bring Cammy back into this game.
Mongrel Savage now looking a bit more isolated compared to the previous match. They do have a lot more materials to work with. They were struggling a bit on that in the first game, but now what we know is they need damage, and that is exactly what they are hunting for.
Yeah, just outside of the bubble. It's only been 1 game so far, so the points are going to shift, of course. But it's got to be a terrible feeling knowing that everything that you were able to do, get your teammate back into the game, give yourself a chance, went right out the window. But you got to have like a pitcher's mentality. You got to be able to forget in the next inning, or in this case, the next game. The Savage and Mongrel looking to get aggressive on the Voco and Vortexers, who already have their eliminations and their surge up until this point.
making sure to not get overly aggressive, as also third zone has appeared. They do kind of have the positional advantage. For King and FaZe are in a similar situation here as they make their way on into zone. They finished with their loot path. They've started on the rotate. The question is, do they have that surge path? Where do they want to base up here? What do they want to do? What's the plan to deal that damage?
Yeah, I'm really interested to kind of continue to follow their story. If they can just continue to make it to these end games and handle their Storm Surge. The Bevy and Pablo versus Darky and Darkus, who fought hard, earned themselves a spot here in our upper bracket round 3. But Bevy and Pablo, they've been fighting tooth and nail all weekend long in the upper bracket side of things to try and advance to the grand finals. Things haven't been working out for them, but if they can pop off here in these next couple of games, 3 total overall, the first you've already seen, they can definitely make all that they fought for and all that stress that they went through worth it.
Said he crouched behind the wall. 3 duos in the area. One of them is a solo. Said he could just look for the 1v1, but what I think he's doing now is just playing it safe. Issue is, if he plays it safe, he's not going to have enough damage when Storm Surge starts ticking. We saw how quickly it commenced. So he really has to kind of take a risk here.
Yeah, and strangely, not really strange, but back to kind of these stack lobbies that we know and love. It was 4th zone. It was 4th zone in that last game where Storm Surge activated and really caused a lot of terrors to some of these teams. So Seti is now officially on the clock. Depending on how much damage he has, the Hydro seems like he's going to be already on the run. Fast Strokey unable to really cover the distance, so he's trying to cause disruptions in a lot of those builds. He did enough to reunite with his teammate, but there's a lot of players positioned around just outside of Snooty Steps that have to make the same rotation in towards the zone.
Grapple Blade being put to good use as the 2 duos out of zone now. Plan their rotate. Looks like one of them is going to go around the edge, but Strokey is going to capitalize on the situation. Unable to land his shots, though. 133 onto walks. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, good surge. 83 players alive. If it does activate in the 4th zone, it needs to go down to 78 total players, which isn't much. So at this stage of the game, you could potentially out-heal it, but then what heals would you have for later on in the game? 4 teams kind of stacked up on this side of zone, some in, some out toward Fast Strokey and Hydro. They're going to be positioned below that mountain where Kirsten and his duo are at, and that's the team that is going to gatekeep those guys on that side of the map.
Making use here of the pistol, which will lock onto the opponents. We've been seeing it used more and more throughout the matches to get Storm Surge. You said it yourself, Jacob, all the players rotating crash pads, grapple blades, a lot of flying targets that this can help with.
I see where their idea is at. They're on the top of a mountain. They're hoping teams rotate on by, but they're at the edge of zone already. There's not going to be too many opportunities to really utilize that smart pistol. So I want to see them go forward in towards zone. I see Savage and Mongo not too far off from Voco and Vortexers, to where you already know Snooty Steps is in the minimap. This side of the zone is pretty stacked with a lot of hungry players. And you can see every second that you do spend taking damage in zone, whether you can out-heal it or not, is a second that you can't last at the end of the game playing for those heal-off scenarios. So depending on Mongrel, Savage, who takes more zone, you might have to switch that med kit around when late game comes.
No one out, gonna be the first of the duo to get up onto Rift Island to claim it and secure that extra loot. And not only loot, that positioning as well, an opportunity to refarm up that brick that was used to kind of build the cover. Normally, once you get here very quickly, other duos won't even really try to contest it anymore, but it's a good place to be. You
can see all that farm. Can't get too much metal up here, but brick and wood, that's where you're going to find the most success, refarming a lot of this. And we've already seen some sneaky plays of players hiding in the house on Rift Island, trying to push out. You see them chopping down the floor. Podesai and Snazy far off of the zone. You see how contested one side of the map is. Well, here's the other. You see not too many players positioned around Snazy and Podesai, which is a blessing in some cases, but in this one, it's a curse. They're down on Surge, and Seti's down altogether, trying to fight for him and Cammy. He goes down. So that 6th place start that they had to this game is definitely going to make him fall down the leaderboard with that elimination there with 40 players alive.
They were at 60 points going into this match in 6th place. It's top 25 that makes it to the grand finals after the 3 matches. And all they have left now is the 3rd match of the day, the last match of the upper bracket. Snazy Podesai, though, looking to see if they can find any pickings from the duos that will be rotating late into zone.
They need it. The Surge wasn't necessarily the best last we saw, but at least it's gonna kind of shut off for now. And the next time we see it appear, if players aren't as active as in the next zone, zone 5, that's where it would bring us down to 64 players. And that's something we've seen in the first game. A lot of them suffering, not able to get the damage early on, so they're forced into a position as the game progresses. Marius and Sandguild, they're at the edge of zone where not too many teams are, so you see them moving forward and forward, closer and closer to the center, so that way they can actually have an opportunity to get Surge if they need it.
You can see they're kind of using the mountain here to try and block line of sight, so they only use a couple builds there alongside the rotate. I drop Nebs using the classic strategy of just replacing out buildings to get back the materials you use to take cover here while you wait for the zones to unfold. 0 elims though. Hopefully they have been looking around for damage. They have quite a few duos in the surrounding area, so there is opportunity, especially if they get a bit more elevated.
You can see as they rotated towards that house, they heard that team position next to them. That was Marius and Sango. See them peeking through the cone. Information. Shots if they can get them. Nothing's going to be able to peek through, but as all that action's going down, Wheat takes down Misha, leaving Teeny by himself. We've seen them both do wonders, rebooting late into some of these games of the past, but can they do it again as Yapko and Blaha a little separated from one another, but this isn't necessarily too strange from what we've seen here. It allows him to cover more ground and get more opportunities for potential shots just like this as he has his eye on Swizzy and Putrick.
Remember how they started? Blaha eliminated Yapko.
Ooh, yeah.
14, I think, 20 HP, gray AR, nothing to work with, and now they are above Storm Surge with mobility, with medkits, with minis. But they're split up. Blaha has been found. They think he's a solo. Yapko quickly going to save his teammate.
Yeah, the time it there takes to get to your teammate could be the difference between getting eliminated, going back to the lobby, and having a successful defense. 170 above the damage threshold as well, which means they don't have to make too many risky peeks. And I asked about Teeny. He has the Grand Glacier, Mythic Enforcer. I should say the Nemesis, but after that, without a teammate, it is going to be tough, especially since he has only bandages. So going back into the zone isn't necessarily going to be the best play from him. Snazy and Podesai finally found a team to get aggressive against. 62, continuously falling. 71, now being infected by Storm Surge itself. This is where they're slowly but surely inching themselves between a rock and a hard place.
62 below. Pressure is on as the ticks come through. Flowberry Fizz pop to get that mobility, but also heal up as now the wall replace comes through. So many duos in the surrounding area, though. You have to be careful here. One little mistake is all it takes to get eliminated as Sky looking for an angle. Podesai, Snazy, both players without shield now, as they could just be 1 or 2 ticks away from going to the lobby.
Yeah, I think Sky and Scroll know something's up. They know they got to be suffering to Storm Surge, playing very, very defensively, popping a shot when it matters most, drops down on a Podesai, finishes the gentle mate, sends him back to the lobby in anything but gentle fashion.
Huge for Sky and Scroll, though. Now almost 400 above, and one of the most dangerous Storm Surge scenarios. Extra loot, extra mats. Inside of the zone, they could even expand. They don't need to, though. You can see how many builds are there. Maybe up a little bit. Mongrel Savage, not completely good in terms of Surge, but definitely an improvement from last matches. Now they realize they want to get that damage. Mongrel instantly going for a wall, just 4 above. If he could land one shot, it could be the savior.
Yeah, this game has been hard for them together, Surge. It's almost like a rotating similar for them. They've been on the go since the beginning of the game, so there's no real opportunity for them to stop, box up, and pop shots like you see so many other teams getting the luxury. So now they're forced into a position like this, down on Surge, rotating, forced to fight up against another team. And you see Savage and Mongo just trying to spray into the box. Gears and Chari trying to play defensive. It's working for now as they continue to fall below the damage threshold. 25 below. It's still one play shot, but nobody's giving them the opportunity to land.
Storm Surge active. Now, decision to get inside the box. They do it. Can they come out on top, though, as Mongrel has not been able to connect the shots needed yet. Savage has gone down. Now left as a solo. Gets cracked. More players applying pressure. Just 7 HP to work with. Mongrel has to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, back-to-back games where they're stuck in a position, forced to have a chaotic fight to get the surge that they need. And it goes and happens again. This time, it's Mongrel who survives instead of Savage. But it just goes to show that their plan, because they're forced to rotate so early and for so long, is just going right out the window. With only one game and one opportunity left, he has to make the most of the position he's in as a solo.
300 metal, can make a few boxes, but has to go a long ways to make it to zone. Couple shots from the AR is all that it's going to take Mongrel out now. As he's kind of rolling the dice here as he rotates, hoping he does not get shot, but there it is. Huge tags onto Hen. It could be enough to put him above. It's 11 above now. All he has to do is make it in.
Yeah, at least now he can rotate up the mountain instead of just following the team and fighting whoever's in front of him, but slowly slips on down. Might be a little blessing in disguise because you saw how stacked that side of the mountain was towards the top. Find some more shots on a Teeny and an elimination because we saw Misha go down early on in this game in the feed. But now he's under pressure, sandwiched between two different teams, top and bottom. He needs a couple seconds here to alleviate the pressure because he's able to find a med kit, but out of builds, out of time. They go down to Horace and Scree.
Not safe yet, though. It looks like they're just on the borderline of zone. I'm not even sure if they're in. It looks like they barely are. Zone has actually pulled pretty well from them. They do have a nice rotate along the right side here. But being 7 below, they knew they just need a few tags. Maria, Sangil, if they need tags as well, they might just take the trade, but it's not even going to be a trade. It's going to be a knock. Now with the advantage, they go for the engagement.
Even with the elimination that they found in the backside of zone, they're still suffering to surge. And you're seeing the huge difference from the weekly qualifiers, even the lower bracket, leading up until these stacked lobbies. On the upper bracket side of things, you have to be able to switch your game plan and your play style at the drop of a hat because Surge right now is the biggest problem throughout the past 2 games.
Surge is annihilating every single duo in this lobby. Kiro Kiduo, even with 2 elims, only 53 above, as now you can see the amount of duos grappling through the field. It looks like a party. All the players flying through.
Ooh, nice little cheeky shot right there. Love the attempt to come out, but finally finds a spot. Still not in zone, though, but they're just trying to stagger themselves, let a lot of the playing field bypass them, and that's going to be Kiduo's job to try to find that safety. Their next rotation calls it out. They're going to be on the move. Shimoki's on the move as well, but he's 38 below the damage threshold. Even with an elimination on the DKS, he still has to figure out what he's going to do to continue to find these shots, especially being under pressure just like that.
24 shield, doesn't have time to pop minis, has to focus on zone, on damage, being a solo as well. You can see the pressure continues being applied by all the duos, seeing these players rotating in late. Andalex close by, stuck below this ridge, does not have a lot of vision on anything at all. But Sato and Andalex, they're looking a lot healthier than the other duos so far.
What a way to make up for going down off spawn in game 1, making it pretty far, but still not far enough. Only a couple teams going down as granted placement points up until this stage. The medallion being passed around, making sure to conserve as many of the heals as possible. The heal, somebody healing off towards the backside of zone. That's going to be Shimoku. We already know he's a solo, and he's taking damage to Storm Surge all on top of that. Uses the med kit. Now the minis are coming out. The continuous heals shows that it's a sign of weakness, and Andalex and Sato are going to take advantage of that fact. Wow.
Huge impact, but they have to continue, Jacob. It just gets more difficult here as Andalex is doing what he can to move on forwards. He's lost his duo partner. He's popping mini after mini, 64 below, and it's going to keep ticking down. Just 40 players up, now 39. Everybody is running around, doing damage, trying just to survive and make it to zone as Andalex is the next one to be taken out. Kiduo, though, incredibly healthy. Chemistry is on, full duo, and they continue striking.
And probably one of our most consistent and dangerous duos that is still left in this lobby, and they have their eyes set on the speed. Luckily for him, quick thinking, he gets above and out with that grapple blade to safety, but they're still down 116 below the threshold, but I feel like that's not too much of a worry for them. They stagger themselves once more, and with that, they're going to continue to jump in front of a lot of the teams, and the Flowberry Fizz, the elevation, they're going to have an opportunity to get some shots as soon as they get to the front side.
High ground's elevated, but not incredibly high. They're actually very close to the second height layer as Kiduo and Kiro still are able to group up together with so many people in the surrounding area. All they want to do here is get ahead.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. And they did such a great job handling being down on Surge, getting ticked away. Now it's not necessarily going to be a worry for them. The rest of the game, it's all about coming out on top. Bevies, Pablo Wingu, backside of zone, staggering themselves just a little bit too long, but that's just so they can get the Flowberry Fizz off and move just like that to the front side of zone. But Bevies, he gets lost along the way. Pablo's stuck by himself. Multiple teams are pressuring all around him. He's just trying to survive.
9 builds, now looking where that shot hits it. It's Sky. Does he get the knock? Was it robbed? He got it, but he has to go ahead.
Yep, cannot get that loot, and there goes the high ground opportunity for Noah and Aqua. They're going to go above and over, but they landed a couple shots, and the chop comes down. That gives them the confidence to try to maintain it. We've seen it happen throughout the weekend and in game 1 so far. High ground has been winning these games and setting the leaderboard on fire.
Noah and Aqua looking like they're back. Can they close it off as walks Pixie in the dirt, gets a nice elim, picks up Cherry. Now a bit more materials to bring them forward.
Even a med kit dropping behind, but that's going to be Pixie's job to make sure he finds it. Dandy goes in. That's a huge fight towards the backside of zone. One's going to get dropped. Walks is doing all he can, but there's still so many teams trickling down. He's trying to stay above that low ground layer. You have to try to avoid it, and he's doing such a good job. Backside of zone, Snocks get found, and another shot. Walks lands it. An elimination before going down, but the top 2 situation for Kiro and Kiduo.
Kiro has 2 medkits, but no materials. Gets cracked. Is going to be unable. Heal off denied by Noah, and the double elimination from Aqua, and Noah secures them the victory royale.
They pushed the team off their POI in game 1, uncontested in game 2, and they rode that horse all the way across the finish line. It was almost picture perfect because throughout all that chaos, there was very few times I saw Noah Aqua under distress.
Perfectly executed high ground retake, and now back-to-back matches where we didn't see an insane heal off. In the first one there was a small one, but with all the surge and all the action that's being unfolded throughout the late games, these players are running out of materials so quickly, running out of loot, running out of consumables, that they can't even really try to play the heal off, especially when you have that much aggression from a duo like Noah and Aqua.
And it looked like they're playing a game of peekaboo there on low ground. Noah shoots from one side. It didn't look like Hero knew where it even came from. Aqua drops down to the other, finishes that game off, and I feel like Noah and Aqua going under the radar on the broadcast, but they've definitely earned a huge amount of points and likely got themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Look, that's definitely on my list of things that I love to see, but also there are 3 things that I love to see, and that's Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. So let's see what you got.
Thank you so much, guys. Very sweet this evening, making the most of our last broadcast of the week and making the most of what is a very short upper bracket session. We've only got one more game left. Game number 2 was taken by Noah and Aqua, and it was quite smooth sailing for the boys during that game, uncontested at the start of it. For everyone else, definitely a tougher situation, but how did Noah and Aqua take it in the end, Levin?
It was the classic. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's Aqua on height. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. My region is healing. Balance is being restored to EU. Aqua's on high ground. No, it's not from first moving zone, fair enough, but it's still there. Noah Riley was going up. When he was going up, I was there going, hold on a minute, what's going on here? He's like auto-shotting people. Like, as he's flying through the sky, it is just, oh, it feels so good to see Aqua back That's another big thing where he's been gone for so long when it comes to the big moments, and to see him on this stage now again is it's beautiful. I'm happy.
Yeah, when I saw them get that victory, I just double checked. What year are we in? Because we've got Hen winning on height, we've got Aqua winning on height. In 2 games. I mean, this is crazy stuff. And as you mentioned, really nice height take, nicely played endgame as well. I think it was 8 eliminations they managed to get there at the end. So just nice height fundamentals. We saw a little bit less height contestation in game number 1. This time, a little bit more teams need that big game. But these guys, I think they were in like top 10 going into this last game. So they're just playing with the utmost confidence right now. And if they can continue to dominate off spawn and make sure they can have that drop spot uncontested, it's a team to look out for in grand finals.
Minnie, do you think it's because it's a return to a format we've seen in the past, and maybe they're getting nostalgia vibes themselves?
Maybe. I mean, I know Aqua's always been on top of the high ground. It's always been his sort of thing. He's had a few issues with injuries and stuff like that in the past, right? So I think that's hindered him a little bit. In terms of the format, I think maybe we'd expect him to do a little bit better in the sort of victory formats. We haven't really seen too much from this team yet. So it's great to see them on the big stage. It's great to see them back performing well. I know a lot of people would recognize these names as top tier players in EU, and it's nice to see them back there again.
Well, let's take a look and see how our top tier expected names did on the leaderboard, and also to see if there are any newcomers to the throne. And actually, looking at that 11, it's almost like the usual suspects.
I mean, look, might be unpopular to say, I didn't think Aqua would ever come back and play without Siphon. I mean, it's the unpopular thing to do. I just never thought I'd see it, to be fair. But look at him, he's up here in first place. And look, there's a good chance now that is going to be that for them in terms of they have made it through. I think that will be enough points. I doubt anybody in the lobby is going to be able to have that much amount of points to overtake them. So really, really positive vibes from them. Of course, Diox and Cage still up there. Hen and Vasquez still looking good. I think the big thing now is that for the teams that maybe aren't, looking comfortable, aren't set up, really nicely going into that last game, it's real pressure time. Real pressure time.
It is. I mean, this is difficult. We see Kira and Kiduo there moving up 42 places. Nice big game for those guys. Of course, that forecast tower having a big part to play. And of course, it's not just these first names that are going to be on the screen. It's going to be the next page as well. That this is really where things start to get a little bit difficult for our teams like Prism and Casper, who are just on that edge. You see Pablo and Beby's having a good game finally there as well. Even Seti and Cami here. This is a duo that I expected them to sort of cruise this format. It's a little bit more consistency based now. It's not all about the win. I expect them to be in the top 5 guaranteed, but this is going to be a dicey last game for them.
They just need to make an end game together. That seems to have been the struggle this weekend. They're both not in the position to take it by force together, and these 2v2 situations we're starting to see in the end game, it's just like, for example, Hen and Ski, they managed to trade each other out, and Seti and Cami, they're just not able to do that. Now, taking a look at page 3, 25 is where you want to be, 25 and above, because if you make the top 25 after this next game, the final game of the upper bracket, you've booked yourself a place in the grand final. So this last page is a perilous place to be. I mean, Swizzy and Puchik right now, 11, sitting at number 27.
Yeah, they're just on the outside, and so again, it's crunch time. When you're a former champion, which is what they are, we have to respect them as such. There are expectations that come with that, and so you'd like to hope they can deal with that pressure. And honestly, I think that leaderboard there, you just look at it and you go, it shows how tough the region is really right now, man. A lot of those players have had great moments so far this season. Just below them, the Frizzy and Howley, a couple weeks ago in qualifiers or a couple games, I was thinking, wow, these guys look good this season, and bang, look where they are. So it's like, it's a really, really tough, playing field. But ultimately, that's what makes EU.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for these guys, they have the lower bracket as well later on. So they don't manage to qualify through. There is still that second chance. But of course, all of our teams, they want to get it done early. They want to get it done now. And this is where the format almost changes for teams that are maybe from like 30th to maybe 35th, 40th, around that sort of area of the leaderboard. Maybe why not try and go for the win? This is almost a victory format for those type of teams right now on the bottom of the leaderboard. So it's all about this big last game. And of course, it's kind of weird to say last game already. I feel like we've only just got started.
Well, you heard the mini minor. It's time for these duos to get it done in the final one of the upper bracket with Takata and Jacob PR.
It is the final countdown, the last and best chance on the upper bracket side of things to qualify to the grand finals. Top 25 Takata is all it takes, because if you don't, you go down to that lower bracket and then you have to place top 15.
Look, King, Phaser, Mongrel, Savage. These are all players that are currently outside of that top 25 and need to make something happen to qualify through this upper bracket. I'm getting nervous myself, Jacob, and I'm not even playing.
Yeah, well, I'm at the edge of my seat already, and don't be surprised the chair is out the window. You see me standing at the end of this game because that's how the action has been going. Even though we had one game kind of go off to a heel off, all those heel offs have been out the window. Players want to win. They want to take over. They want to deserve that spot, rightfully so, by taking over some of these games. And Takada, with the last chance left on the other side, let's go ahead and see who's going to take it.
This is game 3 of the upper bracket. Last chance to qualify through the grand finals in this upper bracket. The bottom 25 duos will be competing again shortly in the lower bracket, where you have to get top 15. It's more difficult, Jacob. Not as many spots available. But even if you're in the bottom half of the leaderboard right now, and it is the last match, all it takes is one big game and it will bump you into that top 25 and you can get the qualification.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the point standings, 25th, 40 points is all it takes. A win is 65. So you mix that in with a couple eliminations, even if you have 0, you still have a good chance at qualifying, but you have to be able to dig deep here in this game. And we talked about King and Phaser. Well, we're not going to talk about them anymore. They go down early on in game 1, but luckily for them, it's not over just yet. They still have the lower bracket.
Still have that next chance to make it happen. But look, it's just that much more motivation, Jacob. Let's take a look, though. What's been happening in the Reckless Railways is what Phaser and King ended up getting elimed. Misha, though, Nathan, CZB, Grand Glacier, a lot more action in this final match, Jacob.
Yep, with everything on the line, it's almost a must, and he drops on top of Teeny with a well-placed couple of shots, and... Wait, did everybody go down? What?
Everybody got eliminated. The Grand Glacier is now not so grand. It's an empty glacier without anybody there. Volko Vortexers, Pleasant Piazza, another duo up.
I'm still at a loss for words. It's not very often you see something like that. If anybody looks at the elimination feed and sees both of those teams go down, that is free loot if I've ever seen it myself. A medallion. Eventually they will notice because of the medallion. But that is going to be an opportunity they have to take advantage of. Just like Volko and Vortex, there's a little bit of high ground that they have over Fast Strokey and Hydro. They're just trying to cement their position. But since this fight started so early on, both of these teams very, very low on resources. And that's going to be the shining hope to try to take advantage. You even got Vortexers on the other side trying to cause some commotion. But he has to be careful. He's so far separated from Volko. We've already seen that's all it takes for a team to try to get a knock.
Making sure to find the angles here. At the same time, replenishing a bit of materials in these early game fights. You're so low, only 7 builds. You have to be constantly farming and looking for opportunities. You can't just be sitting there. And that's exactly what Volko Vortexes are doing. As they continue to loot and see maybe if they can open up an opportunity later on in this engagement.
Yeah, I like the idea here. You don't have to put it all on the test here, especially knowing that this is going to be the very last game. And depending on where you're at on the leaderboard, eliminations are going to be a must. For others, it's just a well-placed game. Moneymaker and Fernayan trying to rotate on out. They didn't like their position going against Wheat and Shimoki. Even if they seemingly do have an advantage, I like that conscientious decision to kind of play this game out more. Give yourself more of a chance instead of risking it all there in that one fight. And they find somebody trying to sneak on. The Hunted has become that, and there it goes. The first knock is going to come through. Just is trying to run away. He gets spotted out by Moneymaker. Fernayan and him, you got to imagine they're going to be hot on this chase.
They were crouching. Almost Fernayan kind of acted as bait there, and Moneymaker capitalized on that to get some quick shots and even get the knock, leading to this 2v1 where they're going to look to finish it off.
Yep, one goes up over. Fernayan on the other side, trying to cut off any escape routes. Breaking into the box. Fernayan takes a huge amount of shots. He actually goes down. It's going to leave it all up to Moneymaker. But that's going to be no problem from one of the fastest shining stars that we have in EU Fortnite.
We were talking about it. Let's actually kind of see here what happened to Grand Glacier. It looks like there was a trade. Both players gone down.
That's just very unfortunate. Depending on where they're out in the leaderboard, it might just be one of those decisions that you regret. And yep, Misha, Teeny to the lower bracket, they go as well. It's just one of those things that happen here. Fortnite, even if you're kind of a favorite or a star, but Pevly and Bablo trying to go ahead and push forward. They probably spotted out both Moneymaker and F9 and finished this fight, so they have a sense of how weak they actually are. And so they're just trying to take advantage while they can, but at the same time, you know as well as I do, they don't want this fight to stall out, put themselves in a bad spot, waste a lot of the materials in which they don't have. So I think it's going to be a smart decision for them to disengage.
Pablo Bevies have been looking quite strong today, securing a good amount of points throughout these matches. You can see currently in 17th with 56. They are in the cutoff range right now. They don't really need a big game. They just have to hold on.
Yeah, 56 points. I want to say I feel like they would be safe with a top 15, maybe even a top 10. Even less than that, but you know, I'm playing it safe here, thinking at the points, trying to be a mathematician, but there's nobody around. They're going to find some safety, loot up, figure out what their plan is. The Grand Glacier, we saw the double elimination from both of those teams. The medallion stayed up for so long, and I thought this was going to happen, and finally it does, but it's not just one team that moves over in this direction. It's two, but Nebs and I drop. They're the quick ones that make the move for the actual NPC. You see, they get the mythic Nemesis, and they have the medallion, and you see they're making their way towards the vault as well.
From the trade in Grand Glacier to now, the loot being secured by iDrop and Nebs. Full on vote, mythic loadout. But there is another duo close by. We can see that this is one of the duos that needs to make something happen in this match, being outside of the top 25.
Specs and tarps. Relvis is getting double teamed by Marius and Sanguild. Kefi is there to alleviate some of the pressure, but the damage has definitely been done, and you see an HP getting dropped off just like that. Relvis is going to go down. Kefi is at least able to fight back, but 10 HP and a dream here. Sanguild is trying to break in towards the other box. His teammate has to have made some sort of communication about how weak he actually is. And you know in his inventory, I don't know if Sanguild knows, but there's no HP to regain. So this is going to be a fight that's easily finishable, just like that, especially with the mythic loot from Lavish Layer.
Quick elim and instantly deciding to disengage now. Has damage, has loot, has everything he needs except for his duo partner. As Sanguild now can play it extra slow even with the 2 medkits. I mean, having this loadout, having these materials, you really just have to make sure you do a very safe reboot on your duo partner, and he's right back into the game.
Yeah, and you have to imagine Rebels Roost, not too many teams land over on this side of the map, and especially when they rotate, they tend to kind of rotate on over towards the east, maybe a little bit of a south. So great reboot. We know he's going to get his teammate back into the game with very little opposition off of the actual reboot. How they continue the game, where they find their loot is going to be a whole nother question as we jump on board. We and Shimoki outside of the bubble, 30th place, only 22 points garnered up until this point. They have a blueprint. They just need to be able to execute on that here, successful in this game.
Top 25 sitting at 40 points. So they are not too far, but it's still a bit of a ways. As Sanguild Marius now, shortly after the reboot, once again got themselves into another battle. Marius has been cracked. They have 3 builds to recuperate what has been taken away from them. The question is the duo that's fighting them going to continue applying that pressure? Are they going to continue looking for these eliminations, or are they going to back off?
And I think they answered your question very, very quickly. Look at the mini map. They're going to disengage. And I mentioned not too many teams were on this side of the map, but Dexy and Eclipse, they actually land at Rebels Roost. So they're one of the few teams there. And with a little short fight, a lot of those shots being popped off, another team hears it, wants to join in on the action. So there's third-party potential over here towards Rebels Roost.
Taking a look at what happened with Mongrel and Savage at the forecast tower. Looks like They did manage to get it. So now they do have that advantage to see where the upcoming zones are gonna appear. Hopefully they can use that to get a big game, as it's what they need.
At least we're keeping the hope alive. Swizzy, Bootrick is trying to get their surge. Has to be careful. A little bit of a quick scope coming from the other side. Even though Swizzy has been unable to land a couple of these shots, it's the attempts that matter most. Whew. Every time I see that glare, I get a little scared for him. Those quick pop shots. And we've seen this season, due to those weapon modifications, the angled foregrip, it allows you to have a quicker aim down sights, and that's what you've seen a lot of players run on these Reaper snipers.
That's scary. I mean, we've seen what can be done. One shot to the head is all it takes to knock down your opponent. Swizzy, Puchik, one of the duos that are on the cutoff right now. They're not on 25th, but they have the same amount of points as the duo there. Roban, Axe Force, already boxed up. No medkits or shields, though.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, they do have their weapon cache below them that's already loading up. Not too many teams nearby looking like they are going to contest. Or at least not just yet. They have their own weapon caches to worry about. Seti and Cammy are picked for the day, even if you might have traded along the way. Still have hope for them in this game. Seti just forced into some very tough spots in that last game. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to come out on top. But that's why we have 3 games, and it's all up to consistency. They performed decently well in game 1. So they're hoping here with a well-performed game, they can advance directly to the grand finals and not have to play another set in the lower bracket.
Look, the good news of having different predictions today is it's not just one duo that secures it in the last match from the Victory Royale. There's 25 duos, so all you have to do is get enough points to get into that top 25. Hoping that both of our predictions are able to do that. Even if you can see Savage and Mongrel down in 37th with 12 points. They're gonna need quite a decent game here. But with the forecast tower, with the loot, I have high hopes.
And I will say with this point format, and especially it being only 3 games, and you heard the analysts talk about it, 1 game will literally push you up that leaderboard and kind of give you the highest probability of qualifying to the grand finals, depending on how your other 2 games went on the day up until this point. Kiro and Kuruo got to be feeling so strong up until this point. Podosai and Snazy just trying to continue their forward projection. You never want to be the farthest back in zone, especially on a max pool, which we're going to get here in a couple of zones, that 50-50 moving away from Rift Island.
Try to stay away from the edge of zone here. Don't want to kind of get on that repetitive stagger of just making it into zone, going for tags. Once again, zone starts closing. Try and rotate. You want to kind of get a bit deeper if possible, but the issue is, with the amount of players that have been staying up throughout these matches, the amount of damage that you've had to do, it's been incredibly difficult to be comfortable enough and have enough resources, damage, and everything needed to just focus on positioning. As for Strokey, even inside of fencing fields here, is still looking for that elimination, but with the med kit, he has the time to stay here longer.
Yeah, still has 1 more left in his inventory as well. I was thinking they were eyeing that opportunity to try to get the elimination, but I was thinking it's too far. They're so deep into zone. Even if they do get it, it's going to waste a lot of time and resources, so they're going to crash pad, Flowberry Fizz their way to safety. Axe Force gets successfully revived by Roban at the bottom, and for the first time here in 3 games, a very, very contested loot island.
Roban now gonna kind of decide, do we stay on the edge here and take shots, or do we go for the third party, as they know there's an engagement for the flag? But Mongrel and Mr. Savage look like they're in a bit of their own complicated situation. As Mongrel, it's gonna be Savage actually who gets cracked now. Opens up that option for the opposing duo to play a bit more aggressive if they want to. But I think they're just happy with the damage they've done. Being in 4th place, I mean,
I was gonna say the same thing. That's Hen and Vasquez at the bottom. They literally have nothing to lose taking any fight here for the rest of the game. Still, though, for Savage and Mongrel, 10 teams need to go down before those placement points start to click in. So very, very vital. They play a smooth, safe game as Mixon's already down. Pings just trying to go ahead and create more space. It's actually a revive that did go through, and successfully, I might add, even with another player above them positioned around, they're at least getting themselves back up, not forcing the rest of this altercation.
You can still see at the bottom right of the mini-map. Looks like there's even more duos on Rift Island. I think I only saw one of them down below. Ping Mixin. Gonna be on the hunt for Vox, though. Be careful, Voxy. As now, it looks like it's gonna be incredibly difficult to get out of this, and there it is. 4 elims now for Mixin.
It was impossible. It was impossible for him to run away. I don't know if he dropped it or not, but yeah, he did. You see it on the side. He had the smart pistol. So while Pings was putting down suppressive fire, breaking the builds, anytime he crash padded or moved away through the sky, Mixin was just lighting him up with that smart pistol, forced him into a box fight scenario. And in 2v1, those are almost unsurvivable against a team in a lobby like this. So great work and great wherewithal from Mixin to be able to switch in and out of that inventory to make the plays just like that.
You can see they're also in the center of zone almost. And there was barely any duos in the surrounding area. A majority of them are on the corner of the zone here. They've been rotating quite late and also just staying beside all of the other players that have also not had a lot of freedom to rotate in early. Blaha Yapko now boxed up in zone, looking around.
A lot of teams feeling like they found their safety. Rift Island already kind of moved out towards the zone, so I think a little bit more north on this one. Maybe towards that open patch of water, especially with some of the zones we've seen so far. But being in center, like you mentioned not too long ago, gives you the greatest chance being able to rotate once that 50-50 does pull. This Blaha and Yapko are almost right on the line. The point threshold currently stands at 40. They're at 42. Not a full elimination separates them and the other side of that bubble.
And Alexado getting closer to Rift Island. All these duos we've been seeing outside the threshold, praying that they can make something happen in this last match. Choosing to box up close to another duo here. They could know, or at least assume, that they're boxed up on a rift. And as zone has pulled far, all these duos now are planning their rotate.
You know, I think back though to some of those teams that were able to fight for that weapon cache. Some of them got them uncontested as well. Probably already making that rotation over. But Andalex, Sato, they don't typically go for it, which leaves them in this position. But they do have a Flowberry. They do have a crash pad. So if they don't necessarily have that rift, which you do see there underneath, I was going to say they at least have a plan B if things come crashing down. Savage and Mongrel, one of the teams that we did actually see grab that forecast tower early on in this game, still have a far rotation to make as it does actually go across that water.
One bullet in a dream for Mr. Savage and the Reaper sniper rifle here. It could be a game-changing shot if he's able to land it. As it looks like he's planning the rotate. Doesn't go around the left side. As right as the rotate was about to begin, Mongrel got shot at. You can see Mr. Savage was forced to come back and play together. But now, once again, they might have even changed the idea. Are they going to follow this other duo? Let them build. Let the shots get focused towards them as they rotate behind.
And that's Snox. That's that player that we saw so far back in fencing fields, but down below the Storm Surge threshold, Mongrel and Savage are trying to do what they can to get the Surge, but you see no ammo in the AR either. It's almost going to come down to that one snipe bullet that you were talking about, or a close range combat fight. Oh. You see him even switching out to a different Nemesis AR. They are literally down to scraps here trying to survive in this game, but those scraps are doing well enough. 68 above the damage threshold, but as soon as they climb, you have to be careful because they're going to be teeter-retarding when it comes to Storm Surge.
And that's it, 105, but it's not enough. It's not the headshot to knock down the opponent. He can't commit to the engagement, but they have made it to zone. With 30 bullets in the AR, 20 in the shotgun, it's just enough to take a box fight. Question is now, Storm Surge is active. There's going to be a lot of duos that are under pressure to do damage. And if one of them is close to Mr. Savage and Mongrel, they can capitalize on that situation. to get those eliminations, recuperate on the ammunition that they need.
Man, you called it a game-changing sniper shot. That went from having a box fight to get surge due to the lack of ammo to being able to chill, think of the next strat, maybe get some comms from your coach, Pootrick Swizzy, 619 above. They really don't have to do much here in this scenario. They already have their safety inside of the zone. So this is about figuring out which layer they actually want and then kind of getting information about all the teams that are going to rotate in around them. And the best way to do that is get some elevation, peek through a lot of the cones, and give yourself as much information as possible.
4 seconds until 8th zone. Our 7th zone starts closing. Apologies. 8th zone will then appear now in 1 minute. For Pootrick and Swizzy, though, I love this positioning. They have a lot of elevation and so much vision on the players in the surrounding area. Blaha, Yapko, Volko as well close by. But iDrop and Nebs are going to be one of the duos here. They're actually making use of that environmental healing, a quick campfire to recuperate their HP and continue on quite a free rotate.
Yeah, it's not necessarily something you see every day, but Wheat losing Shmoky, shot spraying through the builds. He momentarily becomes the focus. And it's not over just yet because he's 59 below the damage threshold, trying to use the Flowberry Fizz to give himself some shields. That way he can fight for the surge that he actually needs, because right now he's susceptible to a well-placed shot, taking him down. Flowberry Fizz finally coming out with the shots from Skvi over on the right side. That's a whole nother team because it was a different direction that started the focus and started a lot of this lobby pointing in his direction.
Just 20 more takes of his Flowberry Fizz and goes onto the fight against Nate, but is unable to come out on top, as now Ski as well has gone down. Blaha, Yapko are going to be the ones on the other end of the engagement. 72 below. They were so high up in such a good position, but still being below on Surge. They are the cutoff to qualify right now at 42 points in the 25th spot. They cannot go down.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where if you go down now, it's a heartbreak. You have to sit and watch every other team pass you on that leaderboard. Storm Surge still doing so much damage. When they spot Seti out, they think he's by himself. This is the best chance, but Skvi enters. He's down on Surge as well. Yapko has no other choice but to go in. Only a few seconds left to land the shots that he's needed. Father's further down the threshold before he goes down altogether, and he had Seti and Cammy in his line of sights.
Receiving the loot now. A little present, little bonus to continue out the match. As Hyjo and Fastroki, 19 above. You can see all the players that are above, they're just on the borderline of the threshold, one shot away from being knocked down below. The pressure is never coming off of their shoulders.
Only 19 above, 17. No HP for Hyjo, so this is going to be a sticky situation. Him and Fastroki do get separated on this rotation with the grapple blades. Peeking through, really not getting too much information of where players are actually positioned at in some of these boxes, other than maybe that one team that is going to be next to him. That was Nate and Lazen. You saw them get an elimination by baiting a player into their box. Savage or Mongrel, 75 above the damage threshold. Remember, they do have forecast tower, so when it comes to these moving zones, they will be able to stay ahead of the game.
You can see now, they know Bevies and Pablo are close by. Savage is just looking to see what is the rotate going to be for staying ahead. Does he look back here on all the duos that are down below on this ridge to take some shots and get even more? Volko, Vortexers, height chopped, but it's not going to stop them. Grapple right back and continue building in.
Yeah, backside of the zone. They know it's pulling back, so it's only going to be so much storm damage. Does have a med kit, so it's not going to be too much of a worry as they build up just a little bit more and set their eyes on the low ground. 28 damage above the threshold isn't much, but for the high ground team, you can easily get those shots from rotating teams down below.
Moneymaker healing up, getting ready for the solo rotate. Grapple blade comes through now. Elevation change, trying to change layers here as he looks back. Duo's continuing to rotate in, and now it's just staying up as long as possible. Every point matters in this scenario.
Yeah, you can see trying to stay away from that low ground, give themselves a little bit of a mid layer. Maybe even look back towards Volko and Vortexers. His high ground gonna be achievable with shots coming in from so many other directions, not just high ground themselves. They have to go to the front side of zone, and I think their chance to overtake height is gone.
now. Change layers. All they have to do is stay up. They don't need a massive game. They do not need a win here. They just need enough points to put themselves into the top 25. But being 138 below, what they need even more is damage.
They're just trying to out-heal it. I do believe only 5 players need to go down before Storm Surge turns off. Plenty of Flowberry Fizz left, and especially with this rotation, there's opportunity there to pop the shots you need, but Savage has his mind set on the front side of zone. Mongrel's going to be the one looking for the shots. He finds a couple, not enough to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge, and you see the Flowberry Fizz coming out yet again. Only one player has fallen. There goes 2 with Voco going down. Now another's going to fall. Still 2 more need to drop before Storm Surge turns off, but Savage making a highlight play, taking down Noah Riley on height.
Game-changing play from Savage once again from the snipe to the elimination, now putting them above the Storm Surge threshold, saving Mongrel from that last tick, but he gets chopped. Only 10 builds to work with, but they're still up top.
Grapple blading at the perfect time as well, not to take fall damage. High ground is there. The script has been written. Is it going to be read to perfection? But Nevs and iDrop, they have different plans. They wrote a book of their own. They're just trying to release it to the Fortnite community. It's called How I Won a Game in the upper bracket semifinals. As he gets high ground, it's changed hands yet again, at least 3 times in the past 2 zones.
Mongrel has been taken out. Savage is a solo now. iDrop up above. This is what Savage needs to do. 5 builds. Minis pop 34 points, getting closer and closer to the cutoff.
Everything comes crashing down. Savage, if he wants to earn that MVP from Levin, it's going to come through right here, right now. We saw where he was outside of the bubble when it comes to that leaderboard. They needed a big game. Half of the points of placement have already been gathered, but he needs the other half.
He takes the shots. That's another elimination, racking up points. That's 2, but he needs another one to qualify. 38 points on the board. 40 total. He gets taken out. Is it going to be enough as Mixon continues with 5?
Yeah, only time will tell, but Mixon's just trying to push himself further up the leaderboard along with Pings, who has to sit and watch his duo do all the work. And great chance finding all those opportunities, but the last of the builds come out. Nebs gets the final shot. Top 3 situation.
Seti still up. Medkit coming through from Bevies. Pablo now, the 2v1. One shot connected. Seti eliminated. Pablo, Bevies take the VR.
Yeah, but this was all about that consistency. Pablo and Bevies, the upper bracket all weekend long, started that game in 17th place. And at VR, you best believe they secured their spot in the grand finals.
You know they got a smile on their face, but I'm curious, was Mongrel able to do it alongside Mr. Savage? Did they get enough points? Did Kemi and Seti get enough points? We saw them in 2nd place there. All you need is top 25, but if you're unable to secure it here, you still have more opportunities in the next 3 matches in the lower bracket.
Yep, hard fought game through and through because it was not easy any step of the way, and this proves it to be so. A great drop on the Swizzy into the box, and that's about the time we lost Pablo along the way. You see him trying to catch up in the zone while healing off, but it just wasn't going to be enough. 2v1. They end that fight quickly, and they go ahead and move up the leaderboard to a safe spot.
Great way to end it out, but now it's about reflecting what happened during these 3 matches. They're going to go into a new lobby with new duos, new players, the bottom 25 that didn't make it directly to the grand finals. So they've got to do quick preparation and figure out the game plan.
Yeah, but we got questions. We got questions. And the number 1 question is who's going to grand finals? Who's going to the lower bracket? Frankie, help us out here.
Thank you so much. I cannot wait to find out who is going to be going through. So while all the calculations and the mice behind the scenes are totting up the eliminations and the placement points, let's talk about Pablo and Bevies. Because bless them, they have been working hard at it all weekend. We keep seeing them that height. We keep seeing them not quite pull off the victory royale. But right now, we can celebrate them because finally, Mini Minor, they pulled it off and in the nick of time too.
Yeah, they have. And I was a little bit concerned for this duo going into the day. Seeing that they were contested off spawn at Hazy, I thought, oh, they haven't been playing too well at Hazy this season. So far, the day's been going fantastic. We don't know if they qualify, but realistically, we can almost guarantee that they're there. So I think this is a duo that we expect to see in grand finals. Hopefully, we're going to see them make a few adjustments to their strategy. We can see them doing a little bit of that throughout the first few weeks of competition so far. I want to see them get to that upper echelon of gameplay that we've seen from them in the past, though, a little bit more consistently.
Yeah, it's you know, it's been a weird season for them. I feel like every tournament they're, you know, fighting someone off spawn at Hazy and it doesn't quite go well. They did have a big rise, right? Before that game, they had moved up to 17th and it was like they had gone up 32 places. So after that game, yeah, they'll be comfortably, you know, secure in their position for tomorrow. Or for next weekend, I should say.
Yeah, next weekend. I know. You just don't want to let the action stop, but unfortunately, we do need to let our players, you know, recuperate and get on with things like eating, seeing family, maybe even schooling, education, all that kind of thing. Levin, sorry to disappoint you. Yes. You're driving them into the ground, you taskmaster. Anyway, yes, we are ready to find out who is in the lead, who is on the leaderboard, and who is going through to the grand finals. Well, after that performance, like it was 2019 all over again, Aqua and Noah Riley will be going through to those grand finals, and it was enough for Pablo Ringo and Bevies as well after that performance. And we've got to give a shout out, surely, to Seti and Cami Mini Miner.
Yeah, going to that last game, I said things were going to be a little bit dicey for them. I think they were in 16th or something like that, so it wasn't all done and dusted then. Now, though, of course, clutching up when it matters most. I want to see the next page. I want to see who's just about snuck in as well inside of that top 20. We see some other names. We talked about Volco Vortexes, who have had a pretty consistent day today as well. Of course, Nebs and iDrop just about making it in there, Levin, and Ping and Mixon as well. Another team that have boosted their way up into this qualification bot.
Absolutely. A lot of these teams who we've been seeing compete over the past 2 days, right? It's been a hard journey for them, but they've made it in. But look at that. One place off, and it's a tiebreaker as well. No.
Wow.
Mr. Savage and Mongrel, 26th.
All they needed was just one extra elimination, one extra placement point, a little bit further for Mr. Savage to clutch. And throughout that whole game, we were asking questions. Can they do it? Is it possible, Evan? And they've fallen right at the last hurdle. Hopefully they don't take that to heart. They hope they can continue that momentum going into the next 3 games, because they're going to need it. They have so many fans that want them to qualify, but they've just made it really difficult for themselves now.
I am gutted for them because they did pull off the performance that I thought they needed. At least, I said that the other way around. I thought they pulled off the performance that they needed, but sadly, just slightly falling short. However, boys, I think that bodes really, really well for when they go into those 3 lower bracket games later on, because if they're finding their feet and they're finding their mojo towards the end of game 3, or at least Mr. Savage is certainly pulling off the solo performances, then perhaps they can make it through. Levin, do you believe?
I do believe in them. It's just, I mean, if they don't now, like, this is even more painful, right? Knowing that it was literally a tiebreaker. They had the 60 points they needed. It just, I don't even want to think about it, man. If they don't make it through, I just hope next round they're able to just, you know, reset and go back again stronger.
Yeah, never count them out. Never count out Mr. Savage. Even in that last game, I know I was just thinking, no, it's not going to happen for them. They were down and out almost on Surge and stuff, but they managed to make it all happen. I think that was their golden opportunity. Uncontested drop spot, top 25. Now, who knows how the drop spots are going to look? Who knows who's going to be contesting who for lower bracket? And it's only top 15 that qualify through lowers. So if they did a decent performance here in the uppers, they've got to beat that yet again in lowers. And who knows how things are going to go, but I'm particularly excited for that.
I'm so excited because there's just 3 games left, and then we'll have our final 15 Euros qualifying for next weekend's grand final. Sorry, Levin, it's not kicking off tomorrow. I know you wanted to. And I hope, Levin, you're going to be able to stick out this short break as well, boys, because we have got to have a cup of tea, reset, let everyone get ready who needs to get into the lower bracket, and then we will be back very swiftly. So please hold on to your horses and join us again after the short break for the lower bracket.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy. Needed to pick me up, I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Hello and welcome back to FNCS. We just have 3 games left before we find out who our 50 duos going through to next weekend's grand finals will be. It's truly the last chance saloon. And joining me for a cheeky cup of tea in that bar is Levin and Mini Miner. Boys, welcome back. Levin, I know you've had a little bit of a steak moment during the break. How on earth did you find the time?
You know, I just got a lot of people working for me around the house, you know, so I just didn't really have to do much, really. So it's nice and easy.
Shout out to Mama 2K. And Mini Miner, you all by yourself?
Yeah, all by myself. No cups of tea for me. We already had that done, so I'm ready. So I'm just ready for the action, you know. I'm just ready to get into it.
Mini Miner eats at 4 p.m. because he normally goes to bed at 6. Thank you for staying awake for us, Mini Miner. Let's take a look at the lobby list and find out who is still in contention for one of the final 15 spots in next weekend's grand finals. For me, there's a lot of big names who are risking missing out. Who do you really want to make it, Levin?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah.
Mr. Savage and Mongrel, of course. How anybody else? I mean, they were so close, 26th in the last round. You know, literally had the amount of points, right? They were on 60 points tied, but just missed it with a tiebreaker. But there are a couple other names, I think it's fair to say, that are very, very keen to get in, Mini.
Yeah, Trulex and Chicho there as well. A team that we certainly would have thought they already booked their ticket in. They should have already been there, but they're not. And they're now having to battle their way through these last 3 games of competition. We spoke about it for the upper bracket. 3 games of competition can be really, really difficult, particularly for those contested teams. We saw it earlier on. One big game can rocket you up the leaderboard. So that's what we're going to be looking out for in the early games here.
And Savage tried so hard to have the big game that he and Mongrel so desperately needed in the 3rd and final game of the upper bracket earlier tonight. But sadly, it wasn't to be. If you're not aware of what's going on, 009 is Mongrel, 008 is Savage. They just couldn't make the end games together, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a clutch moment needed at the end in the 3rd game. They had a little bit of a rough start. They improved throughout the day. Of course, they had a decent game number 1, a few eliminations. Game number 2, not the best. Game number 3, they of course clutched up, but not quite enough. My only concern for this team right now is it looks like they're going to be contested, and that's something that I mentioned could be a potential problem for them. Howley and Nafreezy look like they're going towards their drop spot. I think this is going to be really, really difficult for them, Levin. I think this just changes the perspective from needing 3 good games to 1 insane game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a weird one almost for them, because Harley and Nafreezy just played in that last round as well, and they weren't contesting, but they've decided to move back over to this area, and that is going to be pretty tough for them to handle. I think I look at the situation right now, man, and I just think to myself, the script writers are putting us through an absolute roller coaster here. Like, it's really, really interesting. Look, 1 point difference, and we're sat here talking about how Mr. Savage had a legendary clutch to qualify them, right? So it's incredibly fine margins. I don't know how these 3 games are going to go, man. You know, you only really need 2 good games, right? Pablo Wingo and Bevies, they only played 2 out of the 3 last time, and they qualified through, right? So you just need the 2 good games, maybe 1.5 if you're lucky, really. But again, it's 15 now, actually, right? It's top 15, not top 25. So even there, it's a bit harder.
Boys, who's your fixer? How do you know that the drop spots are changing? We've literally been off air for about half an hour. I don't get it. Name, who do I need to DM?
You got to keep your ears to the streets, Frankie. You ain't got your ears to the streets like us.
Yeah, it's actually Mr. Savage and Mongrel DM'd me directly, actually, to tell me exactly what was going on. We get on well, you know, we're good for... No, it's KXR on Twitter. Look him up.
Yeah.
How does he get this information? I mean, shout out to KXR because the drop maps that he publishes every day on the socials are incredible, and it's always really useful to get a bit of insight and to know what to look out for as our duos drop onto the map each time. I'm definitely looking out, though, for Mongrel and Mr. Savage because there have been some haters and some lovers of this duo, and Levin, you seem to be both of those things.
So let's you know, for people that don't understand, I love both of them. I love Mr. Savage because I just love him and I think he's an amazing player. I love Mongrel because he's, you know, an amazing character. You know, where I stand with him as a player is yet to be seen, but he's, you know, there's an opportunity now to put me in my place.
The Art of Discipline, he made a video out before. He's going to need all of that going into these last 3 games. King and Phaser is another duo that I'm looking at right here. They can make it all happen. Their debut season in EU, what a story that would be as well.
Yeah, good luck to the boys from Argentina. We are going to head over to our casters now, though, to Carter and Jacob PR, because it's time to get these final 3 games underway.
Thank you, Frankie. This is it, Jacob. Look, I wanted to say it was the last chance in the previous 3 games from the uppers, but it wasn't, because now it is literally the last chance for these duos to qualify to the grand finals. 3 games to be played out. I'm excited.
No, I'm excited as well. And Levin broke it down. It's top 15. It's no longer top 25. So that tiebreaker scenario wouldn't have even mattered here in the lower bracket. But with the last chance to qualify, let's start these games.
This is it. The moment of truth. You have Mr. Savage Mongrel now contested by Howley and Nefrizzy. King Phaser making their debut. For 9, Moneymaker also contested. All you need, Jacob, 1 big game.
And it's a huge switch up for some of these teams that were uncontested. Moneymaker for 9 being one of them in the upper bracket round 3. They weren't able to secure that top 25, so they go again, and it is a much harder road. Druxies and Malad on the other side, taking away the loot that they were able to claim to themselves in that first set of games. And you even see a third party on top of that mountain looking down in the distance, gathering that information, maybe even trying to get a couple of cheeky shirt shots to start the game off. But only time will tell what really happens here. Is Moneymaker and Fernayan really not wanting to give up their drop.
Shieldbreaker EMP in hand, looking to see if he can get a cheeky little toss onto one of the opponents here up above, but crouched around. Moneymaker has an angle, unable to connect, gets hit himself, actually, fully cracked now. No shield to work with, as it's gonna be Drux and Milad who have the advantage.
Yep. Great opportunity there for Moneymaker, just really wasn't able to capitalize on it. In fact, he gets shut down completely. Now they're still fighting on the back foot. You even got EMP shield breakers coming out. Moneymaker trying to hide around the corner. Great job for Nine fighting back, making they know it's not going to be an easy fight if you continue to try to aggress onto us. But Druxy goes up and over, trade shots with Moneymaker. Nobody really coming out on top so far.
Refarming up. Anything you can get, whether it be a tree. I mean, that ramp won't give you mats, but good thing to break at least. As now money expands out to keep farming. I mean, you can see how scarce the materials are looking, and you can even see a duo creeping on in now for a potential third party.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer. At first, it started off with just one of them getting information. Can we do this? Can we not? I think they gave themselves the green light. And they're crouching, just trying to hide as much of that audio as possible. And since they heard that a lot of the shots slowed down, they're now just taking more time than they were before. Their plan here is to wait until they start fighting yet again, hear those shots, and that's going to be the perfect time for them to jump on and try to third party it.
I don't think they even know that For9 and Moneymaker have already disengaged. So if they do end up finding an opportunity to strike onto the duo that's there, it could just be a regular 2 versus 2 for Trulex and Chicho. 0 elims on the board, but also not a lot of shields. I wonder if it's just they've been unable to find them in ruined reels, or what's gone wrong in that case. But not being contested can be a blessing, but also a curse, especially in these lobbies where you need so much damage. So having duos in the surrounding areas to take shots at while they're rotating can be huge. If not, you can just take the engagement.
Yeah, I think the upper bracket showed us something when it came to Storm Surge in these last chance style lobbies. It's just so stacked compared to the other weekly qualifiers, compared to the lower bracket even. Arc gets spotted out. Heine lands a couple of first shots, but it's going to be a trade, and that's going to slow Heine down, especially considering the fact that he doesn't have any shields to kind of recharge and get himself more total effective shield and HP.
Building up to see if they can find an angle. They know their opponents are lit, but so are they. Just one medkit to heal up. One crash pad to move. As they should be farming up here anything they can as they wait. Only 7 builds, it's not enough. Farm some trees, farm something. As they quickly disengage from the scenario.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these early game fights stalling out just a little bit longer than some would hope. Kind of forces the option to disengage, but not everybody's taking that memo. X-Squeeze Slove just trying to fight back from a team that was aggressing on them down the mountain. They have full-on position here because it was their box they were hiding in, and Slove lands another couple shots. X-Squeeze there to try to finish it off, but he takes a monster of a tag, dropped down to 29 HT, but at least he was able to get the knock onto Artem, giving them a huge numbers advantage. Slove is not even trying to slow things down. He's trying to keep him on his toes. That's going to be a great piece control going on over to him, but the shots just unable to connect on this final player, but persistence is key. Zone moving in. He's able to escape out the side door, but there's only so much one man can do. But Slove takes another monster shot. He is fighting back both of these players with ease.
Slove forced to take a break now, popping minis. Still has a medkit if they need to get to it, but as the fight takes longer, more duos start creeping in. They realize there's action going on and they want to be a part of it. As now Slove is just going to loot up what has been spared. And now it looks like their opponent might even have a chance to run away, but is Slove going to let that slide?
Not for free, at least. Not without at least trying to shoot some shots in that direction. MZD over on the other side. 1812 still trying to hide as a solo. It's not going to be the easiest thing. I will say the blessing, though, is zone is here. You really don't want to overstay your welcome in the zone, especially considering some of these games have went off to heal off, and that storm sickness played a huge difference in winning or losing those games.
Tichino Uguay up on the ramp. Will they be able to capitalize on this scenario or not? As Slove has decided it's not worth it anymore to find the solo. Medkit being popped, and time keeps ticking.
Medkit's already going to be used. It's great for them to find that very, very early on. Pretty easy as well, but that aggression, the fight stalling out too long, puts them in this position. Now Uguay and Tino seeing all that go down. Now they have a chance with this crash pad. They can easily go directly to zone or land on them. It does look like they're at least, at the very minimum, going to try to get in front, cut off their path, not make it easy for them to rotate on through.
Going to be using a lot of materials here just to make sure that their opponents can't get damaged. They know how good it could be for them if their opponents are below and they're above. Causes them to be able to kind of make the defensive move while the others play overly aggressive. As Howley and Frizzy picked up an E-limp.
This is one of those teams who are talking about the contested drop in which they have to go through. So far, so good for them. You just got to keep continuing, letting a lot of these teams, because that whole south side of the map in general, whether if it's Snooty or that split drop, is so congested. Even if teams choose to disengage, they're all going to be running past each other. Eventually, will cause some commotion. King and Phaser, though, been able to survive off of the drop from Reckless Railways. I feel like they've learned from their mistakes in the upper bracket. This is their first time competing in an EU FNCS, and there's so many different things you got to take into account. It's not just going and moving regions. They've uprooted everything. They're comfortable. So some people are like, playing at home is easy. Even though they are at home, it might not necessarily feel at home. So that's something they also have to get used to when playing out these lobbies. It's almost like preparing themselves for the Global Championship. If they can just make it to this grand finals, it could come true.
I really hope it does. Put aside Snazy now, though. They have some free pickings here. with the advantage they have in the engagement, but any fight is possible to make a comeback in. What they don't know is how tagged those opponents might be. So they will continue on with the rotate here. They could even hold them up on the ridge, but zone is a bit far. A third about to appear as well. No medkits in the inventory. Put aside now. Just gonna keep rotating.
This might just be a feeling, but I feel like a lot of teams to start this game off are staggering themselves so deep in the zone, which isn't too much of a worry in terms of damage. It is only a 1 tick. Combine that with the grapple blades and the ways to rotate, you can get to zone. But the storm surge, the storm sickness plays a big role. So we'll see if a lot of these teams that are staggering themselves back as far as they are going to be able to kind of handle storm sickness at the end of the game. But Yapko Blaha, weapon cache time Takata. A lot of teams will be boxed up just like this.
Weapon cache, forecast tower. These objectives, they can give you that advantage throughout the match, whether it be seeing the storms ahead of time, the circles that will be appearing, or just getting that extra loot from the combat cache. There are duos in the surrounding area, but not close enough to be a danger to them, so they should be able to pick it up pretty freely.
You see that Artem is going to be rebooted back into the game. We saw him get dropped off early on. Put aside Snazy knows somebody's around, and they don't want to stay to find out who it is, especially since they do have some distance to cover before they find their safety into zone. And then even further to go before they're in the next zone after that. And with Podeside looking like he doesn't have too many HP heals, that's going to be my only concern for this team. But I've seen them deal with worse, and I've seen them play with less.
Quick reminder, it's not top 25 like the upper bracket, it's top 15 from this lower bracket to qualify to the grand finals, making it that much more difficult for the players that are competing here today. You can see Reckless Railways is getting quite reckless with the amount of duos around it. Misha Tini, though, starting off with that 8-point advantage from the 2 eliminations, which is huge. In the upper bracket, it was 60 points to qualify. And already having 8 points just from 2 elims off spawn already gives you a head start.
It's one of those tough positions to be in, and you kind of take that thing, you 60 points for the top 25. If upper bracket was like any indication, if you look at 15th place, 94 points. So even though those are kind of estimates, you got to be setting your eyes to scoring about 100 points to be safe here in that top 15 competition. And it's going to be much, much more difficult than it was before, considering this is the last chance. Players are going to realize that they can't make the same risky plays that worked out for them in the upper bracket. Or even to kind of make it this far. High Joan, fast strokey, tower in the sky, 10 bullets in the sniper. Definitely set themselves up in a position to where a lot of teams, maybe even if it doesn't look like it now, will have to rotate in this direction sooner or later.
Yeah, I love the position. They have so much ammunition to capitalize on a position like this as well. Almost 300 in the AR, like you said, 10 in the sniper. It's just a couple shots from the AR every now and then is really all they need to get through these first storm surges. But I mean, one snipe too could be incredibly beneficial for Raban and Axe Force. They have decided to base up on top. Ooh. Of a building in the Pleasant Piazza. Gotta be careful though. One wrong peek, one headshot snipe, and you're knocked down. Good news is they did get the cash. They do have extra consumables, extra shield, extra medkits.
That's smart. That's smart, especially when, like, in Chapter 4, almost all season long, we saw teams kind of take a lot of those extra heals, bring them on over to their sky base, and then kind of trade off surge into the distance from there. Interesting to see them not kind of consolidate those heals into a high ground positions, but it's kind of the same thing. Right now, they feel the safety, being able to trade those shots with any other team nearby because they have so many extra heals to the weapon cache they were able to capture early on.
One thing that scares me is having that build be made of wood. I don't know, it just kind of makes me a bit nervous having so many buildings where you can refarm brick close by. But Rift Island now looks like there is going to be a duo going for Demus here. He's gonna have to be careful as his duo partner was not on the island with him. It's Vision, it's Marco. They're gonna be the ones capturing the flag.
And their team I was looking at in the upper bracket side of things, I believe it was yesterday, they had high ground in one of those end games. But just as we've seen so many times, you have high ground a little too early. A team's just waiting under you, watching you like a hawk until that perfect moment. They grapple up, they fight for the high ground, and that's where they lost all control over their game. They were so close to already being in the grand finals and being able to watch this show on the sidelines, but now they are being put to the ultimate test here. Top 15 is going to be the goal. Darky and Darkest see Heine rotating right below him. They're trying to pop some shots, but you see the key for them is they're keeping their elevation. They don't want to maintain their position on that natural low ground with so many teams rotating near them.
The majority of the times, it's always good to stay elevated. There are some scenarios where you want to use that environmental coverage from a ridge, from a hill, or from anything to maybe block some shots on a team that's already elevated above you, but Darkest, 2 elims, they have a bit of freedom in terms of damage to make these rotations in a location without too many duos in the surrounding area.
Nice find there by Podesai. Shield fish for Snazy, making sure that he's up to tip-top shape. Doesn't want to get one-shotted with a hammer pump, sniper rifle by any means, but there is a team close enough nearby, a little bit more forward in zone. That's Artem, MZD back-to-back. And they're the teams that they've been kind of rotating close together for quite some time. Very, very parallel, so you got to be careful if the zone does pull far away. Being close to another team, rotating, isn't necessarily the best thing, but it really all depends on Surge and where you're positioned on that threshold.
Could work out if it doesn't cost you to get into a very rough situation. Looking back though, more towards the edge for Texia. Kind of boxed up, just looking at the duo. He knows it's a duo there, but they are in the storm. It makes me think kind of what their game plan is. Do they just want to get a clean rotate? What are they looking to do? Looks like they're actually in the sky.
Cheeky little rotation. Not too much trouble for Texia, still trying to go ahead and put shots in that direction along with Edit Course. Not picking up too much Surge, but not really a worry either. They're not too far off from zone. Going to refarm, top up their mats before they kind of do a little skip to zone. They're not going to go too far, especially with Rift Island being on the north side of the current zone.
Taking back. Look at King and Phaser. You said it yourself. It's not their home region of Brazil. Now competing on Europe. Back in Chapter 2, Season 4, during the qualifiers, they did break that record of winning 11 out of 12 matches. So they have experienced consistency before. But now being on a new region, it's a whole different playing field. And doing it once again is going to be difficult.
Yeah, in this position where they're at, much different than some of the other ones before. Above Surge, center zone, a lot of teams rotating in different directions, so potential for shots to continue working on that Surge. But Podesai and Snazy need to do the same thing. 16 as we tuned in, 23 below, but a well-played shot is going to get him above. With the teeter-totter, the bouncing in and out of these builds, he's able to get a knock onto one. Snazy, Podesai immediately pounce onto that body, trying to clean that one up. Teammate there, trying to alleviate the pressure. I love the thought process coming out of Artem. Bring the fight to them, try to catch him off guard. But 2 versus 1, the numbers say enough, and Snazy and Podesai live yet another fight.
You said it, Jacob. They've been rotating by each other this whole time, but it looks like they had enough of it once they took that fight. Looking to Hydro Fastroki. Pistol again in the hands of Hydro. With 38 above, he's gonna have to hit more than just a couple shots.
Luckily for him, I will say, if he can just give himself a little bit more elevations, that way he can see the other side of the map. This might not be a bad spot to be in with that smart pistol, especially with some of the zones beginning to open up. If anybody looks to grab that extra space. But Vastroki and Hydro being patient, not really forcing, and I don't know who landed the shot. Maybe somebody got taken down, but they just bursted up the Storm Surge threshold. And that's kind of how it works. If a team gets taken down that was placed that much more above you, you kind of take their spot.
Good spot to be in. All the way up to 330 above from 30. Howley, the Frizzy 279. Players looking a lot more comfortable compared to the first match of the upper bracket. Seems like a lot of them are kind of in the zone now. They've realized how much work they have to put in terms of damage earlier on in the match. A lot of the duos as well rotated early. You can see already positioned inside of zone. There's only a few that have yet to rotate in. Howling, Nefrizzy being one of them. Even taking shots at the competitors that aren't yet in. And they might even be able to find an Elim here.
Yeah, it might not. It's not bad rotation either because he has that natural line of sight of the mountain behind him. So even though there are teams positioned above him waiting for this rotation to come through, they let a lot of the other teams take that brunt force, using them as a distraction. Now that they finally find their crevice on the edge of zone, they look back once more. They see a solo. Basically theirs for the taking. It's not going to be a ton when it comes to Storm Surge, but at least it's something. But Darky and Darkus go ahead and enter that same frame. And that's the opportunity that they needed, but they need to take advantage of it now. 50 below, Storm Surge active, focus from different positions in the lobby. This is easily going to turn into a nightmare if they don't act quick.
They've been cracked. Their opponents know they are losing HP to Storm Surge now. They know it's a good engagement to take. They have the advantage if they're able to go in. Darkus also needing to do damage. It's the perfect opportunity to strike, but they have to land their shots.
Two teams low on Surge, getting ticked away, just trying to play into the same box. Something that you don't see every day. Ali Nefrizzy, their defense stands tough. They take them out with a little bit of help from the lobby, forcing them into each other's hands, but they've done enough to keep themselves alive. Topped off on mats. Great shields and HP to regain as well. I feel like now they've been reborn.
Good job of instantly expanding out metal boxes once they secured those 2 eliminations to try and stop the focus that was on them. But even after those 2 eliminations, they are still just 88 above the Storm Surge threshold. But with a good rotate like this and now an opportunity to look back, they should be able to get more shots in.
You see Roban and Axe Force in that last upper bracket. Things didn't go their way, and they continues to tumble. 100 below, but he lands a quick cheeky shot with the frenzy, but it's not going to be enough to overcome everybody else taking advantage of their positioning. That's Marco, that's Firebro on the other side. Roban's going to try to stagger them in the position because this is how you isolate a fight from a lobby just like this, especially when the zones are in 50-50.
21 above as the pressure continues. Roban Axe Force now. They have the elevation, but they're not watching their back. Roban dropped down to 26 HP, no shield, trying to escape, but he's unable to. They get taken out.
They tunnel vision so hard on that team below them. Another team needed Surge just as bad as they did, and they got it. They took it away. King Phaser, great to see them still maintaining above the Storm Surge threshold. That was a much needed break between upper and lower bracket. That was a reset, and this could be the reset that they need. Placement points just beginning to set in, though. Still too soon to tell. 23 teams alive. It's not until about that top 10 where half the points are granted.
This is huge. 14 points. Already such a strong start for King and Phaser. 2 more opportunities after this to make something happen, but they might not even need it if they get a big enough match. You can see Grapple Blade in hand. Rotates coming through. You just have to make sure you don't get boxed here.
Stacey Potosap been doing barely enough to stay ahead of the curve, whether if it's rotation, damage, and Storm Surge, and they do it yet again, but they're separated momentarily. Potosap pauses for a quick second, realizing where Stacey's at before reuniting in the same box, and what an elimination Stacey was able to get by himself, catching Fishy off guard and refreshing a lot of those materials in which they needed.
153 above. Kind of have a bit of time here to switch up items, split mats, make sure they're on the same page, make sure the chemistry is still looking strong. The Strokey Hydro, though, one of the duos that's getting looked back on by a lot of other teams already based up. Chicho taking shots, connecting them, 85 above, but he needs more.
And this is his chance really to make up for lost time. We really know what this team is capable of. If you look at a lot of the community analysts through EU, they looked at this team as one of the top dogs. Rightfully so. The performance at the Global Championship was insane. Not only contested, top position on the leaderboard, including back-to-back wins in that final. They just need to be able to find that form in this meta, which almost make it sound easy, even though it's not. Whack. Just high ground, shooting down from above, but night zone moving. This is typically a little too soon from what we've seen so far throughout the weekend.
Nobody yet to claim high ground up ahead in this zone. Whack had it before. Do they want it again? It looks like they might, as as he goes for a box, takes the shots, gets the knock. This could be very big if he's able to pick up that extra loot and quickly secure the position he was looking for, but it's taken so long. His teammate's been dropped down so low that they're gonna have to regroup and heal.
Yeah, finally they reunite. A lot of the heals are there to bring up to 200 effective shield and HP. King and FaZe are doing so well, handling Surge up until this point. 23, falling below 10. This is where it's going to get rough for them, but Chicho and Trulex, they're trying to take the easier road, less traveled, and that is the road to the high ground. Spinaldo gets spotted out and found towards the backside of zone. Refresh for Trulex to pick up, and now they have solidified their position on top of the castle. It's all about if they could hold on to it or somebody will overthrow them.
Trulex connected. Chicho instantly building out forwards. Issue is only one bullet in his AR. Hopefully they can split up ammunition for King now. Running low on materials. Look like he's gotten splitting up from Phaser. Phaser's actually chasing an elimination here, as King might have just boxed up his opponent though, but you gotta play it safe. They group up. Storm Surge is picking. They're gonna heal. And all they need is one shot from put aside Snazy. Might stop them.
It almost feels like the team they're fighting against is also low on Surge, trading shots right before rotating towards the front side yet again. Hopefully they've done enough, but another team claiming that high ground for themselves, or at least attempting. Misha, Teeny, they're battling Trulex, Chicho, and immediately have to give it up. Misha took a huge shot and forced to drop down low to the low ground.
Chicho continuing to jump on up, now grouped up with Trulex. They've taken it. High ground is theirs. Nefrizzi, Howley, not looking too healthy. Howley really needs some HP or shield here, but unfortunately, it looks like they have none. They've got to stick together and secure as many placements as possible here.
There is a huge strength in numbers. We've seen it so far. Teams that feel like they have nothing come out with something, as long as they're on the same page. Howley's going to drop down first, scrapes together the side mats towards the bottom of the map, and it's just enough to give themselves a position that they feel confident in. Maturity, Nipsey, they're the team right in front. Meanwhile, smooth sailing, Chicho, Trulex, high ground with 2 eliminations.
So far, nobody contesting them, but I spoke too soon as Vortexia from the back knocks down Trulex. Chicho left alone now. The medkits get dropped. There's 3 of them. It's enough for a heal up, but does he have enough HP? It's popped. 5, 7, 0 gets eliminated.
And that's 2 medkits they earned for getting those eliminations along with the high ground. Phaser by himself. King was dropped. We saw that happen moments ago. His only medkit here is going to be popped now to stagger himself. His play is for placement points. Eliminations are a bonus. Vortexia, Edit Course, they're the ones at the high ground for now, but with 12 HP, very little shield. The shot comes through the backside of zone. Phaser drops as well. Top 5 scenario for the game.
Edit Course, Mythic Pump in hand, Medallion to recuperate that shield. 7 elims on the board, on fire. But what he doesn't know, a full duo down below, looking healthy as well. Do they have medkits though? Are they gonna play the heal off?
Questions. Belusi right above Nipsey as well. Him and Jerdy trying to claim control of all these pieces down below, but Belusi goes in at the perfect time. 1 knock, 2, count them up. There goes another medkit being found. That is huge for Gabix and Belusi.
10 elims on the board. But unfortunately, we have a bit more information from Frankie, so let's hear what she has to say.
Hi everyone. So some of you might have noticed that a couple of our players did not get into the lobby, and we want to make sure that everyone has a fair crack at the whip, as my mother used to say. Don't worry, that's old-fashioned speak that no one ever uses on a Fortnite broadcast, but I'm trying to be serious, so I thought, what would my mother say right now? And that's what she would say. We want everyone basically to have a fair fight, and you can't fight if you're not in the lobby. So we are going to reset. We're going to remake that game and make sure that everyone can get the points that they deserve. We are going to take a short break while we do that, but do not go anywhere because the competition is just getting started. Oh, I thought we were going to have a short break. It turns out, no, we're still here. They don't want to throw to a break.
We have to sit here all the time, and that's the break. We have to stare at the camera and wait.
You know what? I really wish I'd done then. I really wish that I'd gone, we're going to go to a break. See you in a moment. And I kept waving. I do believe we actually can do a break, but just in case we're not ready, boys, just wave. Okay.
I'll wave.
Okay,
guys,
waving.
We'll see you after this short break. Wink. Now wink. Wink.
Wink.
The global championship was crazy.
Couldn't believe how big the arena was and the atmosphere, the pyrotechnics and graphics and lighting. It was like I was at a concert.
Meeting all the players was really cool as well, and meeting your fans from other regions, as well as like playing in front of this huge crowd and just seeing like them cheer you on and stuff like that was really fun as well.
You could tell the different fans cheering for the different players.
It's like the top of what Fortnite players are like want to qualify to or play in.
Honestly, in Fortnite, I've never seen anything like it.
I think the highlight moment was Levin's speech before the last game.
I ain't starting this game until we tear the roof off this building. For your arena, are you ready?
He was going crazy. Everyone was going mental, and Levin was there just giving it down the mic. It was so good.
My personal highlight from the global championship was winning lower bracket with the deal.
Player who already has a spot versus a player who needs a big win. Rolls goes down, Vidil takes him out.
Can't top that, to be honest. I just got goosebumps. Vidil's solo clutch to put us on the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I just couldn't believe my own eyes.
It was obviously Dukas when he like clutched 1v2, I think.
Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. Two of NA's finest directly above him.
What?
Massive shot though onto second. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
I was watching it and I felt like I did this.
The most exciting for me at the global championship was winning a game in lower bracket, when me and Pink were almost not qualifying and then just qualifying out of nowhere.
And it's now a 2v2. That's gone, and Pingu at the bottom. Fall damage is real on the Vico, but he gets the trade at the bare minimum, and Pink and Vico take the game.
That was probably my most happy point.
The thing that's so special about playing on LAN is like the atmosphere is completely different, especially if you have a crowd like watching you. It's almost like you're playing a different game again. And that's why some people perform well at LAN, some people don't. There's a lot more pressure and everybody's watching. That's why I love playing at LAN.
It's just really nice winning a game on LAN. It's just a better feeling than winning like games online. Once you take your headphones off, you just hear a huge crowd cheering on for you and stuff like that. It's just like, it can give you goosebumps. And
Not going to the global championship is not an option.
Just hypes up players, motivates everyone. It's just like a chance for like a life-changing opportunity.
I always want to be in the global championships. I want to come back for 2024 and qualify again. It's a super sick event.
Get to hang out with all the people from the scene, and you also get to compete in the biggest tournament of the year.
Of course, I want to be there.
too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. Honey, that. Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. Wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Hello and welcome back to the FNCS semi-final. We have 3 more games before we know who is going to be making it to next weekend's grand finals. Now, you might have noticed we actually did start the lower bracket 3 matches earlier today. However, a duo did not make it into the lobby. And obviously, we want everyone to, and you know this phrase off by heart now, have a fair crack at the whip. So we have remade the lobby and we're waiting for all the players to be confirmed that they're in there ready to board the battle bus. So stick with us and we're going to have game number 1 coming up very shortly. But while we wait, I am delighted to bring back Mini Miner and Levin if he me asking him to wink on the broadcast earlier. Levin, how are you? Have you been resuscitated?
You put me through a lot of things. My mentions, I don't think my mentions are ever going to recover. But you know what? That's what it's all about. All for the love of the game, eh?
All for the love of the game. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone watching online tonight, whether you're watching with the watch party or watching on twitch.tv/Fortnite or on YouTube. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We love seeing all your comments as always, and thank you so much for supporting the players. Now, how are the players who are still competing going to make it through to next weekend's action? Well, we're going to talk you through the format now because we've already had 10 teams qualify over the past 2 days from the upper brackets by winning a victory royale and therefore getting a pass directly to next weekend. And we've had 25 teams qualify earlier tonight from the upper bracket. Now just 15 spots remain. So it couldn't be more simple. There are 3 more games and whoever is in the top 15 after those 3 games will be playing next weekend. There are no golden tickets. If you get a victory royale, then you're probably in with a good chance, but you're going to need to be consistent and you're going to need to keep racking up the points, Mini Miner.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's been a long weekend of Fortnite action for a lot of these teams. Of course, those that have played all those sessions that, of course, didn't qualify through with the victory rally here today. So a big test of stamina. It's a big test of fatigue almost for some of these players that are still playing at this point. The mental game is really going to start to play a part. 3 more games as well. It can be over in a flash whether these teams will make it into grand finals, but I'm on the edge of my seat.
Levin looks like he's starting to laugh at something. I kind of want him to share it with the class. Levin, this is very serious.
I got nothing, man. I got nothing at all. I think Mini makes a great point, right? It's definitely been a marathon for a lot of these players, especially the ones that, like you said, they've been going on and on and on, session after session. Especially the ones who maybe have gotten a bit close along that journey, right? If you've been mostly a lower bracket team and you've pushed your way up now, you know it's a different story. But some of the ones that maybe dropped into from upper bracket into lower bracket, then back up, it's a roller coaster. But the final sprint is now.
And we do have some seriously good duos competing tonight. We should talk about King and Phaser because they were in the upper bracket earlier. They unfortunately were not able to grab one of those 25 spots in the finals. But hopefully they're going to find what it takes to make it through tonight because this is a duo that you've described as being a bit hot and cold, Levin.
Yeah, it's just not been quite the season I think people would have hoped for them since moving, from Brazil to EU, and it's understandable if you haven't much experience with teams in EU history who have moved from other regions over. It's never an easy transition, and I think that they've really felt that, Mini.
Yeah, they have, and it was a big test for them earlier on today in that upper bracket. We saw them going down to Surge more often than not. That was their biggest problem, which is kind of contrary to what we've seen from them throughout the whole season. It seems like they were a little bit more eager and willing to take risks earlier on this season resulted in one of them usually going down before the end game. I think earlier on they just turned all that off. They just took it all away and they thought, right, we're going to be really, really reserved, but they haven't quite developed enough of a play style, enough of a game plan to actually make that work for them. So that results in them being below on Surge. We saw King trying to clutch up a few moments as well, but just wasn't quite to be. So for this duo, big moment here for them. If they can qualify to Grand Finals, that'd be a great storyline for them as their first season.
Minnie, just sticking with you, are there any other duos that you are particularly excited to watch? Any duos you think, if they do not get through to next weekend, I will eat my proverbial hat?
Yes, no hats to eat, but I think Truelets and Chicho will certainly be a team that I'm going to be looking at. I think this is a duo that we've looked at all season. They haven't had the best season, Levin. They've been switching up drop spots, and now they're landing back at the reels in the center of the map. So whether they'll be able to rekindle some of that success that we've seen from them before, I don't know. Big moments for them, and of course not qualifying for that upper bracket is going to harm them maybe mentally. How are they going to approach that? It seems like whenever their back is up against the wall, though, they seem to perform. They're pressure teams, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, they won 2 games in a row at the Global Championship, so it's one of those teams that can perform under the big pressure.
They did. I was wearing high heels and I had to keep running back to them on that massive stage in Copenhagen, and you know what? I don't regret a single second. We are now ready to kickstart the lobby for the lower bracket. So let's head to our amazing casters. Last seen on the Grand Glacier, it's Jacob PR and Takata.
Thanks, Frankie. Look, this is it. The last chance, the last opportunity. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into game 1.
Enough yapping, let's get right to the action. And this is going to be a big day for teams. The last chance, only 15 spots available for that grand finals. And already yesterday, you saw action happen very quickly. In the upper bracket, though, things have slowed down massively. And I expect that to continue here in the lower bracket.
We don't have to wait long at all for any action, as now Howley, Nefrizzy up against Mongrel and Savage. Who is going to get the weapon? Who is going to get the chest? It's Howley, but he gets shot at. It's Savage chasing him down.
That's going to be a good amount of opening damage. Not trying to let him get the big pot that I do think he might have saw him grab. And this is where it's going to get very risky to continue the chase. They're below ground, 1 level underneath at the first floor of the building. Howley takes the first couple of shots. Savage doing good, grabbing these angles. Mongrel hot on his heels, making sure you don't take the fight alone. But Savage is going to go down. Mongrel stuck by himself. 136 effective shield and HP, but he's in a 1v1 now. Somehow, some way, Nefrizzy gets traded off, and it's Mongrel. He's actually going for the revive first.
1 versus 1. The issue is there's another duo, and they know there's an engagement going on. They are just waiting for the right opportunity to strike in the third party, as Mongrel now has the HP and shield advantage.
Yeah, the question is, did that third party see Mongrel actually go down, or should say Savage by himself? That's gonna be a great opportunity to third party 2 different solos, but I don't think they have that much information. Howley knows the revive is trying to be had. He quickly breaks through the build to at least scare him off. He wants to let it go through in terms of an elimination, but Mongrel knows it's not gonna be easy. He runs back up, finishes the fight against Howley, saves the day, but Kovacs and Stan are not too far off.
Will they take the decision to go push this engagement? They saw the feed. They saw that a player from each duo was knocked, but it's not enough to give them the confidence to go in.
Great start, Mongrel and Savage. Even Kovacs and Stan, you can add them to that mix as well. They were able to steal away one of those 2 eliminations. At least 4 points. Surge, not a bunch because it was an off-spawn battle, but at least something to get their game going.
DKS Vox now. Down by Ritzy. Looks like they do have a potential engagement here off the start, but it's nothing that they're in an urgency to go for. Right now, focus is loot up, farm up, and take shots when you can to get that damage.
And you're seeing Vox kind of save those EMP grenades. And the reason why is he's waiting for that team to move off, and then he's going to go over to the vending machine, use those to get gold. Unless they push him, then he would use them on the offensive end, but that's going to be the primary kind of use for them in this situation. King, Phaser, Reckless, Railways, already going to claim that as their own. You see them kind of leaving the vault. Gotta imagine they have the Mythic Hyper SMG and the Medallion with them as well. Question is, are they going to go for the Forecast Tower? Are they brave enough for that, or just continue on with the rest of their game without it?
I mean, this is huge. It's so early on, but it looks like... I wonder if they got most of Reckless on Con. As it seems they've taken the NPC quite quickly here. There is a duo close by. You said it yourself. Next objective now, after you get out of your off-spawn engagements, is looking for that forecast tower. And next up, the combat caches. So rotates are already beginning now. Mishatini already with mobility.
And they're looking in the direction of that forecast tower. But I do see a team already boxed up in that position. So it's going to be a huge risk if anybody tries to move over and contest them. But it's a risk that could be worth it. Day 2 yesterday, Pink and Vico fought for it all day long. And in the final moments in the 5th game, they used that to propel themselves to victory. Plus a good clutch. Everybody here being able to see that. Steal some strategies. Anything that you can to kind of get yourself as far as possible. Noya Heine pushing a team off, but it's just that persistence, the annoyance from that team getting the last couple shots before they fully disengage.
Shots back and forth. If we look at the upper bracket, the 3 games that were played prior to this, it was top 25 to qualify, but if we look at top 15, it was 94 points. So if we're using that as a basis, it should be close to 100 points to make it into that top 15 here and qualify to the grand finals. So there's quite a lot of work to do, but if you start off with 8 points just from those 2 eliminations like Putusai and Snazy, it already gives you a good start to the race.
And you got to imagine, since it was an off-spawn battle, they at least have 200 damage in terms of surge, maybe more depending on how it went. But Stan Kovacs rotated away from the ship-it station. Nitrox, Fishy, they catch one person off guard. They make it look easy. Now Kovacs gonna be stuck by himself. A monster shot can be fired. Now they're fighting through the window. Kovacs is trying to get away, but it's not going to be enough. He gets taken down with ease, and it's actually Fast Roki out of nowhere. You don't even see him on the minimap that was able to steal that one away.
Good way to finish it off. We'll take a look at the forecast tower now, though. Spinaldo, his duo partner. Looks like with no elims on the board, they might have just got it free. They were the first ones there. Nobody wants to contest them. This is going to give them that advantage to see where the circles appear before they actually do. Kind of like a little head start to rotate early. So it's going to be good for them.
One of many forecast towers around the map. Kronos, Spinaldo claim it as themselves. And that's what happens when you get there early. You're able to base up and kind of claim it as your own. Robon and Axe Force, not too far away from Snooty Steps, claiming yet another one of our forecast towers around the map. And that's why I'm looking at these teams. They're able to think much more into the future because of the forecast tower. So hopefully their game plan can match the amount of information that they're gathering here.
$79 players up, 40 duos. The first match of uppers was the most stacked match we've seen throughout the qualifiers and the semifinals. If we look back at Kiaro Gabix, Lavish Lair, looks like it's theirs now.
Yeah, and what a great start to their game here in game 1. Really setting themselves up, and there's really not too many teams around Lavish Layer as well, so they can go ahead and loot up as much as possible before they go ahead and rotate on over. But there are a few teams in the distance. It's not as clear as one would hope. There's one going to be right in front of them, and maybe they heard those shots coming over from Lavish Layer, and you can see that they're looking in that direction. They may not know exactly where they're at, but they know something's up.
Big shields coming through. Good amount of med kits. We've seen how powerful heal-offs can be in the last moments of these matches. So it's very good if you're able to get those heals early and not have to rely on eliminations in the late game to secure them. As now, even with those extra elims, that damage, it opens up a lot more flexibility on your rotations. Now look at Chicho. What a nice position here. So much vision of all the duos that are going to be rotating through here shortly.
Yeah, they were one of the few teams as well that switched up their drop spot, landing Hazy Hillside in the beginning, upper bracket, going up against, I think it was Pablo and Bevies. They got pushed off. They eventually switched up their drop over towards Ruined Wheels, and now they kind of give themselves more room to work with, a little bit more center towards the zone. You can see the amount of material they're able to gather because they build a monument in the sky to try to help with their surge plan. And that's one of the things I feel like they were lacking on their way to some of those end games is the surge. But like I said before, this is probably one of the harder lobbies you're going to find surge in. throughout the weekend.
All right, Joe taking some shots from both angles here. Forced to use materials on the rotate. It's better that than using a lot of consumables, especially ones you can refarm up. This is why a lot of times you see duos kind of basing up alongside buildings or even rocks or anything that you can refarm your materials that you used on the rotate. But be careful, as that crash pad flowberry combo might have just landed you onto a surprise, but not a dangerous one yet.
Yeah, weapon caches are spawning, so you see why everybody else is doing their best to try to at least make it to the edge of zone, where a lot of the weapon caches are going to be boxed up. Phaser King still around Reckless Railways. This time they are going to be in a fight against Shakos and Sky Dune. They don't like what they see, so they immediately try to disengage, and they go and do so almost unscathed, which is surprising since the position that they were in not too long ago. And they immediately set up shop once again towards Reckless. They were able to get the zone early on, and they're trying to get the most out of it as they can.
King and Phaser, one of my favorite duos coming in today. They have a lot of experience on their home region in Brazil. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. Chapter 2, Season 4, 11 VRs out of 12 matches played out in the qualifiers. They took it home. They have that consistency. They have that potential. But in a new home ground, are they going to be able to do something similar? They placed incredibly well in the first week of the qualifiers at 33, but they're the opposite in the second week. Now that it's their last chance to make it to the grand finals, will they be able to make something happen?
Yeah, just going to have to figure out a way to get just a little bit more consistent throughout this next 3 games. No longer winning you're in, it's just top 15. But it sounds a lot easier than it actually is. Psycho Rico just getting pressured, and they take him down solo by himself. That's just kind of the name of the game when you get caught off guard by a full aggressive team.
Looking back, Mongol Savage, in terms of loadout, it could be better for consumables. Ammunition is all right, but it's kind of on the edge here. Getting me a little stressed out, Jacob. I'm not going to lie, but 4 points on the board. They already got that elimination right off the start. Continuing to farm up on the rotate. They're in a good position. A lot of duos in the surrounding area, but the issue is so many changes in elevation here. They want to get one that permits them to have that vision on the duos rotating through.
Almost seems like that off-spawn battle really costed them a lot, even though they did win and they're able to keep themselves alive. A lot of the materials lacking, empty item slots, not a lot of heals, so they're gonna have to figure out where they're gonna get those from, since it does look like they're just so far away from a possible weapon cache. That's not gonna be their plan, so they're gonna have to think about something and pull out some sort of trick underneath their sleeve if they're looking to come out on top. Uguay, Tino. Very, very similar thing, but they're just getting tagged up from all directions. Multiple opportunities to get shots with the smart pistol, but nobody is really kind of letting him get away with it.
Misha Tini crouched up together. Is this going to open up an opportunity for a couple eliminations? Tiny close by. You have to be careful which door you knock on, as his duo partner might have just had a quick peek, but I don't think he saw them, Jacob.
Probably heard him there, especially now that they fire back-to-back shots in a timely fashion. Misha, Teeny, see Heine running away, and they're just not getting over-aggressive. These are the strats that you kind of know this team for, but they're switching it up. They're throwing wrenches. Instead of doing it off-spawn, instead of doing it exactly in the loop path, they're cutting out new teams every single time to try to find the elimination, and Heine tried to rotate to safety. He ends up going against Uguay and his duo against another box, and now he's fighting to keep himself alive in this game. Everything comes chopping down, tries to use the grapple blade. Damage going back and forth between the two, but he's still just majorly outnumbered here, and Uguay just won't give up on this pressure.
Chop, chop, keep coming through. Builds breaking down. The 2x FNCS champ now with another elib. Actually, first one on the board, but hopefully more to come. That's a quick 4 points, and that damage needed to lessen up the stress.
This is just the unfortunate thing. You just run away from one team right into the palm of the hands of another. But I keep this game going. Themis, Serene, boxed up not too far away from Blaha and Yapko. But neither team realistically in zone, so they still got more ground to cover. Even if they want to cover that ground because it does look like Yapko Blaha getting a little comfortable in that position. I thought so. They don't want to take that risky fight, especially when they're this close to zone already. They're going to rotate and try to gatekeep anybody out as soon as they find a spot they're comfortable with.
You can see the amount of duos checking out the bottom right on the mini-map that are rotating through here. You might be able to hide in the bush. You might be able to build a box, but once you get cracked, the pressure is on. The focus is on you. That's quickly replacing those wooden structures, 2 metal ones. That's going to make it a lot safer. But right now, these duos are just looking for trades, looking for damage. They do not want to get eliminated here.
And by getting damage here in situations that you at least have some control over, just allows you to do just that. Keep control over your game instead of being below surge so many times. Today alone in the upper bracket, we've seen teams forced to go for a fight in which they might not have chosen to make if they were above on that surge. So it's very, very important throughout the course of the game, whether you're rotating or not, behind zone or not, to figure out a way to get that surge one way or another. Podesai by himself. Did see Snazy go down in the feed. So he's going to be stuck as a solo. The only question we have for ourselves is, does he have Snazy's reboot card? Because we've seen plenty of attempts throughout the weekend.
Podesai, it's all up to you. Duo partner has been knocked out. Looking so strong off the start with the 2 elims. But Jacob, we've seen miracles happen this weekend from the triple reboot. Merstash Malabuka. I would not be surprised if we see something similar happen here. As you can see, the duos once again positioned in their elevated locations, just hunting for that damage.
Yeah, you can see them really not peeking. Usually in the beginning of the game, you split a POI. You kind of feel a little bit more comfortable peek, trade those shots, especially knowing you have extra heals down below or even in your inventory. Everybody at this stage, they're susceptible to sniper shots, getting beamed by multiple teams. So it's just a huge risk. And if you don't need the storm surge, which some of these teams don't, it might be better not to peek through unless you kind of use a cone and are trying to gather any information that you can.
Setting up. Crash pad Flowberry rotate, but your opponent saw it. They're taking shots. Be careful. All it takes is one and the crash pad gets taken out. They keep trying, but they're unable to. 142, 90 below. This is getting more and more stressful, Jacob.
Yeah, that would have been such a great opportunity to get the surge, crash pad, land on a team, make it possible. Now the only one within distance that they're trying to run, DKS, they spot him out, but they're still trying to make their way forward. Sky Jump, Sky Dune, they're close by as well. Still 58 below the damage threshold. There's a couple teams that still need to go down as well.
Big pots getting put to good use here. You can see it's Vox close by, DKS, and in front of them, another duo taking pop shots. They're figuring out, you know, what's the play? We got to do something. 25 below, it's not a lot of damage. You don't need eliminations here. You could just take some shots, a small box fight without committing anything too risky. But as the duos from afar continue applying the pressure, Axforce puts himself in a dangerous situation, opening up the potential of getting boxed, going straight on Endo. Can they secure the elims from this? They do.
That is a massive win. Not only does it settle the storm surge, they're not gonna have no loot anymore because they found a weapon cache that had just opened when they got there. So the other team didn't really get a chance to utilize it just yet. Perfect timing from Roban. Let's see what he can do as he gets back into this game. King stuck by himself, trying to box himself up into a bush. Belusi not too far off on the other side. In fact, a lot of teams as King finds himself as close to the center as you could possibly be without actually being there.
I don't like the looks of this, having lost a teammate. But we know what King is capable of. All it takes is a decent amount of points. They have 3 opportunities, Jacob. There's 3 matches to be played out. It's not like the previous 2 days where it's a winner takes all golden ticket format from the Victory Royale. It's just consistency. You need to be consistent. But when you're missing damage, when you're missing a duo partner, when you don't have those med kits, a lot of those shields, it just makes it increasingly more difficult.
Yeah, I really don't know where King is going to be able to get the surge and go through unscathed. That's going to be the thing. Even center of zone, I think teams are starting to notice he is a solo, and they go ahead and try to aggress towards the box side of the box into the bush. He tries to drop down low into safety, but it's not as safe as he thought. Arc lands a good shot. I did lose Daisy Podesai putting some shots into that direction as well. Prism is going to be able to get a knock onto another player. King still finding a way to stay alive, but they know exactly where he's at, and they continue to put down that pressure. A lot of his builds being expended along the way as well. The luckily thing for him is he's 62 above the damage threshold now because of that team pushing up onto him. If he could just figure out a way to stay alive, this will be huge for King and Phaser.
The 60s dropped down to 30, though. Is it going to keep dropping? As luckily enough, it goes back up to 82. King might just be able to hold on here. 58 players up still in this 7th zone. You can see, though, it's pulled back to the Snowy Mountains, southeast side of the map. The majority of the duos have to make a far rotate.
See replay, 67 above. It's not a ton of surge, but it's not just one elimination he was able to get. It was 2. And he's saved the day. Hopefully he can get Yapko back up and back into the game. See Spinaldo on the side, forecast tower. Hopefully it's been used very fruitfully for him in his rotations. He's just on the side of the mountain, so got to imagine so. Savage Mongrel, not too far off, but still not in the best position. No heals onto Mongrel. Got to imagine the same thing for Savage, especially with DKS going and boxing up right above them. I feel like their thought right now, Scotty, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is where are we going to find elimination? Because we need heals.
The good news is, due to the far pull, almost a majority of the lobby has to do a far rotate. If they could only elevate themselves up a bit more, it's just too late now with all the duos in the surrounding area. They need a bit more vision of these duos rotating in to take those shots. Although they do hear some action close by, they're wondering, can we drop down one of them? Can we find something? It's King, though, that's lost his shield. The pressure is on him, 80 below as well. Nothing is in King's favor in the moment.
Yeah, he's even running out of builds. The only thing he really has going for him is the medallion. So all the time he was able to buy, he's able to stagger and get himself back up. Finds Lunix in the backside of zone. He needs those materials. Great play for him to be aware enough to pick those up. He still has the 1 med kit in his inventory. And since he is a solo, these are important impact points at the end of the day, after the end of the 3 games. Depending on where they're positioned, we look at a game like this and what King is able to do.
Huge impact from King, instantly building 2 metal boxes here, making sure he's secured enough to pop this med kit. Now he's been put 162 above. With all odds against King's favor, he's still making something happen.
Yeah, and he's saving those 7 ticks from the Flowberry Fizz for his rotation, save a lot of those builds. It's a sacrifice in terms of the shield and HP, so it does make him susceptible to 1 shot. But those are the risks you're willing to take, especially as a solo. Blaha, same position, looking towards the backside of zone, spots out a couple teams, and this is where he has to make the perfect decision of when and where to rotate. You rotate too early, you become the focus of the lobby. You rotate too late, same thing happens.
Blaha now is seeing all the rotations come through. He has the freedom to kind of wait a little bit and decide more on the rotate rather than just taking blind shots. Mongrel, though, getting boxed up with opponents, but it doesn't matter. Those are eliminations for him. 2 on the board now, 102 above, and picked up 3 medkits. This is massive.
Yeah, what a find it was. Mythic loot as well. Not sure if the medallion was able to be dropped there, but that would have been a huge find if it does. Medkits being used. You're seeing him kind of get dished around. Mongrel passing those on over to Savage. King still alive. He was able to get out of a tough spot moments ago, above the damage threshold, and he's keeping things moving. Finally, he's gotten himself some placement points, but there's still about 10, 15 teams he's out to outlast to make this solo run worth it.
I've seen this before, Jacob. It might have been in a dream, but I've seen King pop off in these situations. Already 186 above, somehow has made it into zone from the situation he was in earlier on. 64 builds to work with. He could use a bit more shields, but it's nothing a refresh can't help.
And you see Axe Force and Roban. Not ultimate high ground just yet, but they are on the front side of zone. They have the first sense of that high ground, the biggest elevated team. King gets pressured again, and it's the medallion that is the biggest difference keeping King alive. That Reckless Railways off-spawn drop that they got uncontested this game is paying dividends.
Zone keeps pulling east. It could have a drastic change in elevation if it continues to do so. Blaha, 59 below now. He was comfortable earlier on, but is forced to take shots now as the number keeps increasing. The pressure keeps increasing as well. And he's going to be able, or he's going to have to make something happen shortly here.
Yeah, late rotate with the grapple blade going up the mountain. For a lot of teams, that is going to be a nightmare, but he's just trying to get to the front side, find somebody, but it's he who gets found. Shot is going to drain his shields just like that, while Savage and Mongrel fighting for the high ground, going up against Belusi, but they choose not to continue to engage in this just yet. They're holding their position before they figure out what's next.
Now at second height. Will they go ahead? Will they look back for shots? Are they trying to chop? What is the game plan here? And it's King that's still up with another knock. Another 4 points on the board once he secures the elimination, but he goes down with 22.
That is huge considering when Phaser went down, there were no points on the board for them. Blaha trying to do the same thing. 28 so far, 3 eliminations, and still finding a way to stay towards the front side of the zone. Has to be careful though. Doesn't want anybody to know he's a solo because that is going to be an easy elimination if they try to 2v1 into the box. Savage, Mongrel still finding a way to slide through a lot of these builds and stay alive. This is going to be huge for their points on that leaderboard.
Waterfall down the mountain in this current zone. You have to be careful if you're elevated. You can't use that grapple blade to drop down. It's going to be exactly what Savage and Mongrel are doing here, but they're still hungry for high ground. They're looking for that shot to connect. If Mongrel can land a headshot with his sniper, it could be game-changing.
Persistence is going to be the name of the game, and that's exactly what they're doing. Finally, everything comes crashing down. Shots being fired. A couple are going to connect from Mongrel, and this is their chance. They go ahead and grab it for a moment, but they instantly lose it as they get chopped down, but they're not giving up. Savage trying to take it from the backside. Mongrel from the front. They Savage Belusi. The damage is there, but Mongrel gets dropped all the way to the low ground, once again leaving Savage as a solo.
Savage, though, took out Belusi, has that elim on the board. Issue is no materials, has to hide. 1 med kit, can play the heal off, goes for the finish. 4 extra points, materials now secured. Not much, though. Climbing up the mountain, can he hold on?
A huge switch up from their upper bracket run where they failed to qualify to the grand finals by 1 point. Those eliminations would have qualified them, so better late than never. Heal off beginning on the side of the mountain. Teeny just trying to give himself a fighting chance. Everybody else other than Savage is towards the backside of zone, continuing to slide down, but there's no builds. Can't protect himself. Roban's gonna be the first one trying to challenge him on that high ground. Gavix is second. Grapple Blade is gonna be used by Savage and go up and over to stay alive.
Savage, are you kidding me right now? He continues to climb as there's just 1 player left in the zone, healing off. And it looks like if Savage can stay up, it's Teeny. 1 grapple blade, 2. Will he be able to make it back? Savage, cancel him and takes the VR.
8 eliminations for Mongrel and Savage and a huge VR to take the game. It's been almost 2 years, Takata, since we've seen Mongrel on the FNCS stage, and man, it's like riding a bike. He's still got it.
What a way to start off the day. Mr. Savage and Mongrel feeling extra confident now with that boost in the first match. With 2 more games to go, all they got to do is hold their crown.
And you got to imagine, once you go through an upper bracket like we've seen to start the day off and fail to qualify by 1 point, 1 placement, 1 elimination would have changed the tides for them. But they're definitely making up for it by starting off big in the lower bracket with a huge VR, and it came through because of their aggression, because of their ability to take risks.
97 points. The cutoff for top 15 in the uppers was 94, and they are already close.
Yep, this one here is going to be a close race for the next couple of games. Takata with a huge win by Mongrel and Savage. You have to imagine they're at the top of the leaderboard, but who else is there with them inside of that top 15? I'm going to throw it on over to our lovely analyst to break down game 1.
Thank you so much, guys. You just couldn't write this one better, could you? What a scripted performance from Mongrel and Mr. Savage. Mongrel putting up numbers on the board, and Savage being the solo clutch superstar that we know him and love him for, Mini Minor.
Let's go! What a huge, huge game for these guys. Of course, came painstakingly close to qualifying to grand finals already in the upper bracket today. I was interested. I was like, how are these guys going to respond? What are the vibes going to be like? How are they going to start? And Levin, I mean, they couldn't have got off to a better start here in the lower bracket.
The script is nuts. I mean, you really could not have written it any better, man. And wow, what a game to do it as well. Mongrel fragging out. Like, he's putting every hater there is, including myself, to rest and saying, no, look, I can hold my weight in this team. And then Savage seeing that going, okay, look, I respect you. Thank you for putting in the work. Let me close out the game now. Just perfect. Absolutely perfect. And you've got to think this is a huge boost for them.
It was really exciting to see them going for hype, but also then going, okay, actually, no, we're going to step back. We're not going to go for it just yet. And then Savage knowing exactly where to go, because he was on a completely different side of the zone to everyone else in the end game, and it paid off dividends, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, look, the journey for them this whole game, started off rough, right? They started off contested. They win the off-spawn battle, and then so it's, it's sort of like we make sure we make the most of this game, right? We can't afford to let games slip out of our hands. And then the height take, right? You see them chop a height, you're thinking, oh my goodness, things are going well, but then it doesn't quite go as planned. Mongrel ends up getting sort of taken out, trying to take it. You see him hit those shots here thinking, yes, but then he goes down. Savage like, okay, it's time to clutch up. We've seen Savage clutch up so many times in Fortnite history, mini-minor.
Yeah, we have, and I think it was not going to be a height take for the history books. It's not the most beautiful height take that was well structured, but what it did was it did enough to just ruffle the feathers of the high ground team to where nobody really had height. So even when Savage had to drop down, go for that refresh, he could still then grapple all the way back up and maintain that high ground position. So really nice stuff from that duo. And we saw, of course, you mentioned they contested off spawn. That was one of their big problems in the last sort of session that we had was Storm Surge. They solved those problems by making sure they could take that team out off spawn, and Jacob mentioned it, a little bit more risky, and it's paid off.
Yeah, let's take a look at the leaderboard, because there are some notable solos at the end of that particular game. Obviously, Teeny being one of them, losing his partner Mishir earlier in the game, but obviously, I mean, we've put one game in it. It's only really reasonable that Mishra and Tina would be in second, especially as we know this is a duo that consistently can put up the numbers, Levin, in terms of eliminations.
Absolutely, and they showed us some classic Misha and Teeny, sneaky beaky like plays throughout this game. So it was good to see them up there in the standings. If you take a look at some of the players down, right, of course we are going to be looking for 15th, right? That's the cutoff in terms of who makes it now to the grand finals. And Trulitz and Chicha currently sitting in that spot, Mini.
Yeah, that's the current threshold, but it's early days and it's early doors, of course. I want to highlight Phaser and King right there. Another classic game for them, it seems like, this season, where Phaser goes down early and King is left to solo clutch. Didn't quite go the full way. I think he got something like 15, something like that in that last game, but still did a really good job taking out some players, getting some nice eliminations. So they're setting themselves up. They're keeping themselves in it, most importantly, after the first game, because things can get rough for this team, and I really want to see them in grand finals.
I like how you said classic. I was gonna classic, not in a good way though, man. Like,
no, not at all. No, man, classic.
I don't want to see that, man. I want to see them together in endgame fragging out, man. I don't want to see them, solo clutching and this and that. Yeah. I want to see them together because, yeah, when things are clicking for them, they have shown at times that they can be very entertaining. And of course, when they got all the fans watching them, you want to see them make it be a wonderful story, but they have to earn it, and that comes with the next two games.
I know what you really want to see, Levin. You want to see King riding that train again.
Look, it was brief, right? I'm a fan of train rotates. You threw me off there a bit. I didn't know where you're going with that, but I do know what you're talking about. Yes, train rotates will always get a thumbs up from me.
I didn't have you down as a train spotter. When we were listening in the green room, as soon as we saw the observers cut to King jumping off the train, Levin was like, ooh, train rotation.
It wasn't for long. He sort of just danced through it. I thought he was going to stay on it, sort of for a bit longer, but he just sort of passed through. But, it counts in my book.
Well, fingers crossed we get to see more train rotations. We've got 2 more games left, so there's not many chances, let's face it. Mini minor for this next game, I guess eyes might be on Mishra and Teeny, because actually when we look to the upper bracket games, they've been one of the more consistent duos.
Yeah, this is a duo that have what it takes to find consistency, I think, and getting off to a good start for this team is going to be really, really good, because if there's anyone in the lobby that I back to have those consistent performances now for the last 2 games, it will be them. They don't try and rush things. We know how they like to play, of course, just sneaking around on the island, sneaking around caches, and just being a very sneaky, beaky team that we have to look out for. So now that they've got that in their back pocket, if you like, those points that are now boosted them up towards that qualification spot, I think they're going to be offered a little bit more freedom to try and make some more risky plays that should hopefully keep them there.
Can we also give a quick shout out before we go into game to Axforce and Robin as well? It feels like every dramatic moment we've seen this evening, they've been at the centre of it, Levin. Do they have what it takes to break through and stay in that top 15?
Yeah, absolutely. You look at Robin, historically, he's always been a player that is sort of in there, right? You expect to see him there. It's funny because I feel like his best performances have always come when he's uber aggressive, just trying to frag out, destroy the whole lobby. And he's always like, yeah, I actually don't like playing that way, though. And I'm like, well, maybe we should try playing it that way more, Maybe it brings results, so who knows? Let's see.
All right, well, the trains are coming down the tracks, and I want to beat Levin to the last seat on it because we've got 2 more games remaining with Takata and Jacob BR.
After that last game, I made sure to grab my seat early because this is entertainment at its finest. We're talking about scripts, Takata. I didn't know we were starring in a movie featuring Mongrel and Mr. Savage the way they were playing in game 1. But if this movie continues, what is the next story for Takata? And let us know right after this because the game 2 starts now.
Next story I'm looking for, Jacob. King Phaser, new region, coming from Brazil, qualifying to grand finals in their first tournament here in Europe. It's what I want to see. Such an electric way to start game 1 with a massive victory royale from a fan favorite duo. Will the momentum continue forwards is the question.
Yeah, they did a good job. Particularly King was able to pick up 22 solo impact points. We know how often one game just like that changes the tides, but Howley with the first couple of shots onto Savage, but Frizzy goes down in the blink of an eye. Howley's trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but he's not able to finish off the elimination onto Savage. He's finally going to reunite with Mongrel, and we know there is a huge strength in numbers as we've seen so many times.
Savage was basically at 1 HP, and he was still able to take out Frizzy, but be careful. Howley now jumped down to 10, gets eliminated. But were those shots from a third party? They were. Kovacs on the hill taking shots. Will this be the match that they choose to go in for the third party?
I don't know if this is on purpose, but the way they moved around these builds and that third party in back-to-back games, it's almost like they're baiting their opponents out into the open to where those shots are susceptible. You see another fight being won. Switching on over to Moneymaker and Fanayan. Contested on this side of the map. Something that they didn't have to face in the upper bracket to start the day. So now they're facing adversity. And their plan here this game was land on top of that launch pad, try to get some loot early and some damage, and then we can continue down if we got them weak enough. But with the lack of shots and the lack of damage, they can no longer contest it like they planned.
Flying away, seeing what they're going to be able to pick up along this rotate now. 1 pistol in hand, 1 little hyper SMG. As we switch over to Phaser and King. Last match, it looked like they had Reckless Railways almost to themselves. And it looks like it's going to continue being the case.
Back-to-back games, and it almost looked like the only team that even has a real shot to shoot in that direction is the one that's consistently going for the forecast tower uncontested on that side. See how it pays off for them. Back-to-back games. Darky's already down. Akers is solo as well. He's just trying to go ahead and even the fight. Nice damage there. He still hasn't been able to pick up the loot just yet, so he has to be careful if he continues to try to extend forward to snatch it away. And I think throughout that process, Darkus went ahead and grabbed it for himself. Try to go ahead and pack a punch. You can see he outmatches Nakers when it comes to the builds, the material, and the utility.
1v1 situation. You said it, outmatches Shields as well. 26, just 1 more left. Or 1 more mini, sorry. We get back to 50 shield, but still at a disadvantage. The shots continue connecting, but neither player is going all in. Does Nakers know that he has that advantage? He's waiting for the big shot. Darkus had the opportunity, but he missed.
That was a great outside of the box thinking as he moved towards the side. He overstepped as well, come into Darkest box, but unable to really connect the shot as they continue to trade back and forth, back and forth. And even though Nakers doesn't really have any shields to regain, he's doing a good job of whittling away at his opponent one shot at a time.
5 shield breaker EMPs, drop for some bandages. Now has AR, shotgun, and SMG. But it looks like they no longer want to have this fight. Grapple blade to get out of here. 3 builds. He's going to need to farm.
Yeah, but at least he gave himself a chance by disengaging. Got to imagine the opponent he was going up against probably doing the same thing. With only 2 games left, depending on where you're at on the leaderboard, you want to have a calm, cool, collected game. Not too much noise to be made, but everybody else below that line gonna have to get a little bit more active, begin to come online. Podesai Snazy towards Grand Glacier. They loot the outskirts before they continue moving forward, and that's something Podesai and Snazy have been known for. They don't necessarily claim a top POI, but they still figure out a way to have consistent performances as Moneymaker's under siege. 2 different angles, both of them, him and F9, are gonna get dropped down low.
Chexy going right in, trying to close this out as Moneymaker for 9 quickly backing up, looking to see if they can hit shots on the aggressors. Changing positions to up above, going for a replace, and it comes through. No shot, though. As Chexy continues, looking for an angle.
Yeah, it was a little close there for a moment, but quick on his feet, quick thinking. Tries to get the floor replaced, but Moneymaker's there waiting. Third party as well. Finally, those shots come in. There's even a 4th party slowly but surely in the distance. Like everybody here on this position has to be careful, but the 3rd party spotted out the 4th party, so they know and they're aware. There's a 5th party coming in. I don't know where the invitations went because I didn't get one.
Where's our invite, Jacob? Where's our invite? You can see. Looks like the engagement's actually going through right now. I feel like a duo's fighting right outside the area, but Moneymaker for 9, they're not interested. They want to refarm up. They have the whole building to farm. For Chicho, though, I'm curious to... Oh, I was going to say, I'm curious to where Trulex is, but it looks like he's spectating. As now, what's on Chicho's task list is a reboot from Misha Tini, though. Danger, 70 HP, no shield. Tini has been eliminated.
Man, they switched up their drops yet again. They started off at Grand Glacier, moved over to fencing. Unfortunately, the result is the same. They go down early on in this game, and they're kind of leaving up to the last hope. Our 3rd and final game of the lower bracket. 92 points, though. Not too bad. They got to be feeling comfortable. Ricky, though, Dre, still trying to maneuver through this minefield that is fencing fields. A lot of teams moving over in this direction, especially the longer that medallion stays up. Luckily, they were able to capture it before any more teams took notice.
Ricky, Dre, now playing sneaky. All it really takes is one big hit, especially from an epic hammer pump shotgun like Ricky has here, to do enough damage to permit him to go straight on in, head first to his opponent. But it looks like it's not going to be needed. Going right back up to the roof, going back to position where they can look around and kind of get a good sense of where the duos are, who's rotating in the area, and how they can safely move forwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were actually able to capture the medallion, the loot. This is what you typically see some teams do that land around fencing fields. They try to kind of camp it out, knowing that if you're going to go ahead and use that medallion to try to get into the vault, you're going to have to go through us first. Fury was the one that looks like he was able to claim it, but he is a solo. He's just trying to survive here, get his teammate back into the game. And even if they don't go for the vault now, they can always circle back if the zone does pull full away from fencing fields.
They do have that mythic Striker AR, spare shields on deck, and all these duos now are continuing to rotate through fencing. There's a lot more than there were before. If they just stay up top, they should have quite a few angles to take shots, just like Tajinio and Uguay. Although there's just not as many duos on this side of the map. Up by Lavish Lair, more towards the north side here.
Tinio and Uguay, solid performances to make it here. They just need to push themselves even further. We've seen them third-party teams. We ended up seeing them box fight a couple of teams come out on top, just trying to return to form. Just about going that extra mile. Heine did a good job. in the last couple of days on the weekend, just to make it this far. You saw him go down in game one, him and his teammate. Similar fight just like this, but Slove getting third partied. The confidence slowly but surely goes out the window. Pressure is still there. They know that he's the one that's weak. They don't necessarily know about the team down below.
3 duos in the area. A sandwich is being made as X-Squeeze, Slove forced to trade up some med kits. Fizz each other up. Get back to business.
Seeing some crash pads come out. X-Squeeze and Slove just trying to rotate out of this congestion over towards Classy Courts. Not too far away from the zone, but it's the threat of how many potential teams, not even just the ones that you know about, are going to be nearby. You see X-Squeeze just getting tagged up, still trying to disengage on out of this. I like the thought not to use the grapple blade, because that would have even made him even easier to tag out of the sky. Still farming along the way. Great position for X-Squeeze and Slove, as I think they've actually officially disengaged out of this to continue on with their FNCS journey.
Yapko in a bush. He just got shot. I don't know from where, but people always, now as they rotate, if they have the ammunition for it especially, will be bush checking, making sure that there's no sneaky duos looking for an opportunity to strike. This Blaha Yapko now will move forward towards this launch pad and hopefully get a clean rotate in. But when you are flying like that, you're open to shots by all the duos that are already boxed up looking at you. Although good news is Blaha did not get cracked, but Yapko, on the other hand, barely made it through.
Plenty of heals to go around, though, at least for now at this stage in the game. Weapon caches starting to appear. It's the next stage where teams are going to begin to fight for on the edge zone, even if they're deep enough. Blaha and Yapko close to another team. They could split a cache, and time will tell. As we jump into another fight, Panda and Rico smushed down low to the low ground. Shaw, low key, they're going to be the ones to challenge them down low. The weapon cache, you can see what the prize is for any team that ends up on top.
Prize has already been taken, though, it seems, by Panda and Rico. So will Low-Key and Shaw want to continue with this back and forth? I don't think so. They are in a more uncongested side of the zone here up north. So I'm curious how healthy they're feeling, as there's 85 players up still. Storm Surge will be hitting shortly. Being in the third zone, now closing towards the fourth in just 44 seconds.
Oh, that's why shots like that are important, even though it's not a massive one by any means. Still climbing up the Storm Surge leaderboard. And they're in zone as well, so they don't have to worry about Storm itself being an issue throughout the duration of this fight. But they have to be careful. There's another team seeing all this action coming in, the mini-map. They're closing in on the distance, and a couple more after that. So a potential for a 5-team battle royal fight on this side of the map is going to be real. So you got to be able to watch and be aware of everybody around you. Panda and Rico still not giving up, though, holding on to their pieces. Great defense coming out from them in this box fight.
Great hammer pump shotgun from Shaw. It's not bad, but it could be better. Be careful, though. Rico has been taken out. Could have been a sniper. It's one of the duos in the surrounding area. Third party, as they're going to be the ones capitalizing on it.
As Tino and Uruguay slowly but surely ramping up as each game passes throughout the weekend. Trying to find that stride and their form. There goes Rico. You talked about it. He's going to go down. All that loot getting split on over, and the teammate disengages as a solo, and there's a whole nother team. I talked about 5-6 players being in this direction. They immediately pounce on that solo as he's trying to disengage.
Gino just kind of swooped on in, took a prize and left. Put aside Snazy, though, saying not so fast. We want a piece of that pie. As they take some shots as they run away, but it looks like they're playing aggressive, although it's just for a bit of damage. They're not going to want to take any full-on fight here, as the rotations will just continue through.
Yeah, for some of these teams, they have the mindset of slow and steady wins the race. I don't have to get all my surge in one moment, in one box fight. And their plan throughout the weekend overall has been just that. Slowly build up their surge, not take everything all on at once.
Chap and Khan rotating along the edge of the zone here. There's only one duo in sight on the mini-map. They are looking quite healthy. Consumables, mats, HP and shield. They have most of it. Anything that's left, they can get it during the rotate. It's just damage that might be a concern. We'll see this shortly now. 79 players. But no, 231.
It's only zone 4, though, for a lot of the teams that don't have Surge. Only one player needs to go down before it's no longer a problem. For others, you can see we're already positioned into the zone, high above the mountain. Well off when it comes to Surge, but they know how easily that can change throughout the course of the game if the zone does pull away and they're not able to get even more Surge up until this point. As you see the leaderboard on the side, 21st place outside of that bubble. There's going to be a total of 20 points. So everybody here still has so much more work to do before they find comfortability, even though there's still another game left.
Right. It was 25 in the upper bracket here in day 3, but it's only top 15 in the lower bracket. These are literally the last 2 matches, the last 2 opportunities that these duos have to qualify to the grand finals.
This could be another good opportunity for King and Phaser over towards Reckless. If they did stay here at the very minimum, not rotate away. Shaco's Skydune. Not too far off from that position. They see a team rotating in the sky, and you see him almost a thought process in motion, trying to find him. See if he can get any shots. Not able to get the spot, so continues on where he left off before. Ultimate high ground, getting information just outside of the zone as well. So they can easily Flowberry Fizz and Grapple Blade to the zone and gain the elevation early.
Storm Surge is now active with 80 players up. Shakoth and Skydune aren't going to be too worried about that. King and Phaser, you said it yourself, back in their home, Reckless Railways, although 5th zone has pulled more towards the east. The rotate will have to come through, but you don't have to go early. So many duos right now are looking for those tags, looking for Surge, and the last thing you want is for the pressure to be on you.
Yeah, King peeked. He got sniped. You saw the shields just drained off. Luckily for them, they do have the medallion, so they're not going to waste too much. Get back into shape. Mahi, though, and his duo, Topco, they were the ones that tried to aggress. They're barely above the damage threshold at 88, but that was just because of the risk that they just took to try to get those shots, and that's what you have to do. If you're not able to find it on rotation, you see a lot of teams boxed up, sometimes you just got to knock on the door.
Depends on the other side of that door, though. If it was Phaser and King, it wouldn't go too well for me. But there's a lot of veterans. These are the best of the EU region competing here today. And for the duos like Topco, who now have to make this rotate through the storm. So many players are still inside of the zone. It's just going to make it that much more difficult if you rotate late.
Even though they fall a little bit lower than where they were on Storm Surge, it's great to see them so far ahead compared to some of the typical games they have been having up until this point, but they become the focus momentarily. They have to stagger themselves on the edge of the zone, and if you know exactly where we're pulling towards Grand Glacier, the mountain ridges, this one could be drastic if it continues to pull that way and teams aren't prepared.
You want to be on the opposite side of the zone here. You want to be the one with the higher elevation, but luckily enough, 6th zone so far has appeared on the Reckless Railways side. Will it continue to pull towards the west, though? Is the main question that these players have right now. Ruban, Axe Force, 1 Elam on the board. They were in an engagement here. It doesn't look like anything came from it previously, but look at that. Quick pickings, 1 more knock. Can they make it 2?
Literally just one damage above the threshold for now. They've done literally barely enough to go ahead and find some comfortability as it finally loads up, clicks in, see what the damage is really like here in this situation. And with Storm Surge active here in the 6th zone, it's not going to deactivate until 54 players are left. That's about 15, 16 or so players that need to go down. So everybody like Blaha and Mixon are in such a tough spot because even if they find themselves ahead here, they can easily fall right back below with so many players still left alive.
Desperate is what they are now, causing them to make these quick decisions like jumping into opponents' boxes, but It could lead to their demise, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Yup, go Blaha gone, but it's going to be King and Phaser that capitalize on that situation and get the extra loot.
Yeah, perfect find. Even though it wasn't a ton of loot that they needed, it was more so the Storm Surge. You saw them falling down that leaderboard little by little during their last rotation. Now they're right back on up in better shape than they were before, because now they have all these extra mats, all these extra resources, everything that they need and more to continue to move forward into the next stage of the game. And you can see everybody around them that kind of took what we were talking about, the mountain ridges. They prepared for it, and that's why the east side is so stacked at this point in time.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. You can tell the experience of this lobby with the amount of duos that have based up around the east side here, because if it ends up pulling there, it's going to be way more difficult to rotate from Reckless Railways up the ridge versus down it. But look at that, Jacob. They were preparing for the worst case scenario, but it might have been the best for the ones who are at the railways.
This might be a good zone for King and Phaser as well, because it's going back over to their home territory towards the Reckless Railways. They can recycle a lot of builds, but Elusi, Gabix, even though they have a rotation to make, being 35 above, they're using this opportunity to look all around at these rotating players to find some shots that they can land. Keffy and Relvis, they desperately need these shots now. 35 below, running out of heals and running out of time.
2 more minis will take 2 more ticks from Storm Surge, but all they need is 1 shot, being 35. Issue is 25 bullets and the Striker AR. If you end up using them all, that's it. You're gonna have to get all up close and personal. No more shield left. 2 ticks until Keffy gets eliminated.
Uh-oh, only 1 now, and he just needs to land 1 shot is all it takes, but he runs out of medium ammo and goes down because of it, leaving it all on the line in our 3rd and final game of the day. But you see other players still positioned towards the backside of zone that need to make their rotation on over. Wheat's going to lead the charge for him and Shimoki, and he's going to be the one that's kind of tasked with finding themselves a safe spot in towards the zone.
Straight lining it down the middle here, alongside almost seems like the whole lobby, as you'll have to be careful on where you're grapple blading to. Try and not pick the same positions that you think your opponents will. Avoid getting yourself boxed up. Where is Wheat though? Where is your duo partner, Shimoki? There he is, barely making it in, forced now to pop a med kit.
And their position here ain't too bad either. We'll say they are stuck between a literal rock and a hard place, but you see them extending outward, giving themselves more room to work with as they make their way in zone. They know that they're 75 above the damage threshold, but at the same time, quickly falling below. They hear some shots going off inside. That's Vox. That's DKS. They're trying to take a 2v1 while the timing is right, but Vox goes down. Storm moving in. DKS can't be a hero. He has to continue to move forward, or it'll cost them everything.
Both players now left as a solo there. Edge of Storm trying to hide if they can, but Storm Surge gets activated again. And now the players have to start healing up, have to start doing damage. But for Shimoki and Wheat, it's just capitalizing on these players that have not done enough and picking them up for that extra loot and eliminations.
Yeah, now they have options. They saw a couple teams go out in this position. You're seeing them scrape together all that loot, bring it back into their base for the next rotation. Forces everybody, or at least the majority of them, into a max pull across the map. But once again, back on over towards Reckless Railways.
Rub on now, Axe Force popping that Flowberry Fizz juice to get them the mobility boost they need to try and get a safer rotate, but be careful, as so many players have a similar idea. Just 35 above, they could do a bit of damage on this rotate. It would be massive, but the most important factor is making it into zone. Great job going all the way around the right side, avoiding the chaos down below. But Raban says, hey, I want an elimination. I want those extra points. I want that damage.
Yeah, he's trying to think far ahead into the future. He's trying to grab the refresh on the mats now so he doesn't have to worry about it later. Luckily for him, Axe Force was the one that caught DKS out and finished a lot of the damage that he was able to start. Quickly ends up in a tough spot, tagged up by Heine. Multiple teams even getting spotted out and taken down. I do believe that might have been one of those turrets that are near Reckless Railways.
Taken out by a turret. I hope not. Hope it was the opponents that landed enough shots, as King and FaZe are actually going to be the ones who are most elevated in this current zone. And seeing that this was their drop spot, hopefully their material count, it does. It looks beautiful. Almost max mats, most likely for both players. Issue is the zone does pull to the opposite side. Are they going to want to take it so early on? Are they going to stay second? Go ahead, look back. What do they want here?
This is like a 3-phase movie each and every game. We saw part 1 in game 1 with Mongrel and Savage. Part 2, King and Phaser. Couldn't have written a better script myself, but we'll see how the ending goes. Can they hold on to high ground? Axe Force did a lot of work to get him to this point, but lost Roban along the way. But luckily for him, he has 240 damage above the threshold. He just needs to figure out a way to continue moving forward and not stagger himself too far behind this mess.
High ground getting slightly contested here, but it's still in King and Phaser's favor, but shots keep coming through. Players close behind, they're grapple blading ahead, and so far nobody has overthrown them yet.
Yeah, he saw the 10 shield just get dropped off. Somebody actually grapple bladed onto Phaser himself, flying through the sky. Anything works at this stage with top 20 position here. Everybody kind of dropping like flies. We eat Shimoki trying to get another one off their picnic. That's Edit Course, who gets forced lower and lower into the mud, but reunites with Vortexia along the way. A blessing in disguise, some would say.
Hardum, Chap, Khan, all these players getting ahead of zone on the low ground though. They're stuck on the road in the dirt. Not too many players on the mid layers currently, but now it's Axe Force going. He doesn't have a duo partner though. 4 Elims as a solo, as the pressure's on. 2-3 shots connected, gets the knock, but gets eliminated.
Oh, that's a nice opportunity, but Chexy just running rampant there on the low ground. Edit Course looking at height, but finds his opponent Khan and lands a monster of a shot, and that's going to give him the green light. Another one landed. That's his duo Chap. Back to back. They're not letting these players out of their sights. They cleaned that one up, and they know how weak Khan actually is.
4 on the board now. Edit Course Vortexia close to second high. It's King Phaser applying that pressure, making sure they know that the dominance is up above and nobody tries to overthrow them. Shimoki Wheat now continuing with 4 Elims. They were looking half in shambles earlier on, but now they're looking incredibly powerful. So much loot, just missing the materials.
And that's where I'm looking around, looking at everybody's inventory. Medkits, medkits, medkits. How many if you have them, just in case it comes down to a heal off? Edit Course, 0. All weapons in the inventory other than his mobility and his big pot, but he's being forced down low again to the low ground. The pressure from King and Phaser, not even allowing anybody to look up, is impressive.
Amazing job, just like you said, making sure nobody knows that high ground is going to be an easy task to take. Shimoki Wheat now maybe forced to pop these heals. They're doing it early, but they both have a good amount of medkits.
And this is something you don't see very often. The double heal to the backside of zone. Typically, you save them for one player. Hopefully, it'll pay off as all these solos get dropped out, including Vortexia. Edit Course is being left by himself. There's plenty of loot around, but it's the materials that is nowhere to be found. No heals either. Big Pot's going to be used because it's all he has left in the tank.
6 eliminations though. Mythic Hammer Pump. I know Edit Course has the confidence to continue here. 11 players up. It's 7 duos, and now he has to decide, how can he stay up here? Where are the players at? But coming from the back of zone, eliminating Edit Course.
And it's King with another elimination while all that's going on. The pressure from the high ground is beginning to become a little bit too much for a couple of these players. But Ark, Rick Moore, they're going around the sides where there's not that easy of a line of sight, and they find if they have gold, they can get a free heal.
It might end up in a heal off here. We have a full duo in the mid ground, a full duo into the height, and on the low ground is Shimoki Wheat now forced to drop below. They don't have the heal off. They need to take the engagement. Shots come through. You saw the medkits being dropped. Shimoki gets a knock, and they know that his duo is going for the heal off.
Yep, backside of zone. There's really time running out. Shimoki doesn't really have any options. He gets dropped. Players falling left, right, and center, including King, who drops down low to the low ground, playing Disruptor, and the script almost writes itself, but King gets shut down. No chance to pop any medkit on the low ground. He did his job and some as him and Phaser take the game.
The script has been written, perfectly executed endgame from King and Phaser, from taking height in the first moving zone, holding it throughout the whole endgame, and King in the last moments dropping down while his duo partner Phaser plays the heal off, denying the heals from the opponents, ultimately securing them the win.
They did such a fantastic job from upper bracket to lower bracket. A lot of teams will let the pressure, will let the disappointment get to them, but they didn't move across the world playing one of the best regions to go down and out in FNCS just like that. They stepped up to the plate and they hit a grand slam to win that game.
Calm, collected, cold-blooded, and focused is what I see King and Phaser playing like right now. You could see they even had medkits to spare here. They didn't even have to play the heal off because King was so dominant in the low ground.
And that's going to be it right there. The movie does continue. Savage and Mongrel, game 1 victory. King and Phaser, game 2 victory. As we enter the 3rd stage of this game, I'm going to throw it on over to Des to let them know what they see about this movie.
Thank you very much. I've actually run out of popcorn. The movie's been so intense so far this evening. I'm going to have to nip downstairs and see if I can find some more snacks, because this evening is the gift that keeps on giving. And Phaser and King, we knew they had to play out their minds. And the Fortnite gods gifted them a zone near their drop spot. They had everything they needed from Zone 6, and they truly delivered, Levin.
Absolutely. The script, man, it just keeps on giving. It just keeps on giving. And the zones are perfect for them on height there as well, man. Mini, look, it's not easy holding a height, you know, from first moving. We have seen that this season, but they handled it well. Pressure in that ninth zone that, you know, a lot of teams would have fell at the wayside. These guys held on, and not only did they hold on, they applied the right amounts of pressure. You saw there were times people wanted to look at Mini, but they just didn't give them a chance. And the win is very, very well deserved.
Yeah, really well deserved. And finally, they've managed to get themselves a victory royale. That's their first win in 29 games of these sort of final lobbies that they've played in this season. So it's finally clicked for them. It's finally come together. And finally, it seems like they made an end game as a duo together. And these are the fireworks that can be produced when that happens. And yeah, as you mentioned, really nice zone for them. Really nice way of playing height as well. Not easy to play it from that first moving zone, but they applied the pressure well. When the times where they looked like they could lose it happened, they automatically just decided, you know what, let's just shut that down. We're not having anyone taking this off us. And yeah, just really, really nicely well played from those guys.
Now they need to prove they can do it when the zone is not in their favor, but potentially they've got next weekend to do it if they can at least get a solid game out of this next and final game, I should say, of the lower bracket. But that has taken them to the top of the leaderboard. A tidy 111 points should feel like a lovely safety blanket right now, Mini Miner. But looking down the leaderboard, are there any other props you want to give?
Yeah, we got some nice blankets at the top. We got some almost paper mache towards the bottom. It's not quite as warm. We're seeing some names that really have to do some good work in this final game to make sure they're in that top 15. And it's this second page here that I'm going to be mostly looking at. This is the moment. This is the threshold. 68 points it is to make it into that top 15. Remember, that's where the teams need to find themselves to book their ticket to grand finals. A few names on here that we haven't necessarily talked too much about, but having some decent games here, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at the likes of Skydune and Shakos, who are just on that bubble now. They're a team that you'd expect to see in the grand finals. Very talented players. You know, the likes of Tino and Uruguay in the mix, right? Of course, Uruguay, again, just a legendary name in EU, right? And you know, he was gone for quite a while, but he's back in the mix of things. So to see him in the finals would be great. And some of the names below that as well, right? Dark is what say a lot of these guys will be thinking, I deserve to be in grand finals. I'm good enough. This last game is going to be incredibly tense for those teams.
Do you think it's going to be an all-out performance? Because actually looking at that second page on the leaderboard, I see Khan and I see Chapwin. And from what I've seen from those guys, they can pull out an all-out aggression and they can potentially pull off an epic performance. It's just whether things are going to fall in their favor like they did for King and FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can say the same for a lot of teams as well. All it takes is one win right here to make sure they can boost their way up, because that's all they have, right? They only have this one last game, so even more so than the upper bracket earlier on. If they can get themselves a win, maybe a 40th place right now, why not go for height? It almost turns into a victory format. So it's going to be interesting to see how the play styles develop. Maybe some fights for the forecast tower might ensue. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds.
Yeah, I still really am looking to Trulex and Chicho, man. I'm a big fan of those guys. I really do rate Trulex as an IGL. I think he's so underrated. And so, you know, I'd be falling on my face if he was now to not qualify, right? You know, we can't have one of the best minds we have just not making it. And you know, you look at how things have gone for them. It has been a rockier road than they would have been used to. But this is a time to, you know, show some adversity, show some heart, show some courage. And, you know, I definitely think they're made of that.
We've seen it. We've seen it in Copenhagen. We've seen the back-to-back victory royales. And that's the biggest stage of them all, the highest amount of pressure. And these boys are able to withstand it. Maybe, playing at home just isn't pressure enough? We're going to find out really soon because we're nearly ready to get into game number 3. I can't wait to see if there are any potential upsets, maybe some names that we haven't pointed out so far who are going to sail into that top 15. But it's been a great evening of redemption as well. Obviously, we've talked about King and Phaser, Mongrel and Savage as well. The question marks around that duo, Mongrel's return. Levin, you were saying earlier that if Mongrel and Savage win next weekend, then technically Mongrel has got back-to-back FNCS victories.
Yeah, technically, yeah. The last FNCS Grand Finals he played, specifically Grand Finals, the last FNCS Grand Finals he played, he won. So if he was to win, it'd be a back-to-back Grand Finals win for him.
And I'm going to get you, Levin, to write any PR statement I need in future because you're a natural kiddo. We're going to head now to the third and final game of the lower bracket. This is our last game of the semi-finals and the last chance for these 50 duos to book a spot in the grand finals. Jacob PR and Takata, take it away.
I could have not asked for a better semi-finals. We are watching a movie today. 2 weeks of qualifiers, 3 days of semi-finals, and it all comes down to this. The last match of the day, the last opportunity to make it to grand finals, and the battle bus is ready. Let's get right into it.
These are the final moments leading up to our FNCS Grand Finals next weekend. If you're in that top 15, great. Now you have to hold on to it. If you're outside of the top 15, lay it all on the table. Leave nothing to regret when the day is over.
Cutoff currently at 68 points for top 15. It will be going up, obviously, once this game concludes, but that's where it's at currently. So we'll have to keep an eye on the duos around there, but Mahi getting right into the action.
Yeah, Mahi and Topco need a big game here. They're outside of that bubble, but trading shots back and forth. Topco trying to reunite. Flowberry Fizz coming out, trying to give him a little more oomph to work with, but it's only going to come down to a trade. Topco is going to be the one outlasting everybody, though. The bait and switch comes out, and they stand 10 toes down.
31 HP left. 2 elims on the board now. Topco Mahi feeling extra happy. If you get eliminated here, Jacob, that's it. No more opportunities.
Your FNCS journey is over. And a battle that we've seen go the way of Savage and Mongrel. 2 for 2 so far. Hallie and Frizzy are going to be there. Hopefully they've learned their mistakes about that third-party potential. And that's why you kind of see them position themselves on the other side of the building before they go up and in, trying to chase down Mongrel. Figure out where he's at. And I do believe they already have the elimination onto Savage. So this will be the last remaining player before they're able to finally claim Ship It Station as their own.
You can see the third party creeping up. All they have to do is land a couple shots here. They aim, they take the shots, but they're unable to connect enough to continue forwards until now. It looks like Mongrel does get eliminated, though. Kovacs with the elim.
Second place, 105 points for Mongrel and Savage. You have to imagine they got to be feeling confident with their position on the leaderboard. Kovacs, nice snipe. They've been such disruptors to that fight that is contested. They're doing a good job, too, of not overstaying their welcome and getting greedy. As soon as they get eliminations and damage, they go right back underneath to continue the looting where they left off.
Look, Mongrel and Savage got eliminated, but having over 100 points and the position they're in, it should be enough to take them to grand finals. Blaha Yapko, though, looking to see if they can pick up a couple elims.
Yapko, they're doing pretty well up until this point. 23rd place, still have more to go, and it can start with eliminations like that. Serene's going to get taken down. Demas is going to get stuck by himself. They keep bulldozing their way into the box. They want to end this quickly, but the longer it takes, you see that third party at the top of the mountain, Vortexia Edit Course, potentially trying to steal away the elimination that they fought so hard to get up until now. Unfortunate circumstances, but now they see it. They move forward. Vortexia trying to go ahead and gather all that loot and steal even more away from that duo.
Currently sandwiching their opponents. Edit Course on one side, Vortexia on the opposite. Are they just going to look for shots? Are they going to regroup? Vortexia wanted the loot from the elimination. Blaha Yapko don't want nothing to do with this fight no more. They got the damage they needed. They got the loot they needed. Currently not being in qualifying range. All they want to do now is continue rotating through, doing what they can to make it to the late game.
Doing a good job. Picking everything up where they need it as Tino. Seemingly by himself. Question where Uguay is at. And with Arc having one elimination, I think that question is answered almost instantaneously. They're forcing Tino over and over towards the low ground before finally disengaging. Surprising that I've seen so many teams kind of disengage away from those solos.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, sometimes it's not worth it, especially if the solo has a grapple blade or some sort of mobility item that allows them to disengage. But even if you're just hiding and you can't find them, you really cannot waste a lot of time in these matches. You want to finish your loop path. You want to start on your surge path. You want to start rotating. You want to continue farming. There's always things you can be doing. And if you're just hunting for a solo, it could be gone by now. It might just be time wasted.
Seeing Kefi, Belvis on the other side, and Marco and Vision, bro. They're inside of that bubble. Tied with Shaco's and Skydune. 68 points, 15th, 14th place, losing the tiebreaker. And I think they're right now a sigh of relief as Marco and Vision disengage out of this location, that we were that close to risking it all in a fight if they just wanted to push.
Take a look. Blaha Yapko. He's just kind of looking around for a sniper shot. If he can land it, though. Edit course. No needed for one there. Quick headshot, 262. Not sure if they secured the full elim after the knock, but if they did, that's a good amount of points.
Solo Khan trying to play this one out. He already has the mythic loot from Lavish Layer. So not a bad position to be in as a solo, especially since it is so early. There's a lot of space between duos, especially more towards this north side of the map. So there is opportunity to get the reboot and get your teammate back into the game, but definitely has the potential to come at a cost, because the closer they get on over towards Lavish Layer, you see a team in the minimap slowly but surely appearing in the distance.
Haijo for Strokey. Outside of zone now. Looks like a staggered engagement. It's Topcoat on the other end. Just one shot away from getting eliminated for Strokey. Picks it up. 8 points on the board, and that could be huge. 4 points per elimination is massive when it's top 15 to qualify. There's more. It's Chexy. 2v1 now against Haijo. He has to regroup with Strokey.
It's not going to be the easiest thing, though. Gonna have to expend a lot of resources to try to get to one another, and you see firing shots from the distance. Anything works with the frenzy. Just trying to back off your opponent, not necessarily finish a fight. And with that little bit of stalling that just happened, they're going to go ahead and continue to try to disengage, and especially so since it is going to be a far pull and they're one of the teams inside of the top 5.
Yeah, for Strokey and Haijo, though, being in 31st, they cannot take these risks as they head right back into zone. Being second zone, they're not going to get penalized as much for rotating through it. They won't be losing as much HP per second as they will be later on. So they will go for the safer rotate as Misha Tini. Pleasant Piazza also on the edge of zone. Might make the similar decision.
And Misha and Tini just landing in different spots. Kind of what they do best. Whether if it's a different drop spot or a different loop path to try to catch teams off guard. Once again, finding so much success here in the game. Started it in 6th place, 92 points, all but guaranteed. They still have to play this one out. But their loadout's the only thing that's kind of concerning. Lacking a ton of material. And obviously their loadout can use an upgrade in terms of their hammer and their striker.
I need. And his duo partner right above a duo. I think they do know they're there, although they are crouched. They have an idea that something's up. Something's a little sketchy. Goes for the full box, but gets turned on. Heine forces a solo now. Has to make something happen to come out on top. 2 shots get connected. Not even enough for a crack, though, as the pressure is on.
Yeah, he saw Heine immediately try to get aggressive on back while the damage is hot, but his teammate Monet doing a good job of alleviating some of that pressure, but Lunex goes right back in, and Heine makes him regret that decision. Well-placed shots once more with the frenzy, and now that he has both of those players weak, he's using that opportunity to try to disengage and bring his teammate back into the game. They need, just like a few other teams, a massive finish today. They're about 30 or so points shy, and the way the day has been going for them with their average placement overall, it's just one of those things you have to keep moving forward, even
Look,
if your teammate's down.
I had faith, Jacob. I'm not gonna lie. When he was going in with the frenzy shotgun, I was like, he's gonna get this 1v2. He's doing so much damage. I guess he took the smart decision, though, the safe one, to disengage. Issue is now, I mean, his opponents are gonna heal up. Who knows if they're gonna play around the reboot card. I think he might have got it. He probably should have, especially if he disengaged. So I assume he's just trying to get a reboot out here in the wild, but does he know that Artem is there? I think he does. He might have just seen him.
Probably waiting for him to kind of continue to rotate on out. There's zip lines that can be towards the top. Snazy, similar spot. But more than enough Flowberry Fizz to try to get away. It's just, does he have the time to continue to use it with Slowbay and X-Squeeze hot on his tails? We'll also have the Grapple Blade Flowberries themselves, so in theory, Takata, they could chase this for as long as they so choose.
The pursuit is going to continue here as Snazy is doing everything that he can to escape Slowbay and X-Squeeze. But with all three players having a Grapple Blade, it's an even run, and shots continuing to get connected from the duo here. It's not looking like it's in Snazy's favor.
Yeah, he even got this third party. They're probably just watching that, wondering what's going on. Nobody really closing in on that distance as they continue to be on a hot pursuit against Snazy. The Grapple Blades, the Flowberries, it's gonna be so hard for Snazy to continue to try to survive, and it's just about when Slowbay and X-Squeeze just get bored of the chase.
It's kind of what happens. We were talking about it earlier, you know, when you're chasing a solo, when they have these mobility items, the Grapple Blades, even just Crash Pads and a Flowberry, it just gets to a point where it might not be worth it. You could be doing more efficient things other than chasing. So we switch on over to Hazy, where there's quite a few duos boxed up in the area. This is kind of the combat cache section of the match.
You've seen some teams already positioned, boxed up, like they have control of one. Others still looking like they have more searching to do, more rotating before they find that safety. But for them, they're just trying to get together the scraps. And honestly, I've never really seen anybody farm those in my life. So they're really thinking outside of the box to get every piece of material that they can get.
Metal's the most scarce one. You need to find any option to farm it that you can. So making use of those metal structures are incredibly important. The Lucy now gonna find this combat cache.
Good find for them as we get a peek on the leaderboard just outside of the bubble. 42 points. Heine Noya, we've seen them a few times. Blaha Yapko, seen them a few times. Chulex and Chicho, though, after that last game, surprise contested after they switched up their drop spot. Wasn't necessarily the most fun time for Chulex and Chicho, but you have to have the endurance, the confidence to continue to move forward. 34 points, 26th on the leaderboard. This wouldn't have necessarily been a bad position if we were in the upper bracket, but it's only top 15, and this is the last game to gather those points for the leaderboard.
Makes it that much harder, that much more stress. I'm getting nervous, Jacob. I'm not even playing, and I'm feeling nervous for these players. Chicho, good amount of materials rotating through. Duo's already boxed up, though, taking shots, going through the river, trying to swim to the zone. As it's King, trying to see if Phaser is around. They have played a little split up before, just to cover more area. Even made some kind of fake bases on high elevated locations around the drop spot as we are approaching the Reckless Railways.
Judging by the pacing of this game, seeing how many players are left alive, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a later Storm Surge activation. because typically in this zone, it kind of forces down to 78. You see there's 65. Zone after that, it's going to be 64, and they're just right there at 65. So might not see Storm Surge until about the FNCS weekend average of Zone 6. So teams this game have a little bit more time to prepare of how they're going to pick up and gather that Storm Surge.
Dino Uguay, 12th place right now at 74. You can see how close it is, though, in that top 15 realm. 68 points is the marker right now. But that will be changing shortly once this final match concludes.
They're so close. Any team right now that's either inside or on the bubble, if they go down, it's just so unfortunate. You have to watch it all play out as Vox is already knocked. Jaco's Sky Dude made quick work of him. His opponent, say his teammate, disengaged not too long before that, but he's stuck as a solo. You can kind of see him on the mini-map, just stuck between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 duos that are in the direct vicinity of Reckless Railways, even more making their rotations in.
Replacing the builds from this engagement, make sure they have the option to edit them. On the train tracks of Reckless Railways. It would be kind of funny if the train decided to wander on through right now, but so far they're safe. Slove X squeeze though. Little chilly.
See everybody still fighting at the edge of zone. Multiple teams at that. Like Squeeze Slove is going to be one of them. They have the advantage of going in from different angles, the elevation, but you have to be careful. Slove is getting targeted out, trying to play defensive. Meanwhile, X-Squeeze slowly but surely creeping his way in towards the side. They spotted out at the last moment, but not before his teammate took too much damage. Now Kefi's trying to alleviate any of the pressure, but Slove once again hot on the heels, fighting for that piece control.
Doesn't want to jump in. It's just going for walls here. It's not ready to risk it all, although they do have that HP and shield advantage. They still want a little bit more security before going all in. Cone's getting replaced, trying to get the roof here.
Even give him mid ammo, or ammo mid fight. Slove X Squeeze not wanting to give up on this just yet. They expended so much in this fight so far. Sometimes you just don't want to give up on the play, but 5 seconds. Zone is going to push all of these players in, and there is a huge lack of actual HP heals going around between both of these teams, and especially since another one from Relvis is going to be used rather early. And this is a team that's in the bubble. They just need to stay alive and hold their position on the leaderboard.
Scavenge as many points as possible. No need to do anything risky. Even with those 2 limbs, that's already 8 more points to continue through with. It's now, it looks like they've disengaged, but if they end up following, there's a good chance that they end up looking back with X-Squeeze saving himself from that shot there. And now they're forced to kind of take a larger or longer rotate here along the side of the hill.
Yeah, you see him on the line, 68 points still. You kind of see the Flowberry Fizz crash pad rotations about to come out, and it's kind of their only hope. They only have 2 more uses with the Flowberry Fizz if they want to spread it out. So they're running out of resources at this stage in the game, which is very, very impactful for that top 15.
Vortexia edit course in a sticky situation here. That actually might be a good one for them, as edit course is going to be the one that secured an elimination. Some more loot. Was it a full elim though? Is the duo completely gone? They are, as edit course has 2.
Got us down to 64 players. And the zone begins to move yet again. That's when Storm Surge is going to turn on. 10 more players need to go down. Panda stuck by himself. See him eyeing a couple players over the top. He does have a sniper as well. Frenzy Auto tries to peek through, land a couple of shots. Not going to be enough, but Nefrizzi actually does get the knock onto Vortexia, and the cleanup comes through from Panda. So all it is a reboot card left behind at Reckless Railways.
Instant finish from the Reaper sniper, sending him to the Shadow Realm, as Phaser as well has gone down on the feed. Panda left as a solo, going right back to the reboot van. Does he have time? Will the duos in the surrounding area stop him? DKS has found him. He said, no, no, no. I'm not letting you get the reboot.
DKS might actually need the reboot as well, but Zone pushing everybody off. Panda doesn't have any HP to regain, so he doesn't really have a choice here but to continue moving forward, hoping that a reboot van becomes available in the near future. Great decision, not getting greedy. Team's going to be below him. If he tried to jump into that box, that would have been a nightmare, but so is following King. But a nice shot by Panda, catching another player off guard.
What a way to clean up another elim. Sky jump back to the lobby. Panda continuing with the grapple blade.
Great work by Panda, even using the crash pad. Double movement, justifying a little bit of safety. 269 above the damage threshold. Even though teams are inching closer in that direction, it's almost little to worry about because he sees them. He's spotting them out. They're the focus, not him. Almost no reason to peek unless you want to take part of the party. He sees him outside of zone. Both of those players go down. Unfortunately, Panda is not going to get either one for himself, but he's so, I was going to say he's close to loot. He can grab him, but Shaw read my mind.
Panda knows, though, that loot, that's dangerous loot, Jacob. So many duos are on this side of the map. You can see at the bottom right how many are based up, looking back at where that player just got eliminated. If you drop down and go for the loot and end up getting cracked, especially as a solo, the focus is back on you. You want to avoid those risks, especially if you're close to the cutoff. DKS, still as a solo, was also unable to get the reboot, and now all of these players have to rotate back to the snowy mountains, and we know what the late games are like over there. The changes in elevation, the hills, the mountains, it makes it much more difficult.
Especially as a solo, everything becomes difficult. You're kind of freed in a different way. You're able to play a little more flexibility, knowing you don't have to stay with your teammate. You can rotate all around, but with 2 eliminations, 8 points so far in this game. Vox has 1. They're in 18th place on that leaderboard as it stands. They need to just pass up 2 different teams, and it's all up to DKS.
DKS recycling crash pad after crash pad, not having to use a single one, and it's working so far. He's almost made it in. Not a scratch on his shoulder. As now he builds up, he does have to do multiple boxes. He does not want his opponents to know that he is a solo. As he hears some action behind, its players rotating in later, but has Uguay found it? Do they know that it's a solo?
Oh, even if they knew or didn't know, DKS felt very, very uneasy in that position. Edits towards the top, repositions a little bit higher. Wait for Uguay, but the shot's still pouring through. Door or no door, they're gonna make their way in, and this is the time. Push comes to shove. He's able to escape for now, but he gets dropped on, sent back to the lobby. 18th place is where it looks like they're gonna finish.
Uguay needed this as well. It put them 80 above now with that elimination, but they still have lots to worry about. There's a long way to go. It's a whole journey. It's a marathon. As now, loot getting split up. Crash pad getting ready to be used here. 8th zone has pulled towards the east. It's getting closer and closer to those hills. And the pressure's on.
We need to go down to about 40 players overall, which doesn't seem like a lot, but with everybody rotating from point A to point B, very, very close together, there's going to be a lot of destruction and chaos. A missed grapple blade there momentarily, but he's still going to make his way forward. Storm Surge really doing a lot of damage, but this is his opportunity to get shots himself, but he gets dropped. Teammates there trying to alleviate the pressure, but Storm Surge causing so much commotion. He can't think here in this moment, and in comes another player. Tarps from the backside of the box takes him out.
Fred, gotta be the one getting that. Are getting eliminated now. Tino, Uguay, 39 above. Good position here, but they still have to make it in. Looks like they already had their base built up. You have to be careful here, though. There's so many duos close by. If you end up being the focus, you don't have a lot of space to work with. They are 170 above. 40 players now. So many duos behind. This could be free pickings.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of loot. Didn't really see too much HP down there, but this is the stage of the game where it means so much. It's even scarier than early game because teams are going to drop off left, right, and center. If you don't have the map to know where you need to finish, you have to set your eyes on the prize and just take the game overall, and that's what Shaw and Low Key are looking to do. They have 3 eliminations so far. They have high ground cemented and plenty of builds to work with.
On the peak of the mountain, almost in the clouds already. First moving zone about to commence. Chaos shortly going to be unfolded. Blaha, Jabko, 3 elims, 302 above. Not much to worry about other than this rotation as they look for the place to start it.
You see them staggering themselves back, looking towards the zone, seeing it catch up before they pop their Flowberry Fizz and rotate. Chicho under pressure. Him and Trulex get separated momentarily before they find their way back once more. Reunited has never felt so good for a team that needs to pop off here.
Continuing with the Flowberry Fizz to get that mobility boost, but all the players now are rotating through. You cannot get put into your opponent's box. You have to stay connected. You need the chemistry with your duo partner here. You cannot get split up.
Placement points beginning to roll in. 5 teams went down. At least 10 points for your efforts. They're going to be up to 14. You count up the elimination added on top. Stan, he's done a good job being able to claim that high ground, but Kovacs dropped all the way down low. They're separated. Nitrox is trying to go up and challenge it for the high ground. Uguay and Tino down on Surge, still trying to find their way forward, and it's going to go up this mountain. We've seen too many times how dangerous this can be.
This could be an opportunity to retake height if you're able to get ahead, but it's Tino Uguay who are going to play it slow. They boxed up, they've grouped up. No materials for Tino. How much does Uguay have? Do they have enough to get out of here?
Luckily, they do have that Flowberry Fizz, so they're not going to need a lot of builds to climb up the mountain, especially since they found a path towards the side, and they go up and over everybody to get some safety in toward the zone. Even with little Mats, they're still finding a way to make it work as they knock on another team's door. Chicho and Trulex doing the same thing, but they get bull rush towards the back. Misha and Teeny, who already have their spot at the top of the leaderboard, play bracket busters to Trulex and Chicho.
Darkus, 2 medkits, 3 flops. Started this heal off incredibly early. Has to find an angle in with the grapple blade, but it's going to be low-key. Going for the high ground. It's been chopped. Has he secured it?
Yeah, I think he was able to hold on there for now. Scary moment. Yapko, he's going to be by himself. Even more scarier than a few moments ago. No builds, continues to pile on, but he's moving and grooving, figuring out a way to stay alive. Flowberry Fizz to give him a little bit more on the distance, but he does not have time to use it. Somebody spots right behind. Great shots from Yapko, but it's not enough. Gabbins takes him down and survives with just a sliver of HP.
Darkus still with the heal off. He's went through 3 medkits. He's went through 3 floppers. He's now used them all. Grapple blade in, farming as much placement as possible. No builds. He needs an impact.
This edit on this wrap is going to be very, very crucial as he's looking towards the backside of zone. He knows a couple players are there. Howley gets shut down, separated from his teammate. Misha's in another exchange, but he gets dropped. Nitrox as well. Top 7. Here we go.
Darkus is not done cooking. 4 elims on the board. It's Casper, though, who's taking height. Loki now down below. TD in zone already with the heal off as Loki takes his shots with the frenzy. Connects to 1 for Strokey Crack. Now that's another down the hill, the waterfall.
That's going to be big as it gets cracked and runs out of builds. Shaw's going to be right above him. That's his saving grace. But Casper, he has to drop down low. No HP. Teeny's still the backside of zone. He gets spotted out, but he overstays just a toe. Dipped into the zone. He goes down to Storm. Teeny, 1v2. Low-key versus Shaw. We've already seen him play bracket Bunster once. Can he do it again?
2 medkits. Is it going to be enough? 22 seconds until the zone closes. TD knows he has to get into the action here. Takes the shots, but it's going to be Saw and Loki that get the elim and secure the win.
I don't know where they were positioned on the leaderboard to start this game, but it doesn't matter. When you set your eyes on the prize, nothing else matters but first place, and they've earned themselves that victory royale and earned themselves a chance to shoot up the leaderboard.
Aryan, Loki, they've done it. Last match of the day, the last opportunity. How has the leaderboard shaken up, Jacob? It's going to be top 15. That's what they're aiming for. And with a victory royale like that, you know that they are in.
Yeah, and they had the high ground as teams dropped off the side of the mountain. They held it perfectly and finally used a Flowberry Fizz to drop down and end the game. They did not have a ton of HP if that did go to a heal off, so that was a must situation, and it paid off tenfold.
That's why it's important to have a good duo partner, have that synergy to be able to capitalize on those 2 versus 1 situations. But talking about synergy, I want to talk about a good trio. Frankie, Levin, Mini, what do you have for us?
Thank you so much, guys. Well, you're a great duo. I have to say that was an incredible performance from Loki and Shah, given that they only had 4 points going into that final match. They knew they had to give it everything, and they really did. 11 eliminations and managing to get to that final victory royale with both of them still alive. It's quite the achievement, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really, really good from this duo. They were in 40th place going into this last game. And I talked about it just before this last game. If you're in that sort of region, you need a victory royale. It becomes a victory format at that point. And oh boy, did they take that advice on board. They went for it. They took that high ground. And of course, came home with a massive victory royale as well. You'd think that should be them qualified through.
Oh yeah, the adrenaline must be through the roof for these guys, man. That will be one of the best games, end games in particular as well, that they have played in their Fortnite careers.
There's no doubt about it. And going up against Teeny in that final 2v1, even though that was just one of them, he's still a tough opponent. Misha and Teeny have been so impressive over the past few days. Their consistency in getting to those end games is quite something. But Shah and Loki, take a bow and just enjoy this moment. I can't wait to see if they can disrupt the lobby next weekend, Levin.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really interesting, sort of like final moments here for Loki and Arian, because they ran out of mats and the zone's going down a mountain and you're the height team. It's the worst situation you can possibly have. But they make it work. They drop down and for a moment you think, ooh, Teeny's set up here to maybe steal it away. But they hit the shots they need to hit and that's all you can do in that moment. So I'm glad they didn't throw it away. I think even in second place, it's still an amazing game for them given the context, but it's good they actually got the win secured.
Should we take it?
Teeny, of course, clutching up again. I mean, I just want to jump in because Teeny's just done such a fantastic job today. You mentioned the consistency. It's consistency in getting high placements when they get to that end game, right? We saw them go down on spawn. They had a rough game 2, had a really good start today and a really good finish to the day as well. So that's definitely a team to look out for in grand finals because they've always got something going on.
I apologize for interrupting you, Mini Miner, but I was just so excited because the leaderboard is ready. We can find out which 15 duos are going through to the grand finals. Misha and Teeny deserving that place at the top of the table for that consistency, that aggression, and that entertainment X factor. I'm barely making sense anymore. I'm just so excited. And Phaser and King are there. This was definitely a duo that we were following and we were rooting for, Levin.
A lot of our favorites, I think, made it through. Like we've been saying the past 3 games, the script writers have been really blessing us when it comes to today. When we start looking at our next page, that's really where the cutoff is. And as you can see, our boys Mongra and Savage, they stayed in the top 15 there in 12th. But wrapping it up, Predaj and Aya Baffo. When I saw them go down last game, Mini, I was really worried for them because I knew they were in the top 15. I thought, ooh, they might drop out here, but they've managed to stay in it.
Only just as well. Another team right there in 17th, Fast Roki and Haijo. Those guys had a 6th place with 7 eliminations in that final game. In those moments, you have to think, yeah, that's got to be it. We've qualified our way through. And it was a very similar situation in that upper bracket early on with Mongol and Savage, where it just wasn't quite enough to make their way through. That just shows the small margins that need to happen for these guys to qualify through. But what a day it's been. What a clutch performances we've seen from so many of our teams.
What a weekend it's been. We've been talking about the players all weekend, but we haven't had the chance to speak to one of them. So we've got to say Chandobri right now to Jiras. Joining us. Hello, thank you so much for coming on the line. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on qualifying through the upper bracket earlier today, Jiras. Tell me, how have you found the competition this weekend?
Yeah, thank you for the congratulations. I found this weekend pretty good. I mean, we didn't start good enough. We didn't qual to upper round 2, so we had to be ready to play lower round 2. But then we managed to qual somehow to upper round 3, and then I was relaxed that we will be able to make the grand finals.
Yeah. Giras, you and Chari, very, very good players in my opinion, and you have plenty of experience. What is going to change now for this weekend? What are you guys going to do? You mentioned you've not had the best season. It's been a bit of a bumpy ride. What do you do in grand finals that makes things smoother for you?
We will have to do a lot of preparations, just watching other teams, thinking about all the strategies that we can do. Yeah, I think that's the main thing, to just have a good game plan and just have fun and play.
It seems like you guys do really well when you guys are uncontested. Looking like you're going to be contested now going into grand finals. How does that change your approach to preparation for a big event like that?
Yeah, it does affect the preparations. We will like have to make it like probably plan A and plan B in case we will, for example, have to split the spot. But I think, to be honest, that we will be able to win most of the contests, or even maybe we will be uncontested. Who knows?
Who knows? We'll have to wait until next weekend to find out. Giras, where can we find you online if we want to throw our support your way?
You can find me by just writing G13Raz, so that's my nickname pretty much everywhere. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. It's everywhere the same.
Fantastic. Well, Polska Gorum, Dziękuję. Thank you for joining us, and good luck next weekend. And give our best to Chari. I haven't learned how to say bye yet in Polish, but I will work on it for next weekend, because we've got so many brilliant Polish players competing. Obviously, Seti and Cami also making the grade for next weekend. So I can't wait to see who is going to be representing as our winners of the first major of Chapter 5. It's going to be a long wait, but I can't. Well, it's going to be a long wait, but I can't wait, Levin. I'm not going to lie. There's no glossing over that one, is there?
I'm surprised you didn't ask him, to say something to his fans in Poland, to be honest. But I'm looking forward to the weekend. A lot of our favorite teams, a lot of the names we wanted to see, the teams we've been following throughout the season, have made it through. A couple who, of course, will be disappointed, but there's a couple more majors left, Mini. So, you just got to hit the drawing board and bounce back even stronger.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this grand final. It's going to be absolutely amazing. It's almost like the battle of the veterans. We have so many old names coming through. We have, of course, Mongrel, Aqua, Chapix coming in as well. Ooh. So it's like, this is going to be exciting to see how those guys can perform.
Yeah, I am so excited to see who takes it next weekend. We've had 3 days of epic action. So thank you, Levin, Mini Miner, Jacob, and Takata. Thank you guys at home for watching. Thanks to our players and production. Check out this sweet little number, and we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
That's my show. Burn up and see the gold. I'm gonna make it known.